The rain is lightly falling on my— Damn it. I am so exhausted I can barely breathe. And even when I doze off, I can't find— Woken up by the rain, the young man sits up straight, grabs his weapon, and steps toward the edge of the dilapidated building. Below, the scene looks like a junkyard full of monsters. They are more numerous than ants, while he is all alone. But so what? After taking a deep breath, Kim Sung-in immediately leaps at the monster. His sword slices through the air continuously, wildly sweeping everything away. The monsters fall like flies, but he regrets being alone and can't hold out for long before painfully spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just when Kim Sung-in is exhausted, a voice suddenly echoes in the midst of chaos. Indeed, the hero of humanity. Oh my. A massive boss appears right in front of him. Horse-headed demon. It is definitely the boss among those monsters. After finishing his work, just a light slap is enough to soak Sung-in in blood. The boss yells, "Hero, what a load of crap," then casually throws a glowing punch, ending the last hope of all humanity. The dark haze envelops Sung-in's consciousness. However, just as the light enters his sight again, he sees 4 punks in front of him, quickly sits up, staring at his hand, then looks up at the sky, wondering if this is a dream. While he is still in confusion about light, one of the guys suddenly grabs his collar and throws a punch. By natural reflex, quickly blocked him with one hand and punched him in the face with the other, sending the guy who wanted to hit me flying into a corner. The blonde guy was so annoyed that he got up and prepared to fight back. Unexpected, another guy announced police were coming. He hurriedly prepared to run away with Buddy, but not before leaving a remark like something a typical school bully would say. "Cyan, you better be at school tomorrow." They all ran away like scared rabbits. Dungin was also confused, not understanding what was happening. He slowly got up and casually grabbed the phone lying nearby. The moment I saw my face reflected on the phone screen, everything collapsed instantly, replaced by an extremely pointless question. Wait, who the hell is this? In 2042, the world was destroyed. After dungeons started popping up everywhere like mushrooms, monsters crawled out of the uncharted dungeon and began invading reality. This phenomenon was called the Uprising. Faced with the survival crisis of humanity, some people with extraordinary powers began to emerge. Therefore, they were collectively referred to by the world as awakened. Kim Sung-in is one of them. After humanity sold off all the salt, he became the only survivor and had to fight the dungeon monsters alone. But since they played the game of overpowering, he had no choice but to endure. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized he was no longer Kim Sung, the last awakened of humanity, but a weak little kid named Kim Sun who was often bullied by his class. Personal information introduction was 2 pages long, but it still could not convince the police uncle even a little. Instead, there were just some basic details like name and home address, but he was still annoyed. The kid did not know anything besides the name Kim Sung-in and that he was 19 years old this year. The uncle was clearly frustrated and said that his mom would be there soon, so he just had to wait a little longer. Not only that, but he also warned the kid not to hang around there anymore, because the news had just reported thing would appear near construction area. As evening approached, Sun, in his identity, was on his way home with his new mom, chatting a bit. Suddenly, she stopped and took out a handkerchief to wipe his, then instruct, "They do that to you again. Remember to tell your mom right away. Mom won't let this go if it continues." After she finished speaking, she took his hand and pulled him along. As they were passing through the park, they were suddenly attacked by a werewolf. Remembering the police uncle's warning and knowing that it was now 2022, the time of intense riot, it was not hard for monsters to appear right in the city during the day for self-defense. But since he did not have a sword, Sun picked up a nearby umbrella and confronted them directly. A wolf charged at him, and instead of dodging as his mom had told him, he swung hard at its body. The wolf was hurt, howling once before lunging again. Unfortunately, his new body was not awakened one, so his fighting ability was nowhere near what it used to be. Sun was pinned down on the ground. While he was struggling with one werewolf, another one rushed in to attack. Just when I thought this fan would be carried off by 4 black guys to their doom, his mom bravely ran in to help. Don't mess with women, especially mother. After a strong impact sent both of them flying back, Soo Hyun took the chance to kick the werewolf off and hurried to check on his mom. She was injured, but still put on a brave face. "You go ahead." Seeing the stranger who nearly lost her life for him, Soo-hun immediately exuded a fierce aura. He slowly turned his head to glare at the 2 monsters behind him and asked direct, "You guys want to die?" To his surprise, the werewolves could understand humans. Just a short, concise statement caused the 2 pale-faced monsters to scamper away immediately. Thanks to the address heat in his wallet, Son was able to get his mom back home to rest. After laying her down on the sofa, he finally looked down at his hand. He wondered to himself why he was so weak. Had he been reborn as a useless person, just to repeat the mistakes of his past life? While Suin was blaming himself, portal and a system interface suddenly appeared. User confirmation of the review was complete. The connection portal to user Kim Suin has opened. The system sound ringing. Its presence here means this body has the potential to become an awakening being. Oh my. It is really happening now, and there is no stopping it. Thinking about getting the chance to awaken earlier than in his previous life, Hyan did not hesitate and immediately stepped through the portal. He had just arrived when a voice echoed in his head. "Welcome to the Challenge Tower. To explain a bit about this strange tower, if an ordinary person can pass the first level, they will be recognized as an awakening being. The higher they climb, the more they gain, and the stronger they become." The guide board appeared before Suyin, announcing that the challenge of the first level had begun. Having experience, Suyin decided to choose the hardest level to conquer, which is level 10. He knew that though they are all level, the higher the level, greater the reward, which means the opponents are stronger. But so what? You have to take risks to get reward. If you do not take risks, you will just scrape by. The surroundings change. In the path, the highest level he conquered was level 8, but in this rebirth, he wants to be stronger. Otherwise, his fate will remain the same. Just crushed under the fist of the boss Fania. The arsenal appeared with countless tools for combat. As always, he grabbed a sword and prepared for a fierce battle with the first level monster. The blue sky floated lazily with a few white clouds. Outside the break area, crowd is gathered, chatting animated. One person speaks up. "Have you all seen the updated rank?" Another person gasps in shock. 2230. Really? While the second place only has 940. Who is this? Kim Soo-hyun just burst out of the space gate, and suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun became a rising star with sky-high point, completely dominating everyone else. The challenge tower is known as 8. In a past life, countless awakened beings gathered and entered the floors. Each floor has its own environment, climate, and even culture. However, there is one common feature. Climb to the next floor. One must overcome a challenge. But to get past the next floor, you need to equip something. Kim Soo-hyun ignored the chatter about him and, following the memories of his past life, light. Walked into a shop where the skill merchant Vel warmly welcomed. Hello, darling. Just say what you need. You do not know what to look and suggest something for you. You have met this beautiful sister before. Her marketing tactics to lure customers have not changed. The only thing is, it won't work on you because you have already decided what you want to buy. So calmly told her, I want to buy the speed boost skill and the transformation skill. Vel was a bit taken aback, but did not rush to sell and asked back, can you afford it? Because activation requires 100 and while conversion requires 1000. In Japan, they have a leader of the token, and here we have a leader of the card. Soon did not say a word and swiped points immediately. Oh my, if I could not contain her shock and slammed the table, shouting, what the hell kind of points are these? It is no surprise she is shocked, because in her business life, getting over 1000 points on just the first floor is something only this young guy could achieve. You do not need to think hard to know how crazy that is. Son was not about to waste time explaining it to her. After getting what he wanted, he left and sat on a bench to activate his new skill and check everything at once. Two books immediately appeared in front of him. To own a certain skill, the user needs a specific level of mana. However, only one type of skill that develops in level can be found in the Challenge Tower shop, and that is the conversion skill. In Son's palm, a vial of chemical appeared. This is also an important item known as the lowest level mana catalyst. It may sound useless, but it will greatly enhance mana capacity based on the user's ability. It is usually found in the basic reward shop after leading a challenge. Most people would overlook, but for someone experienced like Son, nothing is without you. If you search carefully, you will find many hidden treasures. Excuse me, can I talk to you for a moment? The voice of a young man echoed in his ear. Son felt a bit uneasy because he could not sense his presence. As he turned to see who it was, a figure emerged in his memory, entirely shrouded in death, along with the name Choi Azon. He knew this guy from a past life. The man standing in front of him was once considered a genius among the false awakeners, but in the near future, he would become a notorious villain for slaughtering a famous guild. Atsi noticed the person in front of him staring intently at him, feeling a bit startled, but he still clearly stated he had followed him all this way just to ask he wanted to join his guild. The system announced that the second level 10 had been unlocked, stating that he had escaped with the treasure of the Saiviklai clan. Clan members were very angry and would pursue him to reclaim the treasure. The requirement set was to escape with the treasure and try to survive in this forest. After gathering all the information, Son hid on top of a tall tree, while below, a group of pursuing monsters was lurking and searching. He looked at the necklace he was holding and murmured to himself, I think aside from needing to protect, this thing does not seem to have any special use. He wondered which direction he should take. After reflecting on the phrase try to survive, he suddenly understood the issue and immediately activated his speed skill to start attacking the monsters below. It turned out that trying to survive meant eliminating everything in this forest. The battle began, and here was Florentino, with sword strikes as swift as the wind, cutting everything in two. Each monster brings in 20 points total. While taking down these lone blue monsters, Son remembers the conversation earlier between him and Hazun. He needs to form a team for the goal of conquering level 8. Unfortunate, Son's answer is no, because level 8 is too low compared to his original goal. For someone experienced like Son, those monsters are just low level, so he can clear them out. The boss of the second floor appears now, and it is clear there is a diff. It rides on the back of another monster, so Hun has been waiting for a long time. So he jumps up and activates his speed skill, delivering hundreds of cuts to both the boss and its minion in a flat, completing the second floor. The reward this time is a family heirloom necklace. Its purpose is to heal all injury and remove all painful conditions from the body. However, it is limited to 5 uses. At the same time, thanks to the transformation skill, he absorbs the frenzy ability after defeating the chief of the Saklai clan. Soon smiles, satisfied with what he has gained after leading the mission. With his current strength, these low-level monsters probably can't take him down anymore. Sometimes, however, hunger can get the better of forcing him to return home instead of wandering around the floors until he exhausts himself. As Son steps out of the room, finds a lavish meal laid out before, fragrant smoke rising. His mother has prepared everything to thank him for his act of saving her earlier. Son does not think he deserves much credit. He tells her that she is the one who worked harder than he did. Even yesterday, Mom was still working while her body was so badly injured. After exchanging a few words, they sat down to start the meal. Son choked up as he took a spoonful of rice and put it in his mouth. It is delicious. With skills like this, even if you are not really her son, I would still do everything to protect her for the rest of my life. A year later, on Saturday, December 7th. Today, he just left home to take a break after the tough semester. During this time, he had hidden it from his mother, and gradually Tower plan to conquer level 10 was about in, but he did not know how long it would, so making an excuse and leaving now was the best option. False awakening. Level 10 is a crucial barrier to overcome. The difficulty of the challenges increases tremendously after every 10 levels. Most people usually choose to challenge 1 or 2 levels lower than their usual level. However, once you get used to it, the subsequent levels become harder to conquer. Sihai still clearly remembers the green dungeon that it would appear in Anang in a year as a large-scale uprising. Following that was the accident in Gung Duido that happened right during the new year. He gazed at the strikingly red sunset sky and murmured, I will change all of that. This time I will definitely protect her. Son walked straight to the 10th level of the challenge tower alone. Here, he met an old man who looked no different from a beggar. The man extended his hand towards him and said, I won't try to stop, but give me something before you go. Son knew very well that he was the guardian at level 10. Most people who come here think he is a beggar and ignore him, but his role is very important. Unlike them, you are willing to donate 5,000 achievement points for a bit of information about the next location. According to the guard, information related to the 10th floor is extremely valuable, and the only thing he can reveal is to be careful of the village chief. Son nods in satisfaction and continues forward. Choosing level 10 to conquer, the guidance system quickly appeared. This time, the content is quite special, with only 2 requirements. Find its purpose and do not die. In the forest near the village, there is a lovely child picking wild fruit. Just as they happily prepare to pop fruit into their mouth as a treat, they accidentally spot a terrifying, hello, darling. I have been waiting here since this afternoon. The giant lizard does not give the child a chance to gasp, immediately leaping in to attack. Son had just entered the simulation world and happened to witness this, so he immediately rushed out to help, activating his transformation skill and enhancing his physical abilities to the limit. Son scoops up the child and jumps high, then quickly draws his sword to to deal with the lizard right in front of the kid. Sohn just did a good deed by saving someone and defeating a monster. Yet when he brought the child home, the mother scolded him fiercely. Even if he took the girl hostage, it would be useless. There is nothing in this village, so it is best to leave quick. What are you talking about? Sohn was chased away and refused to talk. You are wandering through the village in the middle of the night, surrounded by furtive eyes watching from afar. The sign suddenly presents a request to rescue this village from crisis and survive. Keep walking and thinking while everyone stares at you like you are a gorilla trapped in a glass case. Sohn knows the villagers are powered, but they look and think so much like human. It is unsettling. You stop and look up at the sky, silently considering their extremely hostile attitude towards strangers. The uncomfortable and gloomy atmosphere of the village makes it feel just like that time. It is the vision of a world on the brink of collapse that you experienced in your previous life. Along the way, no one is willing to talk or get close to you. Finally, when Suin is feeling discouraged sitting beside a large tree, the child you saved earlier approaches. They seem quite cautious and timid, but still muster the courage to run over and give you some fruit to thank you for saving their life. Sohn knows what to do. He immediately gives them food to extract a bit more information. That is how he learns that the reason people are not friendly is to prevent their food from being stolen. Girl happily eats and says, "My dad says the village chief has done everything he can to protect this village his whole life, so we need to trust him. They say the monsters can till approach the village because the chief has done that." Sohn realizes there is something off in the girl's word, but just as he is about to ask more, the village chief arrives with a man. He is not friendly at all. As soon as we met, he threatened that your reckless distribution of food caused discord. So as the village chief, he demands that you stop giving out food without his permission. The guard on the 10th floor warned to be careful with this guy, but to break through the floor, Sohn brought a spatial bag full of food in front of the village chief and asked permission to stay. He even enthusiastically added, "If you give me a place to sleep, then while I am here, I will provide the food you need." I thought he would refuse, but surprisingly, he nodded easily. The village chief turned away, feigning friendliness, and said he would give you a leftover house. Since he was accepted, that night he began wandering around the village looking for clues. On the way, Sohn happened to see many villagers gathering to pray for something. This is not surprising because in his past life, he had seen it thousands of times. When faced with the apocalypse, people start to go insane in different ways. Nevertheless, in the end, nothing is left. Sohn is allowed to stay, but how could he know that in his office, the village chief was planning a sacrifice? The man spoke, "The ceremony has been successful, village chief, but we still do not have a sacrifice for the ceremony in 3 days." The village chief responded ambiguously. He had calculated this, which is why he decided to let Suin stay. So he handed the sleeping potion to the man and instructed him to drop him off after making him unconscious in 3 days. He said that they needed to sacrifice a few offerings for the common sake. The monster appeared beneath the village and only ate humans. Thanks to it, other monsters did not dare to come and invade this. As the village chief, he sacrificed a few villagers for the greater good without feeling any regret, because that is what a hero must do. 4 days later, Suin was pushed by the villagers to the altar in an unconscious state. The rope was cut and he was dropped into a dungeon where the serpent monster lived and laid eggs. A day later, the village chief sneaked over to see where the snake had marked its territory. Thought to himself, it must have finished digesting, and it was almost time to open up the territory again. To his surprise, as the heavy basement door opened, he was met with the sight of the giant snake he was raising being cut into pieces by the outsider Suin, who was preparing to put it in a jar for wine. Not only was Suin not dead, but he stood there holding a sword tight, his entire body soaked in blood. He coldly asked the old man standing in front of him, "What brings you all the way here?" The village chief, he could not answer immediately, could only tremble, as if he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Seeing the dead snake, he immediately flew into a rage and blamed Suin for ruining everything. This serpent did not continue to mark territory. Other monsters come to attack the village. He kept saying that he was saving this place, but Suin did not think so. The meat-eating snake mostly spends its time sleeping, especially since it won't see its caretaker as prey. You approached the opponent and said that his hero role is coming to an end. Just have fun, but do not overdo it. If you indulge too much, it can backfire. Sohn carried the snake its head in front of everyone, taking the opportunity to reveal all the deceit of the village chief so they would know. Next, he dumped the evidence on the ground and said, "I once said that this meat-eating snake has a characteristic not harming those careful. Right. Based on this characteristic, everyone will raise these young snakes together." Seeing the pale, anxious faces of the village, he added that if they agreed to this method, they would not need to sacrifice anyone else. Instead, they would sacrifice the monsters. It sounds promising, but everyone thinks of themselves as farmers with only farming tools, so they can't possibly hunt the monster. Push the responsibility onto each other, and no one dared to take on what was seen as a heavy burden. Sohn was quite angry at this coward talk. He said plainly, "Then just accept it. If you can't protect yourself, you can give up everything and continue sacrificing villagers." Then the atmosphere quickly fell into silence. He had already guessed this would happen. It was this dependent lifestyle that gave rise to an unwilling hero like him. But just as he was preparing to find another way to complete the mission, a young voice spoke up. The little girl stood trembling behind her mother, but insisted that she wanted to help. She wanted to be strong like her brother and assist her village. Without saying much, the child's words suddenly ignited courage in everyone's heart. Now, no one dared to dismiss Suhigu's opinion anymore. A young man approached him and asked quietly, "While you are here, can you teach us how to fight?" Since the offer was made, he naturally agreed happily. Thanks to this, he had already completed 60% of his mission, and now he just needed to stick to the plan and go for it. Days passed, and after gaining their trust, Sohn started teaching the villagers how to fight against the monster. The villagers realized that capturing some young ones provided food. After Suin took down a giant centipede as easily as slicing vegetables, he opened the system interface but noticed that his progress was stuck at 90%, no signs of change. While he was pondering whether this was related to the village chief, the ground suddenly shook violently. Something extremely large suddenly landed in front of him, sending dirt and rocks flying into the air. Sohn looked up and realized that the only nemesis of the hunting serpent just appeared. Its name was Lam Hanai Thandiu, a gigantic bird, bright green color, whose fiery screams could incinerate everything. The wicked village chief, who had been missing for days, was the one who had unleashed. He stood watching it soar happily, looking looking at the appearance of the saint of eternal glory. This level, the villagers would treat me like a hero. He thought his time had come, that soon he would be the village chief able to control a terrifying monster. Little did he know, fertile land attracts all sorts. The village chief had barely seen what he nurtured flying around for long before receiving a searing flame from it. The supporting character quickly faded away, in the blink of an eye going from 70 kilograms to just a fine dust. The monster was flying toward the village, soon sensed trouble, and immediately chased after it. He frantically followed and activated his speed skill, slashing quickly toward the bird's belly. Unfortunately, he not only missed but was also caught by its claws. Xian fell freely through the air. Clinging to the obsession of becoming a hero, he did not give up and continued to tie the rope to the sword handle. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he firmly leaped back into the sky to fight it. Su threw the sword like a hook, waiting until the rope wrapped around the bird's beak before tightening the other end, using it to get closer to the monster. If he could not reach it, then he had to force himself to reach it. Suin was determined. The moment he had the opportunity, the transformation skill activated immediately, copying all the skills of his opponent. This time it was his turn to use fire to retaliate against Lam, the sacred bird. The whole body of Suihun was ablaze, trying to withstand the heat of the monster. Even though he had copied its ability, it was just as he feared. Current level was still too low, not enough to deal damage to this thing. Suddenly, the rope was set on fire, and Suin's body was also affected by the divine fire, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. He was like a kite with a broken string, continuing to fall freely through the air with nowhere to grab. Nevertheless, he still tried to grip the sword tightly in his hand. A large column of fire blasted into his body, hurting so much that Suyin could not help curse out loud. The moment when life hung by a thread, his fighting spirit surged once again. The recovery artifact activated just in time, restoring all the injuries on his body and his damage output. The main character's aura shone brightly again. Suyin took the sword with all his strength, plunged it deep into the back of the monster bird. Then came a loud, fierce scream. Go die. A loud explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Both landed together. The bird was dead, and Xuyun was injured. When he opened his eyes again, the battle had come to an end. After the loud scream, Suyin woke to find that he had just been saved by the village. They told him, the monster bird is dead now. It won't cause any more trouble. An older man chimed, we have already butchered it, so no need to worry about food for a while. It is all thanks to you. The mission on the 10th floor was complete, and although he felt a bit reluctant, it was time for Xuyun to return to the outside world. That night, you sneaked up to the gate and were called back by a child. Are you going to leave? Can you leave secretly like that? And what is this? Even though it is an empty, it is still a kid. Soon had no choice but to lie, saying he would continue to save other villages. The girl did not press anymore and handed him a bag of fruit, then introduced herself as my before officially saying goodbye again. The car carrying Hexjun sped down the road. Leader Dung Dongwai noticed he was lost in thought and tried to make small talk, but it did not lighten his mood. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately announced, oh right, the rookie reminded me that Kim Suyuhyan will be coming soon for the assessment. He said this hoping Huxi Jun would bring the rising star rumored to be a genius because if he did that, when someone took his place, he would consider granting him freedom. The Awakener Certification Agency is state-run, and this is where many levels of Awakeners are assessed. They manage everything from foreign Awakeners to those without a company affiliation. To gain entry to the dungeon, each Awakener needs a rank certification from the council before they can enter the dungeons to earn money, and naturally, the money earned from the dungeons will also depend on their rank. A few days after leaving the 10th floor of the tower, today Suyun decided to come here to get his card. You were just let in by the staff when you saw a loud argument. The guy in the orange shirt seems really agitated, so he starts raising his voice at the person opposite him. Look at this data. My magic level at 3 should be enough to qualify for level C. So why am I level? He does not even listen to the expert's explanation and grabs the guy by the collar, blaming him for lowering his rank. Suddenly, FG Run appears and grabs the wrist of the troublemaker, twisting it behind his back while accusing, this thing can boost your magic value for a short time. I do not know how someone like you got this. He ignores the insult from the other guy and bluntly tells him that if he wants to settle, he should take off the bracelet first before talking. Plays it like that. The security guards see the situation escalating, so they rush in to grab the mad dog, pull him outside. Coincidentally seeing Hux run here, Son happily approaches to greet him. He speaks up first. I met you on the 2nd floor. Do you remember me? Azone is quite surprised to see a familiar face again. The two sit on the waiting bench, taking the opportunity to chat a bit. Just as they had not even introduced themselves, the announcement called Atkan up for a preliminary check. Son sat in a cautious position, observing the young man smiling brightly at him. He is currently part of the Ars Guild, which is the guild that will be disbanded in the future. Soon pondered to himself, why would he do that? As expected by everyone. Down in the hall, this young man, though it is his first time here, has already reached a mana level of 44, enough for a B rank. After the measurement, Si Jun returned to his seat, intending to continue the conversation with his new friend when the announcement called out, free player Kim Soo-hyun, please come down. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, our main character cheerfully stood up with a calm expression. He also told Hextoff and Run to wait for him for a bit because he would be back soon. Suyin placed his hand on the mana measurement device as instructed by the staff, closed his eyes, and then unleashed his power, although he had calculated it carefully. Just a brief moment was enough to leave Hefji Jun stunned. The one who did not join the guild, Kim Soo-hyun, has a mana level of 29, rank C. The results were announced, causing Ekshi Jun to burst out in disbelief. Earlier, clearly felt it should be at least rank or higher, but how could the result be so low? Emotions high, and then quickly dropped again, because FD trusted the measurement. He thought he might have been mistaken. No one would be foolish enough to act that way. Even if you wanted to, it would take a world-class awakening to pull that off. Over here, Zone hurriedly grabbed his card and rushed out of the hall, his face glistening with sweat. Oh man, this is, although you tried to hold back for just a brief moment, you accidentally revealed your true strength. One reason is that after conquering level 10, all stats increase. Among them, the Holy Fire skill is also a type of development that becomes quite strong. While you were busy standing still contemplating life, Hexji Jun approached from a distance to strike up a conversation. He was still holding on to what happened in the hall and wanted to ask you for clarification. Unexpected. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a level D thug. You would think it was something serious, but it turned out that guy was here to settle a score after being humiliated in front of so many people. Unfortunately for him, he did not check the date when he went out this morning. So before he could even shine a bit of light, Dung Dongyang killed him right in front of both. He did not do much besides touch his opponent's body. After that, he was already limp. Lying at their feet, the guy walked straight to Hex Jun and exchanged a few greetings. When he glanced at Suyin, he asked who the younger brother in front of him was. Asen stammered his reply. I just met him in the testing room and wanted to invite him to join the guild since his rank is not bad. While Dung Dongwai was excitedly approaching him to start a conversation, Si Jun was frantically signaling him not to accept. The guy introduced himself as Dung Dongyang, the leader of the Ars Guild, and wanted to know his name. My name is Kim Suyin. Azun was really panicked. What kind of friends signal like that and still managed to mess it up? He quickly interrupted to explain. It is not that Kim Su-hyun. That guy is a C rank away. There is no way he is Kim Su-hyun. Dung Dongyang was initially delighted because he thought he was the person he was looking for, but after seeing the certification card that only showed a C rank, he completely lost interest in continuing the conversation. I am not interested. Even if you are the Kim Su-hyun from the rumor, I will never join your guild. While Son made it clear that he hated the guy's murderous behavior, Dung Dongwai felt proud to have a strong leader like him backing the guild. The guild had the power to escape all sin, even when they committed murder, a vegetarian with a meat eater, the way both of them thought, and their attitudes clashed. So it did not take long for the conversation to hit a dead end. Dung Dongwai found nothing more to say to him, pulled X-Zun back. But things were not that easy to end, as X-Jun was suddenly stopped by him while passing by. Son secretly handed him a note and said that whenever he needed help, he should contact him. After that, he slipped away to let them leave. That night, he returned home and started digging through news online to see how that level of fake awakener and his gang were doing business. It turned out he was just a thug who liked to solve everything with his fist. Since he was used to his old way, after forming a gang, his bad deeds only escalated. He also wanted to get involved in the comp between Black Run and the gang, but for now, he had to deal with some other matters first. To distinguish the difficulty of dungeons, people often rely on their colors. It is a range of colors like a rainbow, and the closer to the higher the pink dungeon. Orange ranks second to last. If a team has too many C rank members, then this is a dungeon worth participating in to accumulate experience. I'm Pat, and on May 1st, 2024, in Gunjido Prop, Soon joined a raid team for the Orange Dungeon in Wangdu. The first person to talk to him was Captain Lei Du-ho, a friendly uncle who was easy to approach. The others were not so sure, especially this short-haired girl. After realizing he was not Kim Soi-hun from the rumor, she approached him with an irritated tone. Are you even carefully evaluated? I wonder if you can be of any help to us. Suhun had been the last person alive on Earth, so he was not afraid of anyone and immediately shot back like a fresh shrimp. I did not think I would hear that from someone in the same class as me. It is true that besides, the other girls are all pretty easy to talk to. While you were chatting with Kim Hwa, the nurse for the team, pointed at that guy who was completely covered and asked who he was. But just like you, not many people here know about it. They were gathered from many places, so they do not really know each other well. Son joined this group because he knows that in the future, all the people here will die. What caught your attention is that only 5 out of the 6 members were killed, and this time the goal is to find out who the perpetrator behind that was. The whole team had just entered the dungeon when they were suddenly attacked by a green psych. Sneak attack sent rocks flying everywhere. Thankfully no one was injured. Sue noticed something was off because this type of monster usually only appears in yellow dungeon or higher level, not here. So there must be a reason that the dungeon has leveled up. The whole team was in a panic because of the monster's appearance. While they were conflicted about leaving or staying, the Cyclops suddenly swung its club at Duho, team leader, was also the only B rank here. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough to withstand that malicious attack. He was just knocked away when the next blow came down. This time, it was Son who intercepted the giant club in the nick of time. He even managed to dodge a surprise, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing everyone standing there frozen, Suyin pointed out that the dungeon had changed, so the old exit was now blocked. From now on, they had to fend for themselves instead of waiting for a miracle. Kids in the raiding had just received news of a sudden strike when the dungeon unexpectedly shook violently. They are done for. This is going to be their coffin with just one Cyclops to deal with, and now a horde of bizarre monsters rushing in. What were they supposed to do? Leave the Cyclops to me. Su told team leader Duho something and then took off. With his extensive combat experience, he knew what he had to do. Currently, they faced about 30 small monsters and one Cyclops. Except for that green monster, the others were weak enough to handle. You can take them down with one blow, but that would reveal your identity. Just focus on that monster. The weak point of the Cyclops is its hidden eye. Kick off and leap high, then land on the monster's wrist. Next, draw your sword and use all your strength to stab the blade directly into the back of it. The reason for this action is that the Cyclops always grips its club very tightly. This is not just an attack, it must also serve a purpose of concealment. Suyin, careful not to shout, or you will get caught by that giant hand. In a moment of distraction and underestimating the enemy, you fail to dodge. The real eye is not on the hand holding the club. It turns out to be on the other side. The Cyclops' huge hands clap together. Compared to it, everyone here is just tiny creatures. One squeeze and they are done for. Everyone thought this time Suyin would be the first to get taken out. Unexpected, a miracle happened. Not only did Suyin escape, but he also soared high into the air, all thanks to the timely execution of his power switching skill. You just copied the Cyclops' strength, filling your body with energy. The sudden boost in power, combined with the previous accumulated stat, makes your fighting ability even stronger than expected. Nearby, his older brother Du, worried, ran over to check if he was okay, but Suyin ignored him. Just as his feet touched the ground, he jumped back up, unleashing a flurry of slashes to take down the low-level monsters in the blink of an eye. Now that the surprise attack was avoided, he slipped behind the Cyclops and delivered a powerful strike to its head. Finally, power exploded, unleashing countless blades that tore the unfortunate Cyclops monster into 1,000 tiny pieces. The others just managed to finish dealing with the mess over there. Captain Duho helplessly admitted to the remaining member, "Honest, this is the first time I have found myself in a situation like this. I do not have any guidance or support for something like this. Since everything is done, they decided to take a short break because he performed a bit beyond his Class C capability. He now has to pretend to be tired to get treated." Following the captain's order, rushed over to use her abilities to help him recover while also chatting away. "Hey Sohun, are not you worried?" Seeing that Sohun seemed confused, she added, "What I mean is that here, Min is scared to death, while Lee Mai keeps complaining, and there is even someone we know nothing about. She then turned to Captain Dooho and his assistant Kim Baroun with some bad news about. She felt anxious about the possibility that after escaping the dungeon, people here might not receive any deserving reward. That moment, Dooho happened to walk over to Sohun and said directly, "I want to talk to you for a bit. Can you follow me?" He arrived just in time. Sohun did not refuse and nodded happily, his expression suddenly changing in a strange way. No one knew what the two of them discussed, but everyone had to keep moving along the path. A large door quickly blocked the way for the entire team. One by one, they entered inside, but not far in. They noticed another door on the opposite side. Everyone thought the exit was there, so they happily walked towards it. Suddenly, a system panel appeared and announced trial dungeon would soon begin. Presented two offers. First trial required them to fight monsters continuous 30 minutes. The second trial was to escape from the monsters within 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, if there was no decision made, the system would proceed with a random choice. The raid team realized the issue and began to argue loudly about whether to run or fight the monster. The short-haired girl was always the one wanting to run first. She said, "We should definitely run away. Considering the difficulty of this dungeon, fighting the monsters head-on was impossible." The guy at the front scratched his face and awkwardly said, "But if we fight instead of running, would not the rewards be better? Besides, we are pretty good at fighting now." The more they talked, the more heated it got, and the more they wanted to fight. Dua decided to step back to see everyone more clearly. That is why he handed full authority to Sohun, because the reason they won the last battle and made it this far was all thanks to him. "I think it would be better if we chose to fight." He explained more about the comparison between running and staying, saying that running would definitely be easier. However, that meant playing a deadly game of cat and mouse, as the monsters were unbeatable, not to mention, who knows what awaits them behind that door that seems to be the exit. Duo somewhat agreed with this opinion, so they all formed a circle in preparation for the battle. Time's up for thinking, and as the huge door opened, monsters of all shapes and sizes rushed in to attack from the front. While everyone was fighting hard, the exit door suddenly creaked open, revealing the mysterious young man, fully covered, who had been punctured with holes from accidentally stepping on traps. The monsters suddenly vanished, along with a system notification that the mission was cancelled and would restart in 10 minutes, asking everyone to go through the gate and wait at the exit. The short-haired girl erupted in anger and started cursing. "I have less than 5 minutes left to complete the challenge." Who opened the gate? While everyone wanted to change their choice to escape, only Suin and Dooho remained determined to fight. He explained to them that the system mentioned in the second round the monsters would be summoned, but did not mention any trap. The system does not lie, so maybe the traps are only activated when someone abandons the path they chose. Either way, we are all going to die in 3 minutes, so why not try to do something before that? Two took a few minutes to convince everyone and told them to follow the system's instructions. But as the members left one by one to prepare for the door to close, only Suechu insisted on staying. And of course, he did not stay alone but dragged the girl Kim Waicho along with. Plan had been discussed beforehand, so Dooho immediately went over to close the door. Kim Bie did not understand and asked right away, "What the hell are you doing? What did I do to be treated like no one has the spare time blank?" So they ignored Kim Wai screaming loud, demanding to go along. Dooho stubbornly the door shut, as per Sone's earlier instruction to prevent her from having the chance to escape. Now, there were only 2 people left. Sone did not bother being friendly and suddenly swung her sword, cutting a section of her shirt to reveal a tattoo on her shoulder. He confirmed that the girl in front of belonged to the damn gang. The notorious group of killers always targets false awake. This moment, the name of the maniacal murderer was not widely known, but in just one more year, they would expand and become a guild threatening the safety of all humanity. To put it blunt, they are the cult bringing the apocalypse to Earth. So if you want to stop them, you need to eradicate this infestation at its root. He asked direct, as she planned to eliminate everyone involved in this dungeon raid to achieve a commendation guild. With his keen insight, Sohan systematically eliminated the members from suspicion and exposed the distraction scheme she wanted to apply against him. Once the plan was uncovered, Wai immediately activated the stealth skill and prepared to leave, knowing he could not beat him. Unexuyan said, "Father, I wonder if that skill can erase the smell of blood from her." Wai only realized the problem now, but it was too late. The monsters had arrived, and the wicked one quickly met their demise under their claws. While Suin was busy turning over the entire lair of the monster, Dooho had led the others quite a distance away. Thinking of the earlier conversation with Son and what he had done to everyone alive, his conscience stirred, so he decided to stop. He told his assistant, no matter how much he thought about it, he just could not leave Suin behind and walk away. He immediately turned around and ran back to help. As the heavy door swung open, a horrifying scene greeted Dooho's eye. The monsters lay scattered on the ground, giving off the smell of perfectly grilled meat. Flying lizard suddenly swooped down toward Dooho. Unfortunately for it, before it could even reach him, Suin hit it with a terrifying fireball known as Sacred Fire, taking it down instantly. The entire cave full of monsters was nearly burned to ash, and the one responsible for all of this was Son alone. Seeing that his brother was not following his order, he asked, "Why did you come back? I remember telling you to get out of," he added. Dooho lowered his head in apology and scratched his head, awkwardly laughing, realizing he had run like a madman, but had come back without being able to help at all. Just then, a yellow gate unexpectedly appeared, interrupting the conversation between the 2 men. The dungeon boss appeared as a dry skeleton, holding a scepter embedded with a magical stone. Doo took about 2 seconds to turn around and quietly ask, "What the hell is that?" Xian eagerly replied, "Like I said, it is the boss of this dungeon." He immediately dismissed, saying, "How can a dried up skeleton like that be the final boss?" People often say that 1 moment of patience can prevent 9 moments of shame. The skeleton, who had been silent for a long time, could not take it anymore and spoke, clarify that he is a dark priest zombie, not just any old skeleton that people can casually diss. Suhun did not care what he was called, and immediately started hurling insults. "You weak zombie, in short, worth talent, a cheap imitation of a zombie with a rotten personality." Just as it started, he had not even had a chance to do anything when the enemy insulted, making him feel humiliated. The lich was so furious that he went crazy, letting out a loud scream and using dark magic control the corpses below to rise and attack in retaliation. Seeing the monsters that had just been defeated now stumbling toward them like mindless machines, XY Hun guessed that the dungeon's shift from orange to yellow must be due to the influence of these things. The enemy was not as easy to defeat as they thought. The battle should probably be reserved for just him. So Son decided to use holy fire to draw a protective circle around Du. Just like in some world where a monkey named Wukong did the same to prevent monsters from eating his master. He then clarified to Du Ho that his current level was not enough to fight these monsters. If you keep barging in like that, you won't be able to divide yourself, protect him. Then just rush towards the boss alone. The enemy can fly, so your first strike missed. This zombie-like guy is just like that. It is hovering in front of you, trying to provoke. You are quick, but you are not experienced enough to catch me. Son is not angry, but is quietly thinking. This monster does not have an advantage in close combat, so it usually summons zombies and distance from its opponent to hide its weak point, which is the life crystal on its forehead. Soon does not give up and continues to charge. Swinging his sword unexpected, the opponent moves up and then shoots a column of dark energy towards. Soon quickly defends with his sword and counters it with a large amount of holy fire. The blue flames blaze fiercely. For those dark energy, this is their nemesis. Unfortunately, it managed to dodge once again. It laughed loudly and mocked you. Holy fire, if I am not careful, I might take some heavy damage. But it won't be easy to hit. Not only that, it also tells you to watch your own sword, because anything that comes into contact with the death energy will gradually be devoured. Just about 5 minutes from now, your only weapon will be useless. Oh come on, there are still 5 minutes left. Son has never been afraid of anyone. Immediately drew his sword and slashed down at the enemy, determined to settle this one for all. Du-ho stood inside the circle watching his brother fight, facing the huge, mindless undead, while above were his teammates with the boss. He thought he did not come here just to stand around like this, but if he tried to do something, he would only get Su-hyun in trouble. After a moment of hesitation, Du-ho lifted the katana in his hand and struck hard at the back of the monster in front of him. Because for a B rank away, sitting still was definitely not his style. Su-hyun turned his head and saw Du-ho refusing to just follow his instructions. However, he was using the holy flames that Su-hyun created to fight the monsters. A smart teammate who knows how to use their brain like this is definitely not dead weight. Su-hyun smiled and decided to change tack, kicked away from the fight with L and turned back to help his teammate. A sharp whirlwind swept through everything in its path. Su-hyun landed in front of Du-ho and then turned back to the skeleton, asking what it was running from. They had just begun. Su-hyun spoke directly to the captain. I want to apologize to you for what I said earlier. Let us deal with those jumping guys first. After that, I want us to take down that guy together. After a brief discussion, Du-ho, I do not have much confidence, but I am sure you have a reason to say that it is possible, so I will try not to hold you back. The boss had been waiting for a long time, and now it was losing patience, so it ordered all the undead to advance. Wanting them to know what fear was, Su-hyun and Du-ho moved up, while Son was here holding back and taking out the monster. Du-ho charged straight towards Lag. As his brother got closer to the boss, Son took the opportunity to create a holy fire, then awkwardly swung a sword to send that green flame towards the remaining target. All was getting ready to use his teleportation skill, and before that, he arrogantly shouted, attacking together, that is a good plan, but none of you will reach me. Just keep your chin up. You can show off a bit. One person above and one below coordinated extremely smooth. Son launched the holy fire forward, and the one responsible for getting it to the boss would be Du-ho. When the moment was right, Du-ho immediately unleashed a powerful sword storm, carrying the holy fire and struck lugging left a strong blow. However, after the first strike, Du-ho lost momentum and fell, and it was Shyness turned to rush in from below, using his sword as a plat, bring him back into the air. Receiving a blow like that was indescribably painful. The boss did not want to fall for the trap again, and immediately released a large amount of energy, blow everyone away. Du-ho was determined not to let him approach. He was focused on one opponent, unaware of what was happening on the other side. Son seized the opportunity to get close. Hello, darling. I have been waiting here since this afternoon. This will be your end. With that, he swung his sword hard at its head. Unexpected, in the middle of the swing, the sword broke into two pieces, and Luck, having narrowly escaped death, saw the enemy looking dazed, could not help throw his head back and laugh loudly. You are killing me with ladder. What a pity. It seems you have forgotten that your sword was corroded by death energy. How will you fight me without a weapon? While it was mocking him for the embarrassing moment, Du-ho appeared once again. Now, even if I wanted to run, it would be too late. Du-ho flew in like a god, delivering a fatal blow that split Lich in two, while also destroying the life stone in the middle of its forehead. To make it clear to the enemy, Son bluntly said, you might think you have a chance to win because my weapon is broke. However, when I and do decide to face you, we have already decided that he will finish you off. Trembling, tried to muster a little breath to curse. This is not the end. When darkness covers the sun, our king will be reborn, and he will make you suffer eternal pain. Then, just like that, they vanished without a trace. The dungeon has been conquered. However, instead of gathering with everyone, the two young men hid in a bush by the roadside. Except for the two unfortunate ones, all the awakened ones were safe. Not only that, they even had time to call for rescue and reporters to the scene. Du-ho asked, you do not want anyone else to know, right? You are really Kim Soo-hyun on the leaderboard. Hearing this, Soo-hyun scratched his, trying to brush it off. Basically, he still did not want to reveal this secret to avoid trouble. Du-ho suddenly stood up and said he would deal with that mess for him. However, there was one thing he wanted him to agree to, which was to accept all of his belongings, even though they were very valuable. Du-ho stubbornly refused to accept as he thought he did not deserve. He added, I know if you really want to, you could handle that skeleton yourself. You are letting me help simply to give me a chance to grow. Everything is crystal clear now. Whoever breaks up, it is their own house that is at stake. But before that, he was nice enough to call a taxi for you to sneak you out of here, to avoid anyone finding out. In the private office of the Etherstone department manager, a man named Lyung Jong was casually tapping on his phone when an employee rushed in to announce that a guest was waiting. First, he did not want to see anyone because he thought it was just a customer of level C. However, as soon as he heard his employee say that you brought over 500 Etherstones for sale, he widened his eyes and immediately ran off to find some. The manager dashed like crazy to the waiting room, finally found a line, so he was very warm towards him. It is an honor to meet you. My name is Long Jong, the manager of the Etherstone auction house. I heard that you brought quite a few Etherstones today. Without hesitation, Son immediately pulled out a heavy bag, placed it on the table. The manager examined and assessed the stones for a moment, and then acknowledged that they were all genuine, straight from the gold dungeon. However, when it came time to make an offer, he changed his tone. I have no doubts about you or anything, but from what I know, you have only just awakened to level C, so I find it a bit strange that you could find stones that only appear in the gold dungeon or higher. Soon quietly chuckled to himself. You have lived 2 human lives, have not you? Surely you know the secret. You did not bother to explain or provide any proof, only casually saying that you got them by luck. Next, he immediately took out a special special yellow ether stone from his bag. People in the trade recognized it right away as a high-grade ether stone. No wonder the two people across from him were staring wide-eyed like frogs. Not many people know that the life essence stone is also an ether stone. Destroying this is necessary when dealing with skeletal bosses, but its drop rate in the dungeon loot is very low, and you are one of the lucky ones. Just as the person stood up to leave, the manager quickly snatched the precious stone. Customer at the table to negotiate further on the price. But looking back, his hands were completely empty. Not only that, Soo-yeon even blinked to the door in the astonishment of both. After showing off a bit of his strength, Soo-yeon finally said one last, "I will listen to the price you are willing to pay." Just one quick business deal with the stone buyers came to an end. Son returned home, looking at the huge amount in his account. 600 million for everything. That is quite a high price. It could support your mother and you for a long time. As you pushed the door and stepped inside, your mother hurried out to greet you. Her cheeks had a few scratches, and seeing them hit your eyes left you in shock. Who the hell dared to hit my mom? You guys are done for. Your mom was cooking dinner, and when she saw you come back, she was very happy. She said you should have let her know you were coming home early. Dinner is not ready yet. Did you have fun hanging out? Son did not answer and changed the subject. His mother looked too thin now. Where did that scar come from? Soo-yeon's mom raised her hand to touch her cheek to remind herself there was an injury there. She laughed it off, telling him not to worry too much, and then casually recounted the story. While working at the bar, she noticed a few customers under the influence of alcohol were sparring with each other. She ran over to break it up, which is how she ended up a few small scratches. Hearing this, Soo-yeon could not hold back and started to argue. He wanted her to quit her job, but she stubbornly refused. The reason was that he was about to go to college, and they really needed the money to cover their living expense. She took Soo-yeon's hands and continued, "I can provide you with a life of luxury, but I want to help as much as I can as a mother. After all, you will always be my proud son, and I want to be a mother that you can be proud of." In the past, Kim Sung-in's mother had thrown a stack of paper in her son's face along with a scolding. "I think I will become an awakening practitioner, this amount of man now, and try even harder." Instead of being someone he could be proud of, she wanted the opposite. For that woman, he had to do just that because he was obligated to become a hero bearing the responsibility of fighting against the monsters for humanity. Returning to reality, Soo-yeon lowered his head and said directly to his mother he had something he needed to clarify. After laying everything out, he also stated plainly that he would become an awakening practitioner instead of going to college. Your mom is not rushing to show any attitude but instead asks back, "Do you really want to do this job? Isn't it because of money or fame? But deep down in your heart, do you want to do it?" Thinking about the end of humanity, Son nodded firmly and said that he wanted to do it, and it is fortunate that your mom is a smart woman. She naturally worries about you, but still wants her son to be happy with what he does rather than sheltering or forcing him to conform to her wishes. That matter is settled. Son advised his mom to quit her job because after more than a year of hard work, he had earned quite a bit, enough for the two of them to have a more stable life. A deafening scream echoed throughout the apartment. 600 million in his eye turned him into a tycoon in his mother's eye. The woman shouted loudly, "How did we become so rich in such a short time? Is it that easy for a regular person to make so much money?" A lavish meal was quickly laid out. In that cheerful atmosphere, gradually thought about giving up that exhausting event and starting a normal life like. But it is a pity that he is not Kim Soo-yeon, and these things are not meant for a mere substitute like him. However, with the heroic duty ingrained in his blood, he will turn this second body into a true hero. After finishing his meal, Soo-yeon returned to his room, considered preparing to climb the tower once again, but his only sword had broken, so he needed to get a new weapon and meet up with his old friend, the master blacksmith Kim Do-ho. In a past life, the holy sword by Mao was the weapon you used when you were Kim Sung-in, a magnificent sword made from many rare material. The one who created it was the blacksmith Kim Lee-ye. On a day of heavy rain, wanting to go ball, Sung-in went to the forge to pick up the sword he had ordered. However, the opponent brought out an extremely good sword that exceeded his expectations. Sung-in tried to refuse it because those materials were saved by the blacks for most of his life. He felt he did not deserve to receive it and did not have enough item to compensate. At that moment, Kim Va was stunned, but compared to others in this world, he was willing to give everything to make the best sword for you. "I sense that the more famous you become, the more pressure you bear. Isn't that unfair? Everyone in this world has benefited too much from you, while being unable to repay any." To him, those who always impose that you are the only one can do that are cowardly and unreasonable. The fact that he could make those injustices disappear is by forging you the best weapon. In your past life, you could not save him when the apocalypse happened. Standing before the uncle in the present moment, you promised to protect him as much as you can. Meeting an old acquaintance, even though the other party did not recognize you, and bluntly closed the door because they did not want to engage. With your understanding, you convinced the homeowner to open the door, then presented him with the highest grade ether stone you obtained after conquering Golden Dungeon. This is currently priced. The world only knows it as a dungeon reward. After the Kwangdu dungeon was revealed, Kim Do-ho did not ask too much about you and focused on what he had in hand. After examining it for a moment, he happily said he would craft a sword for you for free because of this amazing stone. It will take about 10 months. So Kim Do-ho told you to feel free to take any weapon you needed. After all, having something is better than nothing, right? Just as Son stepped outside, the space portal appeared before him, continued his journey back to the tower, and started grinding for levels there. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, half a year had gone by. On a beautiful day, he realized it was time, so without hesitation, he called his friend Do-ho. He boldly asked his friend for first to help him find a place to stay near the outskirts of Sun, to trace the whereabouts of the gang to gather some information about Kim Y is one of the lowest ranking members in the gang. The other members would raise suspicion she disappeared without leading her object. He wanted to track them down, did not have the time. Luck, his brother Jae-ho stepped up to take on this task, even while still recovering in the hospital, and the last thing he wanted to ask for was an ally to assist him when the Green Dungeon erupted on December 24th in Anang City. Although he was not sure if it was true, Do-ho still nodded in agreement. So from now until that time, you need to conquer all 20 levels of the dungeon to gain enough strength to deal this disaster. In the challenge of level 19 of the testing tower, you will be taken to a rat's den, the mission to survive and escape from it. These rats are gathering in large numbers inside a massive skeleton. Fortunately, the system dropped you off relatively far tower away from the center filled with those grotesque. Even though you just finished off a prey, Suyun's arrival at this moment turns you into a light snack for them. The entire army of hungry rats rushes in. Suyun welcomes them with countless swift sword strikes. Suddenly, one from behind slides in and swipes across your right hand. Suyun quickly dodges and raises the sword to eliminate it, but then realizes that the bite from this creature contains poison or something similar. If one bites my hand, then I have to burn down its entire nest. My revenge. Suyun thinks and immediately unleashes a large amount of holy fire to try to burn them. The blue flames crackle and pop. You are clinging to a rib bone, observing everything in front of you and starting to calculate. They are not strong, but there are too many. If I keep using holy firelight, it will consume a lot of mana. I do not even know what will happen after these rats. I wish there was a way to eliminate all of them at once. Just a moment of distraction, and when I look back, I see the rats piling up on each other, forming a long chain chasing right up. Suyun, undeterred, takes the sword and goes on a few offensive strikes, taking out quite a few of them. While being chased and bitten by that swarm, Suyun's gaze unintentionally caught a crack in the ground. He wondered if there was an empty space beneath it. Without hesitation for even a second, Suyun immediately grabbed the sword, ignited a flame, then shot it straight down the crack in the ground, hoping to use holy fire to blow up the entire tunnel below. Following a terrifying explosion was a large hole with a wide, gaping mouth. Eliminating the rats was not too difficult, but now the fierce battle was just beginning. Suyun, after falling underground, discovered that there existed a massive architectural structure down here, with walls adorned with strange patterns. In front of Suyun was a rat. It had followed him down here. For some reason, something scared it so much that it was shaking uncontrollably. The rat hurried away, unfortunately stepping into a trap that instantly skewered its body several times. The ground suddenly shook violently. Suyun knew something bad was about to happen. As he turned around, he realized this place was controlled by a terrifyingly large python. A tail swipe shattered the tile, sending debris flying everywhere. Suyun managed to dodge in time and retaliated with a powerful slap. Little did he expect that the sword would bounce back, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. He mumbled to himself, thinking that if even mere Diho's sword was not effective, it must have a high resistance to physical attack. This method did not work. He would try another. He threw a magical attack right at it, yet nothing had any effect, not even a scratch. This cursed thing not only resisted physical attacks and magic, but was also extremely agile. The snake lunges to attack direct, and Suyun hurriedly runs to the side to dodge. Just as he steadies himself, the tail comes at him. He jumps high, thinking he might be safe this time, but once again, the wide open mouth appears right in front of him. Exian uses his own sword to block the sneak attack. That means putting himself directly against the wall. After that fast attack, the snake opens its bright red mouth to threaten him. It looks terrifying, but the current him still has what it takes to defeat it. Suyun stands up his sword and waits for the right moment to jump up to avoid the incoming enemy. He slashes at its head, knowing he can't defeat it, but hoping to make it angry enough to chase. Then he grabs a vine hanging down from the wall and uses his speed skill to move rapidly through the tunnel. While moving and attack, he does not forget to hit it with a fire magic spell to it, causing it to stumble. This grips his sword, which is covered in holy fire, and strikes a long line down its body. The boss of level 19 screams in pain and hurriedly uses its tail to fling Suyun off just as it swoops in to swallow him whole in revenge for the previous sneak attack. He has bought enough time for the snake to get entangled in the vines in the tunnel, hanging like a bunch of sticky rice for his eyes. Suyun happily compliments his opponent. Physical resist, magic resist, and above all, regenerative power. So far, you are the first monster to have all three types of resist, but you still can't. Too bad for you. The time has come. The holy fire radiates from Suyun's hand. He raises his hand high, and soon a blue flame transforms into a phoenix soaring into the sky. This is the result of the skill upgrade gained while conquering level 18. Although it consumes a lot of mana, its destructive power is 10 times stronger than the holy fire. He commands it to go. Phoenix immediately obeys Suyun's command and rushes straight at the serpent, a speed faster than a bullet fired from a gun. This direct charge is personal, so just one strike is enough to turn that monster into a large donut. The guideboard appeared, announcing that level 19 has been completed. Job now is to wait for his weapon forged and move on to level 20, where he is likely to be overwhelmed just like in the previous level 10 in the resting area completing each level of the tower. News about the awakened player Suyun clearing level 19 with a staggering score spreads rapidly. Someone asked, "Did you see that leaderboard? It seems he did it again." Another person starts complaining, "Is that Kim Suyun even human? How could he clear level 19 with that score?" In the real world, a sports car stops in front of a cafe, and the male lead steps out of the car just like a wealthy brother duo who has been waiting for him for a while. Immediately runs out to strike up a conversation as soon as he sees Suyun. "Do you like the car I bought?" Suyun hesitates to answer. "I think it looks a bit too flashy." Duho believes that his younger brother is too simple, making a ton of money, still taking the subway and bus every day. How long will that money last? He was even about to promote the car brand he bought when his friend interrupted and pulled him into the cafe. This J-Home reported back the information he had gathered. Thanks to that, Suyun learned that it was a gang very good at concealing information. The number of deaths and disappearances of the awake has increased, but most of the reasons lie in the dungeon, so there is no reason to suspect anything. However, he just discovered that one awakened had died on the street. According to the autopsy report, it was linked to poison. Suyun's memory immediately recalled the gang leader of the R's gang, but he did not rush to say the name and asked back, "Dead. Can you investigate? I feel like we will find out something. We go in that direction." The two talked a bit longer before he returned. As scheduled, Suyun rushed to Uncle Kim Ho's place. The sword. Unlike his previous life, this time his sword looked quite plain. To be blunt, it was nothing beautiful at all. However, quality was still the same. He drew the sword he had borrowed from Diho, threw it into the air, and then tried to use the new weapon to make a slash for verification. The sword immediately shattered into 3 pieces. Although its appearance was not as nice as the 3-blade sword, its sharpness and sturdiness were exactly the same. Moreover, it could sense his mana and knew what he wanted to slap and where to cut. This proves that it definitely is a living sword. Perfect sword. Diho was taking a drag from his cigarette and asked, "Have you thought of a name yet? Now that it is your sword, you should give it a name." Suyun was silent for a few seconds before deciding to call it Gam. It is another name for Bai Em Nung, and they both mean the sword that slays dragons. You left the house of the blacksmith Kim's Li Ying, hurrying so much that you did not even stop for a tea, then directly headed to the 20th floor of the challenge tower. Like the floor floors below. First person you encountered was the guard. The other person seems to know who you are, so they struck up a conversation right away. Oh wow, who could this be? You are quite the hotshot these days. Are you here to ask for advice? Since this is the 20th floor, you generously gave him 100,000 points in exchange for information. The other guy stared blankly for a moment, then tilted his head back and laughed loudly. You just gave me a number of points. Takes 10 years to save. You are really something different, but in this life, everything is determined by material. Points in hand. Your words flow smoothly. He said if you can avoid it, you should not kill anyone and always know your target. Right. Spending 100,000 points just to get such little information. Although he complained it was too little, Zone still could not squeeze any more out of it. As soon as you passed through the gate, you were dropped from the sky onto the cliff. Luck, you are the main character. Otherwise, you might have died before even completing your mission. Content of this level requires you to take down the kingdom of Random, known as the Iron Fort. Within a month, the mission requires you to remember that you are not their enemy, uncover the secrets of the castle, and ultimately survive. That night, Soon sat alone in the forest, not far from the city gate. Plan his approach. From what he knew, the wall was very thick and sturdy. The guards and mercenaries had skills at level C, not weak. He spent the whole evening thinking and finally decided to follow the plan and go right to the gate just to ask for a place to stay for the night. As soon as he spoke, he was immediately cursed. Are you crazy? Which kingdom are you from? Don't you see we are preparing for war? Lost so we can keep our water clean. The time for the dungeon explosion was approaching, and he did not have time to mess around here. Asking politely did not seem to work, so they forced him to resort to violence. Some jumped high. In front of so many astonished faces, he slashed the gigantic city gate, said to be the sturdiest. With just one strike, this major movement immediately threw the whole city into chaos. The crowd of soldiers began to scream. What kind of stupid game are you playing? The gate has fallen. Stop. Countless soldiers rushed in, but that was not a problem. He had that skill. It was a wonderful weapon. Whether to kill or not depended on his will. Zone single-handedly breaks through every barrier without causing anyone to lose their life. Flashing through the gate, punching a hole in the wall, so go ahead and try to take him on. No one dares to step up. Guards are helping, and the soldiers are also powerless. Zone jumps up onto the wall to get a better view of everything. At that moment, Commander Maxman, despite his shouting to handle the situation himself, some of the soldiers under him still risk their lives to stop. You can't. If something happens when you rush in, what will become of our kingdom's future? According to Suyin, this uncle is quite important here. The soldiers would rather protect him than try to capture Sun. Moreover, the fact that he does not even bother to follow orders from his superior shows just how important he is. Without further thought, Suihun immediately runs quickly toward that commander. A loud scream rings out. Do not let him get close to our commander. An arrow tied to a rope is immediately shot. One of Son's legs is caught, but unfortunately for them, not only do they fail to hold on, but he also drags them along. Su-Han throws the guard aside to free his hand. Then from above, he fiercely swings his sword at the commander. The two brutes exchange blows continuously, their strength so overwhelming that it sends nearby soldiers flying in all directions. In the thick cloud of dust, there are people lying flat on the ground from the impact. Maxman speaks to a soldier behind him. I will handle this guy. You all keep an eye on the situation outside the castle. He is not a spy from the Audram kingdom, but rather an outsider acting independent. Zone paused as he heard the opponent's evaluation of this commander was not only sharp but also as strong as a rank away, so there is no doubt about it. He is a true rival for you. From what the soldiers under him said, you realize Maxman is the war hero of this kingdom. Although he is the golden light group, that absolute trust is actually holding him back. Put it blunt, he is no different than a trapped bird from a past life. Soon got straight point. Sir Commander, I am very sorry for blowing up the castle gate without permission, but I am in a hurry, so could you please let me into the castle? Just for a moment. Maxman immediately refused. Our kingdom is at war. We can't allow a destroyer of castle and a threat to our soldiers inside. After failing to plead the second time, Son had no choice. Charge it. He swung his sword toward the opponent to draw attention, while his other hand used the rope from earlier to bind around his wrist. So fast the opponent did not see it coming. The attribute transformation technique activated as Tumas' hand was attacked. Following his action, a massive punch suddenly appeared in the air, immediately unleashing a devastating blow toward the commander. Thunderous explosion rang out, subsided. After the dust cleared, both Son and Maxman had vanished without a trace. While the soldiers split up to search for the two, a mysterious black streak appeared on a wall. From it, Maxman was thrown out. He fell headfirst, wondering who he was and where the hell this place was. The skill Soyeon just used is called shadow assimilation, a skill commonly used by awakening assassins that allows them to move from one shadow to another. You got it after conquering the 15th floor and prepared for cases that require secret infiltration and escape like good job. Son went to help the person on the ground up. He was apologizing for everything while untying him. What you caused earlier was all unavoidable because everyone would not let you into the castle. You were in a hurry because you sensed that something was about to happen in this castle. You are not sure what it is, but if it appears, it will be a much bigger deal than a war between two nations. Soon asked direct, is there anything suspicious in the castle late? Of course there is, but Maxman can't reveal everything to you, simply because he does not trust. Who knows if you are a spy or not? Zone did not hesitate to speak up. If I really were a spy, I would not use such a clumsy trick, because I can destroy this castle by myself. That is it. Maxman could not argue because when the two swords clashed, he knew there was no one in this kingdom could match you. He had no other choice. Take you to a large room and explain. It was used as a prison about 100 years ago, and the death aura is very heavy, lingering around here because many prisoners died here. According to him, they closed the old place and built a prison somewhere else. However, it is similar to your question as it relates to a place where light cannot shine. The two of them were talking when suddenly someone approached from behind. The person was wearing a mask, covered them completely from head to toe, being the guard of the castle. So when they saw Maxman bringing the stranger, they spoke up to question what he was doing there. Soyeon was the one who replied, using that very question to ask back person in front of this prison has been sealed until the commander opened. How do you know to come here? The guard offered an excuse that he was just passing by and sensed someone is present. It was a response that was not convincing at all, raising the commander's suspicion that he was following. The guard spoke to refute. However, he barely got a few words out before Suyin struck him down instantly. Maxman was enraged by that act, ready to draw his sword to have a decisive battle with, thinking that he was indeed a spy from the enemy side. Suyin suddenly spoke up. The king's guard is quite an interesting disguise. Is not seeing this for the first time. Maxman was shocked, wondering what was happening in his country. Sohn realized this because of the smell of death and darkness spreading throughout the castle even before the war had broken out. He had encountered a similar being in the Wangzhou Gold Dungeon, but that was just a half-dead creature, while this one was the real deal. Fired a magical bullet filled with deadly energy toward the two of them. While Maxman stood frozen in shock, Suyin charged in fierce, launching an attack right in front of. Since there is no teammate with divine skills here, you have no choice but to fight alone with holy fire. The first wave is no threat because it flies, so it soars high while firing a column of death gas at the person below. Suyin immediately uses holy fire to block, but then realizes that his skills and fire can withstand its death gas. This continues. He will run out of mana, so the optimal method is to stab its life stone directly with the sword. Theory and practice are completely different. Therefore, with its continuous dodging attack style, even if he tries hard, he can't get close. After a long time searching for the right opportunity, Suyin suddenly kicks its head, causing the lich to tumble to the side. Next, closes in to prepare for a stab. Unexpected, this monster releases a wave of death gas from behind, preventing him from advancing. The distance is once again wide, and Su stares at his enemy, wondering what scheme it has as it does not unleash its full power and only dodges. Suddenly, the two-horned speaks up, seemingly indicating that operations are complete, and it is had enough of the games. After saying that, a column of black gas suddenly rushes towards where Maxman is standing from behind the bar. Sohn immediately darts over, saving him from a fatal blow right in front of the bewildered face person being rescued. Maxman asks, something suddenly attacked from behind. Can this L control darkness from a distance? Suyun shakes his head in response. It is a place that is dark and hidden, with no light shining in, meant only for those who are insane with hatred for being surrounded by death. Place filled with the sweet screams of the dead. This is the home of the bug. Just then, two more skeletons suddenly appeared from the dark room. The three supermen, betrayed by their love, appeared one by one, each looking perfect in their own way. Sohn finally understands. Thousands of guards in a large closed castle. These leeches have infiltrated here to disguise themselves as the Emperor's attendant. Their main goal is to summon the Lich King by sacrificing the lives of the soldiers of the Empire. The Lich leading the group was quite surprised by your knowledge. It spoke plainly. That is right. While searching for offerings for the king, we found this castle. After killing the Emperor, we took control of his body to disguise as the Emperor's attendant. It also mentioned that this plan would take place next month, but because of the unexpected appearance of two people, they will begin summoning soldiers after handling. Having said that, frame made of death energy immediately surrounded Sun and Commander Maxman. You know this is called the Shadow Guide, one of the most advanced techniques of the Lich, used to crush the space within the restricted area. By the time you realize these horned ones are the apostles of the Lich, it was already too late. In your past life, you had only conquered level 8 and now trying level 10. So being cornered like you really do not know how to handle it. Darkness framed both. Crucial moment when you thought you would die. Everything suddenly shattered. Not only you, but that LC guy leading the charge is just as surprising. The magic he created can be defended against by any physical or magic, yet it was broken with just one hit. Maxman, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. This is just an old sword. I just happen to be a holy knight. You assassins of the Empire, planning to sacrifice all your souls. I want to let you get away with that. Maxman charged toward the monsters in front of him, aiming to smash. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the leader ordered the one-horned lich to take the corpses out of the castle. Commander Maxman caught up, just as the guy in the red cloak suddenly shot a black arrow at him from above. However, Suyin was still alive, so there was no way he would let his teammates die so easily. The blue phoenix was immediately summoned, and it flew toward the arrow head-on as commanded. For these demons, this was their nemesis. The blue phoenix opened its beak wide and quickly snapped the arrow in front of the red-cloaked lich. Not stopping there, Phoenix flew toward the enemy, ignoring its desperate, giving the one above a good scare, and now it was swooping down on the one below. The short lich was about to lose his pants, running and yelling, "Help, I am not planning on doing anything." This moment, Suyin asked Maxman, who was hiding, "Are you ready?" Meaning, are you ready to fight alongside me, or go back to take your soldiers out of the castle? Maxman showed mixed emotion. I am not sure whether I should leave you here or not. I owe you too much. At the very least, I should stand by your side in battle. After thinking for a moment, Suyin said, there is not much time, so Maxman needs to make a decision. Castle or the lives of the soldiers? Which do you think is more important? Because you know this is the lair of the Lich clan, led by a monster like a high-level wizard. If we stay in the castle, everyone will die. Although Maxman still could not believe the words of this intruder, he ultimately chose to flee. Suyin recalled the words of the gate, to do what he had to do at every moment. Clearly, there was a division of tasks between what he had to do and what others had to do in this battle. So he would leave the task of protecting the soldier, Commander Maxman, as he would stay to handle these corpses. Once it is done, he might just gain an ally during this trial. After saying that, some kind of energy surged through the wall. The castle began to shake, leaving the horn guy still asking, what did he just do? The shaking of the walls grew stronger and started to collapse. This moment, all three of them who were betrayed finally realized what was happening. Just in time to curse Suyin as the crazy guy, but it was too late. The one with one horn could only raise his hands and surrender. Oh my, save me. At this moment, a stream of dark energy appeared, which was the leader of the Lich group. He started cursing the one-horned underling. You idiots are really annoying. I won't say much more. Go summon the zombie, or I will personally kill you before he chants. How come that one-horned skeleton is only cursing at me? Feeling wrong, he ordered the skeleton in the red cloak to check the altar, because only when the altar was intact could they continue the ritual. The one in the red cloak was still lying on the ground accepting orders when suddenly the Lamsack Phoenix charged towards him. Luckily, he flew up into the air to dodge. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Suyin appeared from behind. A single strike of the sword split the skeleton in two and immediately turned it to dust, and he asked, how long have you been there? But before he could hear the answer, he was gone without a chance to reincarnate. Seeing his teammate turn to dust, the remaining one roared in anger. Arrogant human, then used his energy to attack Suyin, but he was met with a loud thud as he fell to the ground. Unable to do anything, he used an old trick, surrounding him with a frame made of deathly energy, just as he was suspended in the air. With no other choice, Suyin called for the Lamsack Phoenix for help. Phoenix dove in, immediately breaking the encirclement for Sun. It seems a bit tough. He suddenly thinks, have I pushed myself too hard? The leader takes the chance to start attack. Just resisting is useless. I know very well, fire from that holy bird heard is consuming your mana. If you surrender now, I will let you suffer less pain. Actually, Phoenix has drained quite a bit of my mana, so I can recover it now. This guy has underestimated my power too much. Who says I am useless without mana? Just as I was preparing to attack with my sword, Commander Maxman suddenly turned around and asked if I needed his help before he left. I have already owed you a lot. What? Maxman sprayed it. It is hard to tell who owes who. You ladies better fight fair then, Soon resolutely said. Scene changed to the soldiers outside the castle who are currently assessing the level of casualty. They remind each other to keep an eye on the enemy's action. It is just that everyone is unclear about what happened inside the castle. Suddenly, the one-horned doll appeared. He was ordered to raise the undead. The opportunity to threaten the soldier did not stop him from badmouthing the boss. That guy talks too much, but if you do not listen and make him angry, it will be really scary. After red magic spewed from his hand, spread in all directions. From the energy beneath the ground, hundreds of undead began to rise one after another. Each of them had eyes shining like marble, filled with murderous intent. The soldier then realized the guy had summoned the horde of zombies, but they were not afraid. They understood that only by defeating that one-horned skull guy could they eliminate these monsters. They immediately urged each other to attack, while he just chuckled smug. At that moment, Commander Maxman appeared, calling for his loyal soldiers. When he saw the commander, he was overjoyed. Commander Maxman, thank goodness you are okay. But he was still worried ever since the gate fell. The castle had collapsed. Commander Maxman reassured him that he had calculated everything. All the soldiers were nearby, so there would be no casualties. However, that was not the main concern. The important thing was whether the gate had been yet. Otherwise the zombies would easily break, but it seemed like it was not quite ready yet. The zombies outside were still clamoring to break down the door. At this point, the only option left was to block the door no matter what, and they needed to rebuild the castle. First, they had to deal with that one-horned bastard, saying that Commander Maxman wanted to handle it alone, leaving the rest to manage things while everyone stayed back. However, the soldiers' fighting spirit was high, and they did not want their commander to fight alone anymore. Dungfeng wanted to support the commander. Commander Maxman was surprised. Then what about the zombies outside? What do we do about? Don't worry, frontline troops can handle those weak. Those who can still fight are nothing compared to these corpses. Seeing his brothers so determined, Maxman did not hold back anymore, and ordered the soldiers to form a defensive line close. In his heart, he thought he did not need to go all out. He still had to protect. The rest could be handled by that boy. That is right. The boy here is Su. Turning to Suyin, he was currently in a one-on-one battle with the leader. Sun held the sword, with a blue magic flame enveloping, his sparkling eyes fixed on Lich as he charged toward him. At that moment, Lich also unleashed a wave of death energy. The two magical forces clashed fierce, sending shockwaves in every direction, but Sun managed through Lich's magic. He soared into the air, poised to strike him with a sword to the head. Luckily, he knew how to fly, so he dodged the attack. Suyin seized the chance to close in and delivered a blow to his skull. He fell backwards from high above, dust rising in a cloud. A single slash turning Lich into a scarred skull. He began to hold his head, groaning for breath. No way. He was shocked by Suyin's unexpected strength, but it was too late now. Sohun rushed in and sliced the life stone on his forehead in half. That guy Lich has fallen this, and he can't accept. For 100 years, he has grown strong to this point, and he can now be considered the strongest among the apostles. Why can I only stand there and watch that guy kill me? I can't fail in a place like this. Sun watched and thought, this guy was split in half by the stone, and still has not vanished. Truly not ordinary at all. What is he mumbling about? Sun spoke, stop wasting time. Plan is doomed. Can't believe you are about to die, and that guy is still talking. Wasting time. You are the one wasting time. You foolish human. Not only do we want to resurrect King, countless apostles are preparing day and night to bring him back. Even 100 people like you can't stop. King will be resurrected, and will plunge this world into dark. Sun stepped closer to him and sighed. Do not worry. The Lich King will die at my hands too. After saying that, his sword plunged straight into Lich's life stone, and he immediately turned to dust. In fact, what Xfju said was true. In his past life, the Lich King shattered the world to invade reality, but in the end, he was defeated by him. Even in the Wangdu dungeon, the Lich kept mentioning the Lich King, so he might resurrect sooner than expected. Sun realized that things might not be good, as everything was likely happening faster than in his previous life, but now he has to deal with the remaining Lich. This moment, another side led by Maxman and the soldiers were dealing with the one-horned Lich. His swordsmanship was not simple at all, but these guys kept relying on their ability to fly, dodging every attack, laughing from above to annoy Maxman. He thinks this guy is really hard to deal with because he uses aerial combat, and he is not strong in this area. That is okay. From the beginning, he did not intend to kill him. He just wanted to distract him to protect the soul, then wait for Sun to take action so he could buy time. At this moment, the one-horned Lich finally realized that his teammates were down. He froze and started to moan. Dead, dead. How did they die? Dead. Teammates dead. Mastermind dead. Seeing his team die, he could not stay calm, shouting dead, dead up there. Then he went crazy, using his energy to surround and tightly squeeze all the souls, making it hard for them to breathe or call for help to Max. He angrily shouted, what the hell have you done? Stop it right now. In this dangerous moment, he intended to use some skill to save the soul. Just then, Sun appeared, dashing through like a god, immediately flying up to deliver a devastating punch to the Lich, wanting to knock its head off. With just one, the Lich slammed into the wall, dust flying everywhere. Commander Maxman asked, did you defeat it? Sun took him down, but it is probably only temporary. This situation does not good. A little later, the soldiers might have been absorbed by the energy. That is a technique to absorb the energy of living and dead things in the surrounding area to strengthen the essence of the Lich. That is why the gatekeeper reminded him not to kill anyone, because this trick worked better with more death. But he did not think the Lich would be that strong. Even if he is a disciple of the Bone King, though he is a subordinate of the Suyin that was defeated early, probably possesses much greater power now. At this moment, a circle of energy enveloped the Lich, and he was mumbling a spell. I will not forgive you. I will not forgive you. About several dozen times. Then he screamed, raising a staff with a sphere of death energy spewing from his mouth, all surrounded by bright red blood energy. I wondered where he hid the weapon to come out of his mouth, while his body was just a wretched skeleton. It turned out he had just absorbed the death energy of the soldier, create a shield for his magical circle. Sun seemed to have anticipated, but Commander Maxman was still gaping in shock. That Lich was also a master of death magic. Looking at the huge patterns drawn on the floor, a very complex symbol. That was the magical circle to absorb deathly power. Sun worried that he would continue to use the death energy absorption technique and needed to take him down. You have to destroy the Stone of Life before that happened. But even when his magical sword swung, it was immediately blocked by the circle surrounding the Lich. He began to laugh mockingly. You are a fool. You can't break it. it. That is a curse. I have risked my life. If you want to break the curse, you can only kill me. Son looks a bit used. I do not know what to do. Even though I could defeat him, if it drags on too long, many soldiers will definitely die. At that moment, Commander Maxman said, don't worry, your job is just to defeat. Protecting the soldiers is my responsibility. As he spoke, he used the skill he had planned to use early, which was the strongest and final skill he could use to protect his soul. Maxman thrust his sword into the ground, and a blue energy stream shot up, spreading everywhere, covering all the soldiers inside and outside the castle. At that moment of surprise, the oppressive energy on me disappeared. Others felt the same. They did not understand what was happening. This is the sacred boundary. It enhances the moral value of the soldiers within its range and nullifies any influence related to dark fact, but using it would shorten Commander Maxman's lifespan. However, he was determined that even if he had to risk his life, he would protect his soldiers, so the rest is definitely for the male lead. He flies high, looking down with a focused gaze. Everyone below is fighting bravely and risking their lives. This makes him sure he has to eliminate this monster. Both sides charged into battle, two types of magic colliding with each other. The one-horned lich attacked while constantly cursing, you pathetic loser. You dare to kill my friend and still do not know your place. Trying to fight me back. You are weak and useless. Can't do anything on your own. To sack, we need thousands of people like you. This guy may seem dumb at first glance, but he cares for his teammates. Suhaihun was furious upon hearing this. Is your friend valuable to someone like you? But do you know, the thousands of people you have killed and those you plan to kill are someone's loved one. Have you ever felt the loss of someone precious to you? Remember that feeling and pass it on to your friend over there. As he spoke, he swung his sword, aiming to cut Lich's staff. Soon's swordsmanship was so extraordinary that Tich was amazed by its power, which had turned into blue flame, burning all dark magic and enveloping Tich. In a face-to-face confrontation, Suhun delivered a fatal blow, splitting the skull in two along with his life stone. Could only cry out, am I really losing to such a mundane human? Lich had reunited with his teammate, and his magical staff was shattered by the blue phoenix. The undead now slowly collapsed and vanished. Commander Maxman was now exhausted, and it finally came to an end. Saiyan stepped forward to help him up and thanked him for this effort. At this, he finally felt at ease to sit down, sighed with relief, and said, I want to rest a bit before celebrating the victory. He was about to ask if he was okay, when he realized he did not look okay at all. He wondered if resting a little would be enough. Shifting scenes at the Awakening Management Company, Lai Juho informed the chairman that there would be a dungeon in Anang City in the next 3 months, causing a dungeon explosion, and the necessary thing to do is to relocate the residents living nearby. This man is Song Kang, the chairman of the Awakening Management Company. He heard this and could not believe it. True. Angrily slapped. This is outrageous. Do you really think I would believe such nonsense? No one can accurately predict when it will appear, and that dungeon will cause an explosion that throw the entire city of Anang into chaos. Even if the dungeon does appear, it won't cause an explosion right away. It would take at least a month for it to become an explosion. That is common knowledge that everyone should know. As he spoke, pointed a finger at Duas. He did not realize that if he pointed one finger at someone else, the other four would be pointing back at himself. Never mind. As the chairman, he can say whatever he wants. Duho Chu still insists that dungeons that appeared in the past are not common knowledge. This is a serious issue not to be taken lightly. Anang has a population of about 600,000, which will affect the safety of the residents there. The chairman still does not believe, saying that if nothing happens, then he is being wrecked. It is not just 600,000 who will be used, but all 60 million will be in chaos. While they were arguing, a handsome guy wearing glasses, just the type the ladies like, suddenly walked in to intervene. Stop. If you keep talking like this, nothing will get resolved. This dashing guy is Kim Lu, and a class awakener and an employee of the company. He realizes that there may have never been a case like this before, but Dua has a point. The only question is whether the information is reliable. Du said, you want us to believe you. Can you tell us who gave you this information? Dua Chuko confidently stated that his source is trustworthy because it was Kim Suyin who informed. Mentioning Suyin, both of them showed a surprised expression. That is the person who quickly leveled up and quelled the riot in that mysterious room. Could it be Kim Su-hyun? The chairman is suspicious. The handsome guy speaks up. I know someone named Kim Suyin, a member of the attack team from the Red Prison Kwangdu a few months ago, but he is only a C-rank. Duho asserts it is him, but this chairman still does not quite believe. First, he is afraid Duho is lying, and second, he is worried Suyin might be lying too. In general, this guy must be losing faith in life, so he does not trust anyone at all. It is still a problem if he believes Duho and has to evacuate the entire population. Then if nothing happened, would not the blame fall on the chairman? Going back and forth, it all boils down to being afraid of getting involved himself. He even thought of this from different perspectives. Is not the dungeon just like a natural disaster? Even if there are casualties, I won't have to take any responsibility. Enough said. Duho angrily thinks he is pretending to be clueless just as he does not want to take responsibility. But since he is the subordinate, can only give it. He wants both of them to forget about this is the final decision, and he will take responsibility for this choice. Back to Sohan. After clearing out level 20, he was taken to the hospital for recovery. Ignoring the nurse's objection, he insists on leaving the hospital. He says he is a fake awakened one, so he recovers he just needs a few prescriptions or some bandages, painkillers or something. So he just walked out of the hospital with his bandaged arm, thinking to himself that these wounds are not a big deal. That moment, Du, sweating, ran up to him. Soon jumped in surprise, totally startled. Is your injury okay? You look like you are moving around, but it seems like your injury is pretty serious. Soon said it is a miracle you can still move. Dude, Duechua looked worried and said, you wiped out the 20th floor in a day and then went to the hospital. I thought you were really hurt. I saw your rank. Impressive. Can you give me some advice? Honest, there is not much advice to give. Just that Son was a bit too aggressive and got hurt like Duo thought maybe he did not need to worry about. As for Son asking him to warn the chairman, Duek admitted he had failed. Not only failing but also accidentally revealing Son's identity. I am really sorry. She inside. It is not surprising. After all, I was not expecting anything from that chairman. Duhei was surprised that even the chairman knows Son, because in his past life, he was an awakener in that guy's company. Not only that, but he is also a workaholic. Although Duho's negotiations failed, he was able to gather some information from Kim Du, who is next to the chairman. I heard there is a blue dungeon appearing in Ansan City, and everyone is planning a raid right now. Most of the awakened ones are gathering in his previous life, Suin had been there, which is why he could not properly prepare for the explosion in Nun. Part of the reason is also that Chairman Nugulalyu is just good at dodging responsibility. Son thinks that idiot only knows how to cover up his own crime. I do not understand how someone so dumb could become chairman. Just wait and see. He will definitely experience real stress. Just thinking about it makes his face scrunch up and annoying. At this moment, Ju was wondering why Suyeon was so sure about the timing of the dungeness appearance. Soon said it is just the sixth sense of a man, or an awakened one. Maybe from now on, Suyeon will handle things on his own. I already thanked Do Hoi-cha for helping me. I feel like that is enough help. Why does Do Hoi-cha want to work alone without letting me join? That is not right. So I quickly spoke up. We can't wait for the authorities to help us anymore. Why do not you just tell me your plan? I am sure there is something I can do. Soon happily agreed right away. Okay, then I will tell you my plan. Before I could know what the plan was, it was already 2 months after December 17th, a week before Christmas. An online news report from UB announced that on December 24th at 6:00 p.m., the city of Anyang would be attacked by terror. The responsibility for this attack lies with the DRM Guild. They are a suspicious organization filled with the coldest-blooded killers in the world. People value their lives. They should run as far away from Anyang as possible. I hope no one will lose their life thinking it won't happen this time. The people in the city are buzzing about the news. The South Korean media reporters immediately jumped on a news alert about the terrorist threat from the DRM Guild. Is that news true? That is why today we have invited someone who claims to have seen the DRM Guild with their own eyes. That person is none other than Duo. Turns out this is the mission that Sohan assigned to him. He has to claim that he personally met Manhwa at the agency managing the awakening. Another news about the Wangzhou dungeon has also emerged. A few hours ago, we received information that the number of casualties in the raid at the Wangzhou prison very high. It is all because Suhan deliberately blew up the media. The chairman is furious about the news released by Sun. How dare he use the media like that? The incident at Insan prison was crazy enough. It is all because of that Suho guy. Have you found out his identity yet? The handsome guy in glasses calmly said there was nothing they could do about him. Even the management can to stop the actions of a regular awakened one. You have found out his identity. I heard he has been hiding at Abyss since last month. We can bring him before the chairman right away. He then fell into deep thought, not understanding why Suyeon dared to cause trouble. I wonder what kind of conspiracy this is. Transition to Son appearing with a muscular build that makes the ladies swoon. After handing everything over to Luho and entering the tower, Suhan used all his saved points to buy the highest grade mana cattle. Just drinking it will restore energy and health. When he asked about the highest potential cattle, the middle-aged salesman was surprised and wide-eyed. Could not believe someone would seek to buy this kind of medicine on the 21st floor, because it costs at least over 2 million points. Sun was not joking. He spent a full 2 million points to buy the medicine. The shop owner never thought anyone would accumulate that many points buy something so expensive. Back in his dorm room, Sun is taking the medicine. Its terrible taste fills the room, so much so that I had to exclaim, the taste is awful. But after drinking it, I could clearly feel the medicine going down my throat, then into my stomach, and then it started a great magical upheaval. A kind of purple magic began to spread throughout my body. Sheehan slowly used his magic to control the effect catalyst, as if there were someone else's power within me. At this moment, Sun felt intense pain. His body felt like it was on fire. Catalyst began to reach his heart and circulate through his veins. Sun finally completed it with a pained expression. The innkeeper was banging on the door, shouting from outside, "You have rented the room for a month. Why have not you shown your face outside? What the hell are you doing it? If you are at least about to die, you should pay your rent." After saying that, he saw the door open and rushed inside. Seeing Sun completely fine, he was relieved that he had not run away, but suddenly he frowned, as the room was filled with overwhelming mana. Sun had no intention of skipping out on the rent. He apologized to the landlord and offered to pay extra. The landlord was taken aback by his muscular build and asked how long he planned to stay. But a month was enough already. He had restored his energy, and now it was time for him to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun vanished right before the landlord's eye, leaving only a bag of money behind. Sun checked the remaining time. Tomorrow was the day. Dongjeong and Adzun were discussing news about the Damping Guild. Dongjeong was very surprised when he saw this news. He could not believe someone was openly talking about the Damping Guild like that. That is a secret criminal group. Even after growing strong, only a few awakened ones know of its existence. As looks at the phone screen and continuously reads the comments on the post. It seems many people think the same way. What do you think? Zun says there is a 50/50 chance that it will actually happen. It would be feasible right when the blue prison appears but is there any reason to go this far? Actually, Dongdong has investigated the person who spread rumors about a guild that only a few awakened ones know about. Found out the one writing those news is Kim Suyeon. He said he would further investigate why that guy wants to bring down the Damping Guild. He seems very upset about this. Hearing Kim Suyeon's name, FC Jun suddenly flinches as if a jolt of electricity ran through his ears. It seems you know who Kim Suyeon is. You look thought that is strange. Why would someone who only cares about their own interest concerned about what does he have to do with the Damping Guild? Could it be that the Ars Guild, Dungrong, and the Damping Guild are somehow related? Zun has met Sun before. Soan even left him a business card and said to contact him if he needed help, but in his mind, he still could not believe Kim Suyeon, who had just reached level C. Could be like the rumors say. Right now, Gongyi and 3 brothers from a gang appeared in a small alley. They must be robbing, but today they are not seeing any action. The blonde guy is getting bored. Why is Christmas so quiet? There is no one to rob at all at this time. Everyone is probably at home with their loved one, right? No one is wandering around like these guys. Just saying. People in the city have probably evacuated. The curly-haired guy looks worried. Shouldn't we run away instead of hanging around like, you idiot? Do you really believe that? Why are you worried about a jerk who it is clearly a scam. These guys are truly wrecked. Suddenly, a young man in a mask appears behind them, interrupting him. I am not joking. Just listen. The gang of 3 brothers. Another guy with a mohawk shows up, making it 4 brothers. Each of their faces looks unfriendly. Asking this masked young man who he is, they think he is just some weird guy in a mask who is out playing on Christmas, and they burst out laughing together. The opportunity has come. Let us shake this guy down. He looks like a crazy person, but they did not expect that it was Kim Shun. He grabs the blonde guy by the collar, lifts him into the air, and gently throws him to the ground. Sun pulls out his sharp sword and points it at the blonde blonde guy, surprising and terrifying them, saying I am crazy is a mistake, but I am just scaring you guys a little. I'm not crazy. I am a terrorist. Just as he finished speaking, blast erupted from the building behind them. At that moment, 4 robbers were all pale and trembling. It was then that they realized the level of danger, and each of them ran off to call for help. Shortly after, the media arrived to report that an explosion had occurred in Gongsansan in the Pyeongchandong neighborhood. Residents are being urgently evacuated. The news spread rapidly to Chairman Song Gai's office before the subordinates could report. He had already seen the news, and his face showed real discomfort. He still thought it was just Juho's scheme to force the residents to evacuate, but it had really happened, putting him in a tough spot. Kim Dae sat in his chair, staring intently at his phone. According to witnesses at the scene, this act of terrorism was caused by just one person. At that moment, Yudi anxiously recalled the warnings he had received earlier. The information from Kim Soo-yeon was accurate. If he had believed it from the beginning, would things have turned out different? But no, he immediately ordered Dae-in to gather as many specialists as possible and to capture Kim Son at all costs. He was the terror, and now that they knew, it was too late. Direct back to Kim Son. He looked really cool standing in the flame, wondering if this was chaotic enough yet. At this moment, buildings and vehicles seemed to be on fire, but in reality, that was not the case. Turned out that the scene was entirely an illusion created by he had learned how to make everything appear to be engulfed in flame without actually burning, controlling fire magic and changing their color. He had mastered this skill to 66.7%. It is all just your show. It is really an illusion. Right now, there are no injuries at all, but everything is not over yet. You need to approach the center of a Nang, but you also know that at this stage, fake awakeners will show up to try to stop you, and leading the charge is that handsome guy. We are from the Awakening Management Agency. Stop the terror now. So it turns out he is the fake awakener working with the state, and also the deputy director of the management agency. No wonder he often appears with Song Gai. He said seriously, surrender. Kim Soo-yeon. Fake awakeners behind him began to be surprised, not expecting the terrorist to be a rookie like Sun. While he was trying his best to persuade him to stop cooperating, Son had already drawn his sword and was ready. Stop rambling. Come on, I do not want to waste time. This statement irritated the other fake awake. They rushed in one by one, each taking a shot at Soo-yeon. The first one had a hairstyle like Sun Go. 2 sword strikes clashed. Soon quickly realized he was up against a level fake awake, but he was able to block every strike thrown at one from behind. A lower level fake awake could not wait any longer and wanted to show off his skill, creating a strange purple magic circle and launching a magic column straight at him. He just tilted his head slightly to the left and dodged it. The next guy shot out streams of magic swords rushing towards Sun, intending to close in for an attack, but ended up getting in the arm by him just when it was a tight situation. Another guy with a hammer came to the rescue. Otherwise, I am afraid he would have ended up on the altar, staring at a naked chick. That big hammer is pretty dangerous. Aiming for a hit blast the ground apart, creating a cloud of Soon quickly moved away, so he was still safe. These awakened fakes were all around level B, and only Kim Doo was the strongest, but he still did not attack. He was observing and analyzing Soo-yeon's ability, knowing there was still something Soo-yeon had not shown. Suddenly, what was Doo up to? He opened the book and used magic. A blue energy surrounded Soo-yeon, and a pair of wings lifted him into the air. At that moment, Kim Doo also realized there were no injuries. Everything seemed to be on fire, but in reality, that was not the case, and there was no economic damage. But why are you staging a terror attack to evacuate the people? Are you trying to evacuate them from an outbreak? Soo-hun did not care much and was just provoking Kim Doo to fight him. Doo closed the book, and the magic vanished. Soo-yeon fell freely from above, and Doo followed suit. He used 5-star magic to create a lightning bolt intending to roast Soo-hun, but he immediately blocked it with his sword, causing an explosion. Soo-yeon was still safe, even though he was falling freely. He landed softly and dusted off his jacket. Doo was also quite surprised to see that although Soo-hun had been attacked by numerous awake, there was no way he could avoid the attack in the middle of his own field like that. He tilted his chin and asked his opponent what he thought. Kim Soo-yeon immediately replied, I think I have shown enough. You guys do not stand a chance against my level. Hearing that, Zoe confirmed that his assessment of Soo-hun was correct. That guy is really strong, and there is something he has not revealed yet. The awakeners charging and have no idea what is going on, and all want to take down Soo-yeon. Now he just realized he needed to contact the agency for help and ask them to send all available awakeners here. Soo-yeon's true goal is not to fight against other awakeners. That is why he is not really attacking anyone who rushes in to fight. He uses techniques to dodge their blows. When necessary, he only throws a punch or a light. For example, the awakening guy with the Son Goku hair attack, but he ended up getting kicked in the head, causing a huge bump. He just got angry and asked to please fight properly. This moment, Kim Lo-woo stopped everyone and told them not to attack. He had already called for reinforcements. What needs to be done now is to focus on defense against Soo-yeon's attack. In other words, it is better to conserve strength until absolutely necessary. Kim Lo is the only one who knows how strong Soo-hun is, and he is definitely still holding back. He asserts that his opponent possesses the skills of an S-rank warrior, or even higher. But it is just that he does not understand the purpose of Soo-yeon doing this, so he is confused. Why would someone who has never shown themselves suddenly decide to appear as a terrorist? If you do not know, let me explain. Soo-yeon is doing this to prove that none of the fake awakeners here are stronger than him. There are 2 reasons he has to hide his identity and perform this act. First, to assess the combined strength of the current awakener and see just how strong they are. Second, to get them to send more awakeners for assistance. He does not reveal that he is not a terrorist. Then director Song Jant will definitely never send reinforcements. He does not care whether the explosion happens or not. He only cares about catching the one causing the chaos to be featured in the national news. So the important thing he needs to do is to prolong this until the reinforcements arrive in greater number, at which point there will be more awakeners to help him against the explosion. Not long after, a voice echoed from above. We are here to respond to everyone's request for assistance. That is right. That voice belongs to the awakeners coming to assist. A group of people dressed alike appeared brightly on the rooftop amid the flame. That is the Federal Awakener team, selected by the Awakeners Management Agent, the Special Forces of the Awakeners Agent, also known as ACT. The current captain of ACT is Park Dong-do, rank, alongside the current vice general of ACT, Kang Kang-suman, rank and other awakened one. Their appearance surprised Do and the others a bit. You can bet the director must be really angry to send out such a strong team. Everyone on this team looks really cool, especially Captain Park Dong-do. Hearing his voice, one of the awakened below immediately asked, Park, can you add more spots spots an act. You idiot. Act consists entirely of a rank awakened ones. These young guys are not experienced enough. Turning back to Sahun, he recognized someone familiar, Hu Dong, as one of the strongest among this rank members. Furthermore, in his past life when he was Kim Sung-in, that man had been his mentor. But of course, the captain did not know who he was. He was just surprised why so many awakened ones were needed to catch a single terrorist. Du quickly reminded him that, based on report, Kim Soo-han registered its rank, but his true skills are S-Rank, or even stronger than Mer. Harong Du. There are too few people here who can match him, which is why they need assist. Hearing that, the vice general of ACT got angry. What are you talking about, Vice Director Kim? Isn't he just because you have not been on the battlefield for a while that you are so scared? No matter how you look, he is just a kid. Before he could finish, Captain interrupted. Don't underestimate. The vice director is right. I do not know how strong he is, but I still have not made any plans yet. Right. It is to let the subordinates handle. You do not have to intervene. They understood immediately and jumped into the river towards Suyin. The deputy general Kang Soo-min led the way. All I need to do is catch that guy. Right, master. Du looked worried and spoke to Park Dong-du. Even if he is your student, he is still just a level a member. Can he really fight against Kim Sun? The captain seems pretty confident in his team. Don't worry. The awakeners of ACT are different from other awakeners. At this moment, Soo-jin and Parong-du faced each other. Soo-jin got a better look at the captain's face. He realized the man had not changed at all. Still as handsome as before. I wonder if his ability to teach students is still the same as before. I will find out for myself. Master. The awakeners of ACT charged forward, each face filled with deadly and rushing like a gust of wind towards Sun. The speed of light surrounding, forming a circle. The other awakeners just stood by and watched. Commenting, the guy from Hoku saw this and mocked the skill, calling them stupid. In fact, Mai is the real idiot. That is the perfect coordinated attack technique, a move that showcases unity and outstanding characteristics. It looks like they are running in circles, but in reality, it creates an impressive barrier. The attacks are very distinct, targeting a single goal with terrifying speed, making it very difficult for Suyin to find an opportunity to counter. Not only that, but it is also hard to stop each person's attack. Put it simply, this is an organized attack, fully combined support, restraint, and a terrifying force. It can defeat any incredibly strong individual. Really, but I see Kim Soo-in still calmly blocking each of those attacks. His sword skills are very refined. Not to mention he has not even used the magical energy within him. Kang Sung Chio is both attacking and provoking Soo-in. Kim Sun, stop running away like a coward and show us what you can do. Saying that, he stabbed his dagger straight at Soo-in, but he managed to dodge. The intention behind this is not so simple. Kang Sung Chio is doing this just to throw him off balance, giving others the chance to bind him from all sides. This move can be called a tangled web. The chain infused with magical energy tightly constricts around Soo-in's neck. At this moment, Kang Sung Chio unleashed a powerful strike to finish Soo-in off. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and the chain was also severed. Everyone thought Sungo had taken down Soo-in. Before they could rejoice, oh surprise, the one being bound was actually Kang Sung Chio. He was caught by his own chain, which had wrapped back onto his own dagger. Everyone at the scene was left in shock. Kang Sung Chio was a bit flustered, started curse. Damn it, how the hell did you do that? Other awakeners are starting to doubt their tactics. Isn't the pincer movement effective? Did we make a mistake? From the beginning, Son knew their plan. Even though he was restrained, when the vice general swung his sword, he turned with the swing to cut the chain and used that very chain to bind him back. He was frozen at that moment, completely taken by surprise. No matter how much experience he has, he could not possibly execute that move in such a short time. In his past life, Soo-in was already too familiar with this technique. He had practiced those tactics so much that it was no surprise he could pull it off. Just then, as he was struggling with the cracked mat, Captain drew his sword and said, "It seems we were mistaken. It should have been me to deal with you. You said your name is Kim Soo-in, right? Perhaps youth has favored you too much, but it seems you are also regretting Soo-in's strength, because if we met in different circumstances, you might have been convinced to have him work you." You saw this and worriedly reminded Cap, "The awakeners are starting to gather. Please be careful to ranks intact. I will do my best." Their gathering is just as Son wanted. Now it is time to bring down the curtain. Standing before the Cap, he thought it had been a long time since he wanted to face him direct. However, now is not the right moment. He then lowered his sword and raised his hands in surrender, leaving the captain and the awakeners moving from one surprise to another. What did you just say? What is going on?" the captain asked in surprise. The other awakened ones were also buzzing with conversation. He surrendered. How much effort did we put in to get here? This moment, Son's watch showed exactly 6 p.m. This was the time the green dungeon appeared. Now he revealed his hand, not wanting to waste energy on meaningless battle. The real battle is just beginning. As soon as he finished, suddenly the ground shook, and a beam of green light appeared in the sky. Duo realized that this is a new green dungeon opening. Kang Sung Chio also exclaimed in surprise. It is not just that, this could be a dungeon explosion. The other awakened ones began to worry it would explode right as the dungeon appeared. Soon explained, "As you all have seen, the appearance of dungeon and the speed of the explosions will become increasingly difficult. I know everyone is confused right now, and may be angry that I did not tell the truth from the beginning. Awakened one, fight, let us protect this city of Anang together." As Soo-in's hand clenched, absorbing the flames around, and the fire returned to the familiar green enveloping his body. At this moment, Xi-jun had also been here for a long time, witnessing every just as he guessed. Person was indeed Kim Soo-hyun. Back to the prison explosion. An explosion is known to be a phenomenon that occurred when a prison is not completed on time. This time it is an explosion that happens right when the prison appears. The sudden explosion in Anang will be the catalyst for a threat to the entire world. Soo-hyun knows that from now on, this will happen more often. This moment, he asks him, "How many reinforcements do we have?" "At least 100. Soon quickly thanks him and assumes Duai has guessed his thoughts. But actually, not yet. It is because of his chaos with the fake terrorist attack that Duai was able to call for reinforcements fast. At this moment, the other awakened ones fearfully say it seems like they knew in advance that an explosion would occur. "Look, a monster is emerging from the prison." Everyone hurriedly shout, "The monster is coming out. The explosion has started. Everyone prepare to fight." The explosion has begun, and the monsters sequentially crawl out, each one a sickly green. Each monster is at least boss level of the red or orange dungeon. A huge boss wearing only a pink loincloth appeared. Several people have already died at this moment. It intends to swing its fist to eliminate the next person, but this awakened one seems very scared. The rigid person stood still, tears streaming down his, ignoring everyone's plea. He showed no resistance and did not run. His legs seemed rooted to the ground, waiting to die. Fortunately, just before the monster's punch came down, Captain Parangdu appeared in time to stop it. Get a grip. You do not want to die. After hearing this, the guy hurriedly ran away. The captain ordered the take action. The support team was preparing for battle against the other awakened being. At that moment, Kang Sung Chio had just taken down a monster and disagreed upon hearing this. Boss, would not it be faster if we handled it ourselves? Kim Ik-soo Hun replied from behind that all the awakened beings were very confused by this unexpected situation. In this situation, helping everyone to stay calm is the top priority. Isn't that something only act can do? Do your best in every situation. Saying that, he rushed towards the dungeon, leaving Sung Kyo fuming. Damn it. Who does he think he is? How can he talk like that to the boss? But that is true. Suhai Hun thought that master Uncle Dong-do would handle the monsters in the green dungeon without any problem. With act, the situation for the civilians will stabilize. At that moment, countless flying monsters surrounded Suhai. He swung his holy fire, instantly slicing each one in half. He no longer had to worry about the little monster. He was just waiting for something to appear, which was the half-black dragon monster Igolus. Below the city, the awakeners are gathering to evacuate the people. We are all very worried, but luckily we prepared in time and have not had anyone injured or killed yet. But we need to hurry before the monsters get out of control. It won't just be in Hang at Rit, but the whole country will be in danger. The monsters are still swarming in the sky. We can't let them reach the ground. We must ensure none of them leave any. Right now, the awakener Son Goku is also very worried, reassuring the people to stay calm and follow the awakener's instructions. Kim Dui quickly uses the power from the book to take down a monster. He looks over at Saiyan, who is standing on the rooftop, thinking that right now they can only rely on him, but he is worried that Saiyan can't take down all these monsters alone. His distracted thoughts make him lose focus, and he does not even notice a huge boss appearing behind him. Luck, before it could do anything, someone jumped on its head and drove a sword straight into it. That is right, it is the captain of the act. The monster falls down just like that. The captain looks so cool. He fights monsters as if he is just out for a stroll. He reminds Dui to focus more. If it were not for him, Dui would have run out of options by now. Saying that, Captain calmly wipes his glass and divides the task. We do not have much time, so let us get straight to the point. Let the act members handle the monster killing and evacuating, and I will take care of the rest. You should focus on supporting the awakener. At this moment, Soan happens to be there too. The captain asked if you could handle that black-scaled dragon. Of course I have dealt with things like this all the time. Kim Soon replied, well, good luck. Right after that, everyone went to work. Soon summoned a blue phoenix, clung to its legs and flew into the air, facing the purple dragon with two horns like a buffalo's. The dragon looks like a total mess, but what can you do? But its structure is strong. This creature often has a special move where it uses its tail to destroy anything in its path. Soon managed to slash its tail once, but it did not seem to do much. He circled around to attack from behind, using all his sword skills to try to cut the monster in half, but it was not that easy. Its back was so thick and tough that Soon's hands were shaky. He tried his best to slash the monster multiple times, but it felt like hitting stainless steel. Out of options, he had to summon the Phoenix to drop him back to the ground. Right after that, the dragon's eyes lit up and it spat out dark magic flames towards Sahun. Phoenix protected him, charging forward and hitting the dragon in the causing it to roar in pain, immediately using its 5-meter-long tail to sweep Sun down the ground, leaving a long mark. Fortunately, he was still safe. Although this was the second time he faced it was still very tough. Remembering the previous life during the explosion in Anjiang, over 15,000 people were injured or killed, and more than half of those were slain by that dragon. At that time, due to unforeseen dungeon phenomena, there were not enough awakeners around to help people like there are now. Moreover, at that time I had just finished dealing with a dungeon and had to go through there to assess the situation, so I had no energy left to fight it. But now it is different. I have many opportunities to take down this monster. Your firepower is strong. For me, just focusing on it is enough to slice through any. Saying that, Soon sliced through each wave of fire from the dragon. I remember that after breathing fire, there will be a short moment when the dragon will lose focus. I just need to wait for that opportunity, which is right now. At this moment, I took out the dragon slaying spear. This is a type of weapon based on the legend of an undefeated warrior. It was sold in Abe's item shop. Although it is incredibly expensive and a one-time use item, it holds tremendous power. Son holds the weapon in his hand, energy radiating from around his hand, and then he launches it straight down at the monster, a determined voice. I will ensure that no one dies under your firepower again. That damn dragon. Countless spears pierce through the monster's body, through its neck, its head, its chest, and it falls from above. This moment, its body looks like a porcupine. The dragon falls and dies miserably. But is it really dead? It might be dead. But after this dragon Igolus is brought down, its soul will appear. The soul of the half-black dragon Igolus, final boss. It has been crying out. It hurt so much. It hurt. Killed me. Who are you? Dune responds before asking, why do not you ask yourself who you are? You are nothing. You are just a soul. It can't answer who it is. It just bows its head, holding its face and crying out. It hurt. It hurt. Really hurt. Its tears turn red, gradually becoming thousands of daggers that stab harder into Son. Then it delivers a punch that sends him flying. This moment, he looks like he is in bad shape. Everyone hears a loud noise and immediately looks up. At the same time, Laijuo also rushed. As soon as he arrived, he hurriedly asked where Suyin was. This moment, the black dragon was devouring Suyin with its horrifyingly large mouth full of teeth. Du barely caught a glimpse of a bloody arm of Suyin out. At that moment, he could not believe his eye. Thinking his friend was gone, he angrily shouted, Son, your life force notification system has dropped to critical level. Could it be that Suyin is leaving us so soon? Of course not. Suyin has activated the immortal hero skill. Notification system. You will recover the lost life. The recovery speed will be increased, and your physical abilities will be significantly enhanced. At that moment, Son, covered in blood, used both hands to break the monster's mouth while saying, thank you. Thank the half-black dragon. Thanks to you, I have become strong. This explains why Suyin was able to defeat it. Still had a soul that made it immortal again. And strangely, when asked who he was, could not answer. Until this moment, seeing Suyin with his own eye, he felt as if he saw himself. He wondered why he had merged with Igolus and vaguely remembered that he had once been Falsen, a hero of the Testrum Empire. That time, he was also in a situation like Xian. He was the one everyone trusted to eliminate the half-black dragon. The half-black dragon Igolus was still a very powerful monster back then. No matter how hard they fought, they could not defeat it. Since the battle was dragging on without resolution, then thought of a final solution. He thinks that if he can control this bastard, then he can destroy it. That is why his body merged with the monster, becoming the soul residing in it and finding a way to kill it. But the long time has made him forget his path, and he ended up becoming the soul soul in Aegilus's body. Back in reality, Sohun is in his best state. His body can float up as lightly as a feather. That is thanks to the effect of the Indomitable Hero. Indomitable Hero of Mana rank, proportional to the user's mana, a level 1 passive skill, efficiency level 0%. The body of the person who surpassed the tower has challenged the Demon Lord. The body of the Indomitable Hero cannot be destroyed or harmed and has approached immortality. When life force exceeds a certain threshold, it will automatically act. At that point, your recovery ability and stamina will recover fast. Along with that, your physical condition will develop tremendous. This skill. It is no wonder Sohun narrowly escaped death. He wants to quickly eliminate this half-black dragon, but he can't approach it. He is still trying to find the dragon's weak because it has a very tough body. It is hard to target anywhere, but there must be a weak point. It is right here. Sohun quickly finds the opportunity, swinging his sword to slash at a wound on the dragon's arm, instantly cutting one of its hands in half. The dragon screams in pain. This moment, he speaks to the soul Fen. Is not it time for you to think things through? Eagle. Those you have saved and those you could not. All of. Do you think they want to see what you look like now? While talking, he was fighting with the dragon, cutting off one of its arms. Of course it would not let that slide. Fog had thought it through, saying that I fought with Igor could not defeat. So now, you outsider hero. And this. After saying that, he opened a hole in his chest. Son immediately understood that this was the key, killing this half-black dragon. Turned and fled, but it was too late. He took the dragon-slaying spear and once again thrust straight through the chest. The soul foes. The dragon fell to the ground. Only a loud crash was heard. Dust everywhere. On the corpse of the dragon foam. It seemed there was still something lingering. That moment, Zun landed next to him and asked, "Has your memory returned?" Then replied, "Past I have forgotten is full of failures and mistakes. I am a knight of the Tezzeret Falcon Empire. I tried to defeat the Yola's beast for a very long time, but because of the prolonged battle, my country suffered heavy loss. In the end, I used magic to trap both myself and that monster in another dimension. But because of the endless battle, Igel is merged into my body. Even after escaping from that dimension, I always fought to kill it within me. But each time, I ended up killing innocent Son." After hearing that, comforted him. "It has been so long, and you still feel regret about that. I think instead of being too worried about the things that have been lost, you should focus more on protecting what remains. You do not fight to protect the country, then the number of people who die might be even greater. Are you comforting me? You are not very good at comforting. You know." Son is a bit hesitant to admit he is not good at. Son continued, "You are right. If I say I do not feel regret, that would be a lie. But if I could go back to the past, I would still make the same choice." Hearing this, he suddenly remembered his past life when he was Kim Sung-in. He also tried to fight to save the world, but in the end, he was still taken down by the monster with a horse head, delivering a punch that ended all of humanity. But at that time, you did your best, right? This moment, Ben took out a treasure to gift to Xian to thank him for helping him end this long battle. This is the best iron armor crafted by the Tezzeret Empire for Falson when he set off fight Igala. Finding such a good item, why not accept it right away? Xian accepted it and said thank. This moment, the system also announced that you have acquired a divine armor item from Falson. Falson also said his final word, "I want to thank you once again. This battle has really been too long. Now I can finally rest." After that, Ben's body along with the half-black dragon gradually shattered into piece and dissolved into the air. Soon also bowed his head before the hero of Testrum. Rest in peace. The sun has shone back on the city. Now he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This moment, Duho and Dohu rushed over in panic from a distance. As soon as Duho arrived, he looked around anxious. "Are you okay? Look, monster is stronger than I thought. I thought I was done for." Ha. Duho was yelling at Suyin, flying everywhere. "That monster was terrifyingly strong. You almost lost your life there." And then Du asked about Suyin and suddenly bowed 90 degrees. "The director might not accept this, but I sincerely apologize. Thank you on behalf of the company." Suyin said he did not need to do that. "I am just glad no one got hurt. Seeing everyone okay makes all his worries disappear. It is just that I am a bit tired." Then suddenly, he staggered and fell backward to the ground. Duho panicked and caught him. "Son, you must have gotten hurt some." "Right. Only Duo knows he is fine. Actually, he is just sleeping. You must be really tired. Luckily, you did not get seriously hurt. After everything is settled, a huge storm will rise, and the guy Kim Sun will be at the center of it. The main character of this storm is currently sleeping soundly." That is right. The media has exploded at this point. News outlets are continuously reporting that a dungeon explosion occurred in Anning. Fortunately, the residents were evacuated. Experts are currently discussing the incident very actively. In a place like Anning, which often faces disaster, the terrorism of extremist guilds can be anticipated. However, the dungeon explosion was resolved thanks to the awakening of the false Kim Suyin. It has been 3 days since the incident happened. Suyin just woke up in the hospital. He had been asleep for 3 straight days. When he regained consciousness, he could not even remember when he had passed out and reassured himself, "It must be because I have been working too hard." After collecting his thought, he noticed a fruit basket on the table along with a letter. "It is a gift from Lai Duho. I stopped by to visit you, but since you had not woken up yet, I left a message. I think we need to rearrange things a bit since the whole world is talking about this incident. So I took it upon myself to handle all the annoying calls for you. I am sorry for doing this without asking you first, but I believe you will understand. You have saved a lot of. You must be really tired right now, so do not think about any. Just rest well. You might feel hungry when you wake up, so I have prepared some fruit for you." Son just picked up an apple and said he was really great. No wonder he did not see any notifications on his phone earlier. It turns out Duho has taken care of everything, but does not he seem a bit not hungry? Holding the apple without eating it, he tossed it up and down, thinking about how he had dealt with the dungeon in Wangdu, and now there was another dungeon explosion in Anang. He realized he had been quite helpful. "It is completely different from my previous life, but there is still a lot to do, so I can let my guard down. I need to think about what to do next." Just like the life of a main character, it is all about fighting, resting, and preparing for the next step. While lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. It was someone. At that moment, Foot stepped in. Su looked surprised. It was Ukra, still handsome as ever. Only this time he was injured and had a bandage that made it look like he was missing an eye. Suyin saw this and asked, "Brings you here to visit? What happened to your face?" Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Hawk run. He slammed his hand down on the table, his face tense, saying, "I need to ask you something. How would you feel about joining our guild?" "So you are just inviting me to join the guild? Is it really necessary to be so?" Zun was really trying hard to convince Son to join his guild. "If you think about it, this is not a bad deal. You will definitely receive a lot of calls from various guilds and associations. But if you join our guild, I guarantee no one will dare to bother you. Just join the guild." Without waiting for Hakan to continue, Son realized there was definitely something off. off. He replied to a fuck run. I think you know this situation is quite awkward. Right. Before you try to convince me to join your guild, I think you should explain exactly what is going on. There is an issue, right? There must be a reason why Huzun is doing this. And the injury on your face did not just happen by chance. Something must have happened before you came to see Suyin. At the R's guild, Dongdong Jagigong had gathered all the awakeners in his guild to remind them there will soon be a test to rank up to a large guild, which is really important for their future. Although there are many benefits to becoming a large guild, the most important one is that the support money received will increase. He hopes everyone prepares well for this test. If someone makes a mistake, I will kill that person myself. Everyone in the room listened seriously and took order. Leader. When it was time to disperse, Dongdong Jin called Run to stay. At this moment, he showed an angry expression. Don't you think we have something to talk about? As he spoke, two tall bodyguards stood outside, and sounds of fighting echoed from inside. Etcher Run in the room was beaten to the ground by the leader, bleeding. The reason he did this was that he thought Hekchi Jun had betrayed him. How dare you lie to me? As he spoke, he sat down and grabbed Hekchi Jun's hair. Despite him saying that he really did not know Suyin, you do not know. You have seen him at the bottom of the pit, even participated in the ranking confirmation exams together, and yet you say you do not know. You say you do not know that is Kim Suhain. Saying that, he hit Hekchi Run again. He just fell to the ground without resisting. His goal was to have him recruit Suyin to his guild, because if they have someone as strong as Sun, they can easily pass the promotion test. It is just that Hekchi Jun does not want to do that. You oppose weak. How can I bring him here? I only met him on a few occasions. I have never reached out to him, and I can force him to come. You know how strong he is. Dongdong Jing lit a cigarette, faint smile, and walked closer. I do not need to know how you did it. If I tell you to bring someone here, then you have to bring them. If you can do it, then Yu San needs to learn a lesson. Hearing Yu Sun's name, he suddenly became angry. Looking at Dongdong Jing, who was pushing the still burning ashtray into Hekchi Jun's forehead and warning, I am giving you one last chance. Before the promotion test starts, bring Kim Suyin back to me. By the time he got home, and Si Jun's girlfriend was applying medicine to his wound. She was the Yu San that Dongdong Jing mentioned. She worriedly asked her, it is, I am just a bit startled. She knew all this was Dongdong Jing's doing, and she was very worried about it. He tried to reassure, saying it was because he was fighting a monster. What kind of monster would target your face like this? Truly, no monster could make one side of your eye swell like that. And Si Jun, I am really okay. Stop. As soon as she said that, she started coughing violently. Is that really okay? Azun worriedly got some medicine for Yuan to drink, and only then did she stabilize. Yuan actually suffers from a very painful illness. Can't even be cured by modern medicine. Only Dongdong Rang has an effective painkiller that can help Yu San. So that was their deal. Dongdong Rang had always used Yu San as a threat. He did not want to see the one he loved in pain. It made him always obediently follow his order. That is also the reason why I had to personally bring this not so great face to find someone, convince him to join the club. But when asked what was going on, Si Zun did not say anything. He just pulled out his sword and pointed it right at Sehun's face. If you care about what is going on, then let us fight. If you win, I will tell you everything. But if you lose, you have to join the R's club. Wait, are we really fighting right after someone just got out of recovery? In the past life, Choi Azun was the youngest awakener in the entire country. A member of the R's club, Choi Azun was celebrated as a genius. The night before the ST massacred the entire R's club. Even though Sehun had met him a few times when he was still Kim Sung-in, I had advised Azun before. In fact, he was a completely different person. You want me to save the world? Don't be stupid like that. Why should I waste my time for someone else? Current Choi Azun is a really nice person. He was gentle when he met Sehun outside the... It seems like he has something to say, and he is trying hard to ignore Sehun in front of Dongdong Jing, even when In and Jing fought to protect others. Choi Azun, why are you forcing Sehun into a fight now? Back at the hospital, Azun did not wait to see if Sehun agreed to fight or not. Him not answering by default means he is agreeing, so he just attacked Sehun right in the hospital room. Sehun quickly dodged the attack. I can't understand why Azun is forcing himself to fight while he is injured. The Yanchi I know is not that kind of person. If you do not explain why you are doing this, Choi Azun, I will find out for myself. Saying that, the two began to fight each other. The sound made the hospital shake. The doctors and nurses below thought it was an earthquake. At that moment, female nurse hurried down from the upper floor, panicking and telling another nurse, there is a problem. There is a fake awakening fighting upstairs. Suyin had not found his weapon yet, so he had to fight his opponent barehanded. He could be seen skillfully dodging each of Azon's sword strikes. Not only that, his quick reflexes allowed him to kick Azon. However, he was thrown back toward the hospital bed. Thought that if the fight dragged on, it would cause damage to the hospital, so he had to end things as quickly as possible. To do that quick, he needed a weapon. Zone started scanning for his gam. He saw it over there, but there is no way Hazon would give him the chance to grab. This might be a bit cowardly, but Azon would not let Suyin get the sword, because he knew he was much weaker than Suyin. He had to force Suyin to fight while injured. Azon continuously attacked Suyin. At that moment, he reached for the blanket to cover Azon's eye, but that opportunity slipped away to grab the weapon. Seeing that, Azon struck at him, the tremendous force sending and everything in the room crashing through the glass door. Suhan managed to avoid that blow. Pressure was truly astonishing. Choi Zone is really strong. Just then, he spotted a fruit knife beside him and quickly grabbed, well, no weapon. At least he had something to use temporarily to avoid affecting innocent. Suyin lured Hex run up to the rooftop. He used holy fire to fly up, and the guy immediately understood and followed. To be honest, if Suyin were in good health, he could definitely beat Hex's bare hand. But right now, he has not fully recovered from the fight in an egg, so he needs a weapon. But how much can this kitchen knife help him? Since this is not a proper weapon, can't do much without a magic blade. There would definitely be a lack of magical resonance. Even so, he is still confident in his ability to control magic. Whatever move Azun, Suyin was able to block. He tightly gripped Azun's, and the strength from the kitchen knife struck him with too swift. Azun cried out in pain. Damn it. Then, in Angel, he unleashed the terrifying power of Hongite down onto Suyin. A bright surge of magic erupted on the roof building. Police and firefight, having received the report, surrounded the area below. At this point, the rooftop had been given along by Hekchi Jun. As that power approached Suyin, he used magic to block, causing the cut to split into two paths. While he remained safe, Azun finally stopped, smirking as he said, just as I thought. Can't beat you, Suyin. If so, it is time for me to tell you what is going on. Azee began to recount. Kawa Yusa, the only one in this world I hope to find happy. Yuan and I have been playing together since we were kids. She is my best friend and also my girlfriend. After Yustian graduated high school, she took over her family's store. She helped me a lot when I was unemployed. She always encouraged me. That is why I became a fake awakened one. I was very happy. But then one day, when I went to her store, I found her coughing up blood violently. I was wondering who did this when, coincidentally, at that moment, Dong Guangjiang appeared. He assessed the situation and concluded that Yan's son had been severely poisoned. He knows a lot about this field. He offered to help us, and my girlfriend's medicine was also provided by him. After hearing this, Son understood everything. He said, "You needed medicine for your girl, so Dong Dai has been taking advantage of you. That is because he is the only one who can make that medicine." Azun then stood up and told Son, "Do you remember what you said before? When we met at the certification center, you said if you needed help, just call you. I really want to believe what you say. Please save me and Yuan from Dong Gongjiang's control. Please save us too." Son was still in shock and did not know what to say when Fei's Jun changed his mind right away. "But if I accept your help, I won't be able to trust myself ever again. Just like how I have been controlled by Dong Dai all this time. If I keep relying on others like this, it will just happen again. I have no choice left. I have to end it all myself." Saying that, Hechrun turned and walked away, not forgetting to turn back. "Thanks Suyin for everything. That is strange. What does he really want? He wants help one moment, and then does not want it anymore," just leaving Suyin in confusion. At that moment in and off, Juho had bought some news about the Rs group from a man wearing glass. Seemed like it was something quite important. Juho suspiciously asked him if true. He got angry. "I sell information to make a living. Why would I lie to you? This is top secret. I am only saying this one. Careful. If you do anything, do not drag me into it." Juho just got a call from Suyin. He greeted his uncle and left immediately. Suyin called to inform him about the situation that just happened at the hospital. Juho was worried, but Suyin reassured him that he was still okay. It is not this time. Police were also searching for Ezun's location. Additionally, Suyin wanted to ask him what to do about Hezun's situation. He started to explain. "Well, that is how it is." Juho was a bit surprised to find out Choi Ezun had gotten into trouble like that. At the same time, he also had information to report to Shein about the Rs group. At the Rs Guild off, Dong Dai was sitting with his legs crossed on the desk, reading a cigarette in his mouth, looking very cool. Suddenly someone walked in. He was a bit annoyed and scolded why they did not knock, but then realized it was Hechrun. He wondered why he was there. Suddenly realizing that his body was covered in blood, holding a blood-stained sword. His cold face asked Dong Dai, "President, I want to ask you something. If an awakener uses their power on another, and then that awakener dies, does that power become ineffective? So that is how you end your own problem. They say if you can't solve the problem, you should deal with the one who created it. You came to eliminate Dong Dai. You have already killed other awakeners before coming to Dong John." He showed a look of surprise, quickly realized the issue, angrily asking back at Ezun, "What do you intend to do to dare to ask me that?" News of Ezun attacking Cheyenne at the hospital spread through the media. Breaking news: an awakener has attacked Songjio Hospital in Gangnam Gusun. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The awakeners management agency is currently investigating the case. The suspect is Choi Hek from the War God Guild. The victim of the attack is an awakener. Yusun had also seen the news by this. She anxiously paced around, calling Fjijun, but only received a response from the operator. "The number you just dialed is not reachable. Please try again later." She just feared that he would do something reckless. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door that startled her, and she fearfully asked, "Who's it?" It turned out to be Kim Soo-yeon. Yuzin invited him in and made him a hot tea. He awkwardly said, "Thank you for inviting me in. I hope my visit is not too sudden." She must be really uncomfortable. Yuzin is not bothered by him being here. She is just uncomfortable because the person sitting in front of her, the one her boyfriend attacked. He has been pretty famous lately. I have heard Hecjun talk a lot about. He always says he wants to be someone like you. I have seen the news that Ezon attacked, but he is not the type to do things like that. Son hurried to comfort Yusung, although he did not know the specifics of the situation. Azon had mentioned Yuan's situation. The reason Hecjun approached him might also be due to the order from the gang. He saw Hecjun looking quite desperate when he came to see him, but in the end, he did not ask for his help, but said he would handle it himself. That time, he could not force Hecjun to do what he wanted. "That is why he came all the way here to find out more," he said. "I want to know what you are thinking." Yusan. Hearing this, Yusung covered her face and burst into tears. Azon had always been there to encourage. She recalled what he said. "As long as you are okay, everything will be okay. So do not give up. I will do anything for you." Yuan cried out for help just like Jun had pleaded with Sohan. "Please, help us. I have never been able to fight by his side, so please do not let Azon fight alone." Suan had been waiting to hear those words. Maybe he wanted to help Hak, but he did not want to accept help. Now he has a reason to help. As for Hangjun, this moment, he is being beaten badly by Deng Feng. To be honest, to fight that guy, you are no match. Besides, you have already been hurt a lot, so just one from Dong Rang made you cough up blood. That blue poison controls Hakjun's body, causing him to collapse. He sneers mockingly. "Hak, run. Oh Hak, I have felt sorry for you a lot, but out of all the choices, this is the worst thing you have ever done. You really think you can beat me just because you are a little stronger right now?" Hakjun just feels pain. His body one T-less. Feel like thousands of thorns are piercing through me. Dong Dai is feeling quite pleased about this. "Have you seen the difference between you and me? I do not even need to snap my fingers for you to die." Dong Dai, Hak angrily said, "Actually, I already knew that Yuan's illness was caused by Dong Dai poisoning. There is no coincidence or salvation. You set this up, force me into your gang, you dog." And then he continued using that tact pressure me into inviting Sun into the gang. Az was angrily chastising himself. He had known everything for a long time, could not do anything because he was too weak. Dong Dai pretended to remember and said to Hazan, "Well, you guessed right. I almost forgot about that girl." Dong Dai's attitude made him determined to eliminate him at all costs. He reassured himself, "Stay calm for Hak Run. Things are different now. I will be infinitely intertwined with." Dong Dai said, and he tried his best to attack him with the sword. He just calmly snapped his finger, and my body was immediately controlled by poison. I fell to the ground in pain. Dong Dai thinks your actions are really foolish. Dong Dai has many different types of poison. He admitted there are chronic poisons like the one he used on Yusa, but there are also some that will quietly accumulate and explode like the poison controlling Henzun's body. He anticipated that one day Hecjun would betray him, so every time they met, poisoned him. "You should control your expressions a bit better." He said this while kicking Afsucker Run into the door like kicking a ball. At this, Atsi was seriously injured. Since he only saw half the world, he could only see Dong John's leg. He knew he had failed. Disappointment flooded his mind. He thought of Suyin and blamed himself. In the end, I could not kill Dong Dai, and I could not heal Yuan. on. I am truly irresponsible. I know that if I fail, Sun will be left alone, but I still recklessly came. Use it. Perhaps he was just trying to escape this hell through death. Just when he thought everything had ended here, figure appeared. It is. He came to save Evzun. Dung Dung Dai was quite surprised by this appearance. Hello, we have met before, right? I am here to register as a member. Is this really happening or am I dreaming? Kim Ek-soo just came here by herself to ask to join the group. The two people are talking on the sofa. Dung Dung Dai has not said anything yet. Needs to show the application to Xian. Soon rolled his eyes towards I, his eyes hiding something he wanted to say. Dung Wang Dai suddenly said, can only say that this is quite surprising. I thought you were pretty reluctant to join our group, but you came to meet us first. I am a bit curious. Can I ask why you suddenly changed your mind like this? He thinks things are not as simple as they seem. He is not an honest person. Everyone must know that if Suyin came looking for us, he definitely has another purpose. Suyin replied, he is not a good person either. He simply looks down on all this hero stuff. Dung Lukung Dai and he can agree on what the other wants to have. Then working with anyone does not matter. But that is exactly what Dung Vung Dai wants. Person who only cares about benefits is happy to hear this. But to be sure before agreeing on anything, he wants Suyin to sign the contract first. Suyin signed without hesitation. Dung Dai is like, oh my, I did not think it would be this easy. So let us officially talk about the job. What are your conditions? The first thing Sunan wants to do as a member of the God Warrior group is to ask Dung Wing Dai talks if I have. This surprises Dung Wing Dai a lot. Keep him from being suspicious. You will need a reasonable excuse for this. I mentioned the work of the association, so Koyazun being here is not great for my job. And I do not know if you have seen the news yet, but I still have a few things to sort out with that guy. Right. Son just wants to use that to have a valid reason. Who would be thought Dung Wing Dai would fall for it right away? He burst out laughing. Ha. You want me to treat him so you can handle it yourself? Actually, it is feasible to do, but even if I detox him, he won't be useful anymore, because the after effects of the toxin will still linger in his body. Su said, I do not care. Alone Choi Ekshi is better than 100 level C awakener. Dung Xinjiang agreed to detoxify Hada right away, but I thought this guy was paranoid. It is surprising he trusts someone. He says it and does it without hesitation. I wonder if he is really thinking clearly right now. After saying that, he grabs Hechjun by the neck, and the toxin gets sucked out by his hand. Once done, he coldly tosses Ekshi away without a hint of pity. At this moment, Suyin approached Hechjun, placed a hand on his shoulder, and softly told him he had come after meeting Yuan. As exhausted, suddenly opened his eyes wanting to say something. Son immediately signaled for him to be quiet. Do not make a sound or you will blow our cover. Bro. Next, Dung Dongjan told Chine about the distribution of compensation and his position in the association. His compensation will be 70% of the income from the dungeon, and he will represent the president of the association, which is that guy, because he thinks the way you work is not very good at this point. So Han no longer cares about that. He turned away coldly and said, if everything you do is just a job, then I do not need to stay in this unspoken agreement. What I want is 100% of the income and the position of president of this association. Just hand it all over to surprise. Old man. Soon then revealed his card. Dung Dong Dai was unexpectedly furious and burst out laughing. I knew you were planning something. You want me to hand over my association to you just to join? Don't joke like that. Soon felt there is nothing for this crazy guy to laugh about. He is a cruel man. He has exploited information from those weaker than him and used their weaknesses to threaten them. That is how he built this association, because that is how this association operates. You will also use that same method to take the association from someone weaker than you. That only made Dung Dai even angrier. Don't act superior to me with fake sympathy. I do not exploit information from them. I am just using them thoroughly. Do you feel pity for herbivores when they get hunted by predators? From the very beginning, they are just stupid and weak creatures. They live with no value at all. By the laws of nature, they are destined to be eaten. But I am the one who used them the right way. I turned them into something useful for this society. Lacking strength, lacking determination, lacking intelligence. That is the real sin in this world where only the strong can survive. That is the world of the false awakening. This guy's theory sounds good, but it is just nonsense. He considers himself strong, so he thinks he has the right to use the weaker. But it seems he only knows that, forgets everything else. Those seemingly weak herbivores will fight back against predators, protect themselves. That moment, a miracle happens. It appeared right behind Dung Dung Dai. Hello. Did not see that coming. Did you, old man? By the time you realized, it was too late. Hechjun jumped up and slashed scoundrel with terrifying power. He is definitely done for now. That is what he needs to feel. Counterattack of the weak. Getting slashed by the one you underestimated must feel pretty satisfying. But Ekshi not only was dying just now, but also had the poison in. He must be rising up with the strength of love. Getting slashed with such a long sword. Dung Dong Dai must be on the altar right now, staring at the naked chick. There is no way he is still alive. Achi nervously removed the bandages on his head. The wounds had completely healed. I am not sure why I asked Suyin what happened. I thought I was definitely going to die from Dung Dong John's poison. Even after being detoxified, the body was so heavily damaged that it could not heal. That time, he could not feel any part of his body and could not see anything in front of him. Only when Suyin placed his hand on his shoulder did it seem like transferred some energy that made him feel better. Why are you helping me so much when we just met for the first time, and even right now? But maybe this is not the right time to talk about that, because Suyin knows that Dung Bung Jun is still alive. He rose up like a zombie and laughed loud, trying to ambush me. I am going to teach you a lesson. Eki, run. I have always wanted to do that. The reason he did not die is that he knows how to use healing skill. Has not activated level 2 healing magic. Level 9 with a 5% proficiency that heals external wounds. The healing speed increases based on the user's proficiency. Suhan was also quite surprised, not expecting him to know how to use healing skill. As at this moment, felt like he had two, so he started to bow. Shut up, Dungvingda. I really want to kill you right now. You do not stand a chance when it is 1 against 2 with me and Kim Sui. If you stop here, I will give you a chance to repent in the cupboard. Dung Dung Dai laughed like a madman after hearing that. Are you messing with? Then a green energy emanated. A moment later, he was seen standing in a puddle. Oh wait, puddle of green toxic sub. Azun quickly reminded Suyin to run fast. The two immediately jumped on the table to avoid it. Suyin calmly asked, what the hell is this? This is Dung Dung Dai's strongest skill. Level 4 poisonous green area. Level 5, 55% 100% proficiency creates a region covered by lethal poison. The range of the skill and the damage caused by the poison will increase according to the magic level. He will be able to cover an area with lethal poison. It is a deadly area of effect damage skill. At this moment, Dung Dong Dai said to San, "Hey Kim Soo-yeon, do you think I suppressed the weak to build this guild? I think you are right to some extent, but do you know what else? The fact that I can do those things is a privilege of the strong." Saying that, his face turned red like a bloodthirsty demon, spewing poison towards the two. It seems he can control the poison at his feet. Ez rushed to attack but was met poison towards him, but his sword was big enough to block this. The two realized poison only affects living beings. The table and sword were unaffected. Son thought that in this, as long as there is a barrier, poison won't infect, it would be fine. Things were not that simple. Dung Dong Dong unleashed acid from the purple area, corroding a large hole in Son's barrier table. Luckily, he backed away in time. Now he understood that attack and defending against living beings with the green poison skill challenging. He also uses acid skills to attack other targets. The blue and purple acids surround him to protect himself from ambushes. The harmony between those two skills is truly remarkable. Dung Wang Dai is feeling cocky and provocative right now. Kim Soo-yeon, you are considered one of the best, but you still do not qualify to be a hero. Do you really think you can kick me out of the guild like this? Soo-han, fine, I admit I was wrong, but what is right for you? Right after that, blood drop appeared from Soo-yeon. Does that look familiar to you? Exactly. That is the skill Soo-yeon got from the Anang blood spear battle. Those blood drops transform into countless spears. The feature of the blood spear is that it covers the entire target. If you are that strong, then dodge all of them for me. Soo-yeon flicked his hand, and hundreds of spears attacked Dung Dai, making him run for his life. But at that moment, he used poison to create a barrier. He charged in, using his sword to clear a path for Sun, but strangely, the blood spear had no effect when it encountered the poison barrier. Sun continued to try to ambush from behind, while Son attacked from the front. Dean Go Kich Tai. This Dung Dung Dai on it, not only dodging but also continuing to use the poison barrier to create a shield. Every blood spear is blocked. Once again, Shan's strike came through. Dung Dung Dai laughs triumph. Whatever you say, my poison can attack and defend. Is perfect, right? His skills are really annoying. However, he does not know that Soo-yeon has holy fire. He says to Dung Dung Dai, I just need to burn it all, right? At this moment, he attacks the holy fire towards Dung Dung Dai, and we see his green poison completely burned away, taking the chance. Hundreds of blood spears pierce through him. With a loud bang, that terrifying power slams Dung Dung Dai's body against the wall. At this point, he is seriously injured, and his poison skill has lost all the poison is gradually returning to his body. This is a good opportunity to finish, but sensing he is about to die, Dung Dung Dai still launches his final move. He uses words to play with Hexurun's psychology. I will create an antidote for you. If you kill me, poison in you stun won't go away. You are hoping the poison in that little girl will dissolve when I die. You are betting on that, or will you let me live and save you, Son? Zun feels very conflicted, not knowing what the right choice is. Son advises him not to listen to that jerk anymore. What is there to resolve? With you here, nothing is impossible. Then he just steps forward, stepping on the green poison without hesitation. This action surprises everyone. Poison slowly seeps into his bloodstream. The strange thing is, you are fine. The yellow energy radiates throughout your body. The poison has been completely cured, and your energy has been fully replenished. It is very clear. The water has the ability to heal itself and others. Thanks to your energy, Jun could recover so. This makes that Dung Divung Dai think he is dealing with a goat. Your poison does not affect. Dung Dai is really off his rock. What kind of bullshit light is this? That skill comes from the treasure of the Sefti Lai Guild. It is the reward from the second level of the challenge. You reach stage 10 and complete it at 100%. It is an item that heals all injuries and removes all negative. However, it can only be used 5 times. So Hun explained to Azun. He used this skill for the first time at level 10 of the challenge tower, and the second time at level 10. The next time was when he saved Azun, and once more to recover from the poison, totaling 4 times. And this last time, he gave it to Evzun so he could save his girlfriend. Azun took it and was very moved, continuously thanking Soo-yeon. Soo-yeon then dealt with Dung Dai, who was still cursing away. I tightened my grip on his throat, planning not to hold back. He was still able to speak at this. I am the leader of a large guild, and even if people do not notice this is a fight between awakened one, what would happen if they knew you killed me? I know many important, and even if you are a famous rook, you will pay the price. If he is a large guild, after killing him, Soo-yeon won't be able to go out easily. However, I know this guy Dung Duong is connected to a chaotic crime organization. That was the news Juho had informed me about. Juho confirmed that the Ars Guild has ties to the Chaotic Guild. Because the Chaotic Guild has a base in another, it has not been able to extend its reach to South Korea yet. Therefore, to penetrate South Korea more easily, they chose the Ars Guild as a bridge. Above all, using the network and capabilities of the Ars group, they eliminate anyone who suspects their relationship. And now the Chaos group has also noticed Sahan terrorizing members of other groups, committing crimes along with the Chaos group, kill civilians. Do you think that is enough good reason to kill you? And I am waiting to see how everyone reacts. This is the perfect time to unmask someone. In other words, you are just bait, right? This time, there is no need to hold back. Soo-yeon won't hesitate to take down Dung Wing Di. He used his last bit of strength to try to poison you. But right now, it is like throwing eggs against a stone. His poison has no effect against your magic resist. You are just playing around, and it will be even more fun if you let Dung Dai experience what it feels to be poisoned by his own poison. Saying that, San injected the poison into. He screamed in pain. It hurts so much. Damn it, it hurts too much. Then quickly grabbed the antidote. But what is the point? He is going to die anyway. Son drew his sword and severed Dung Dai's hand. The antidote was also destroyed. You really enjoy watching others suffer because of your antidote, do not you? Don't you think you should experience that feeling yourself? The pain from that poison seems excruciating. Dung Dai looks like he is going crazy. He would rather die than endure this agony. Saying that, he lunged towards the glass door, committed suicide. Son felt utterly disgusted. It hurt so much that he could not stand, yet he made others endure it. Now it is all over. Son released Fog Hong and blew up the building. Everything he achieved through his actions will be erased from this world. In May 2023, the Ars Guild officially disbanded. This moment, Azun brought the treasure back to Yustan. When she put the necklace on, a pure light surrounded her body. Very quick, she felt restored and comfortable. The two of them joyfully embraced and cried. Un said to Yusan, I could not have done it without help. It is not just me, Yusnan. You have received help from others too. That is why I will stop regretting the past. Just like others helped me, I will help others. Yun also comforted comforted her boyfriend. Do you remember what I always tell you? Don't try to do everything alone. I can't fight beside you, but I will definitely cheer for you on the path you have chosen. The couple is crying together inside. Outside, there is a figure talking on the phone. He is talking to Son about their situation. Son wants to know if Azun is safe and how Yuan is doing. Duo also reported that everything is very good. Azun has safely returned. Yuan is also doing better. They look very happy. It turns out Suan has always wanted to keep an eye on and be ready to help Azun, which is why he asked Juho about. But now everything is settled, so you should be at ease. After the incident, Korean media reported that around 9:00 p.m. last night, we received a report that the headquarters building of the Ars Guild in Soon Gangnam collapsed. Although we have confirmed that there were no casualties from the incident, the body of the guild leader Dung Dong Dai was found underneath the building. Police are currently investigating. Investigators say he died from the impact fall, but there are signs of a struggle. Meanwhile, at the management company of the Fake Awakening, the director is asking Sohan to explain to him what happened, but he does not want to answer. He already told everything to Kim Do-wai. He only does what he thinks is necessary. The director angrily reprimands Sohan, saying that not only did he break into the guild's headquarters, but he also killed the guild leader and destroyed the building. He has just committed an act some people consider to be terrorism. Dung Dong John used his abilities to blackmail many people. Sohan is sure that the director knows about the crimes that the Ars Guild committed in the underworld, but he did not act and just stood by watching. He still believes that he has done something beneficial for this association. Aren't they just a mess that needs to be dealt with? But the director only thinks that Sohan is trying to justify himself and demand that he provide important evidence to prove what he said. He believes that even if the Ars Guild has committed all those illegal acts, Sohan has no right to judge them. You think you are the real hero because they have supported you all this time. Anang. The director sneered at Son beside Kim Do-wai, who could not even take in his words, so he hurried to stop it. Direct. What are you talking about? Son has never asked for any. There is one thing about you that no one knows. A very good feeling repeated over and over. You feel like you are the farthest from what people consider a hero, risking your life to save the world and help others. You do not do all those things just out of compassion. You do it because you do not want anyone else to do it. Everything you have done so far is just following your Son now approached the director's desk, his expression becoming terrifying and cold as he said, "You two should be careful. I will do whatever I want, even if it means killing you." Hearing this, the director must have been terrified, only able to force a laugh. Come on, do not act cold just because of a joke. Isn't the title of hero a nice thing? It is not like you are insulting or anything. The joke was not funny. Son was tense. The director said he would use the association's power to help Jun get out, but there was one condition. He wanted to use this incident to go against Sohan and use him for any task he thought of. Sohan seemed to read his mind, abruptly refusing, which made him angry. Hey Sui, this is not as simple as you think. It does not change the fact you have just committed a serious crime. Do you understand? No matter how strong you are, without help from the union or from other awake, it won't matter. This guy is really stubborn, rambling too much. Suyin did not say anything, just opened a recording file on his phone. The voice coming out is too familiar. It is the conversation between the director and Luko about the incident in Anang. Do you remember his attitude during the Anang incident? Even if everyone died, that is not my responsibility. He was surprised, not understanding why Suyin had that recording of their conversation. But now Suyin had grasped his weak. The awakened one killed the head of a major crime organization, going against the director of the association, who does not care about public safety. I am wondering who the public will protest against. I do not think there is much that I actually need. Even the director can do his job. You are trying to threaten me. I will retaliate. Son made the director furious, yelling, then provoked him again. Just kidding. Do not overact, but you really do have a way to solve every problem. As he left the company, Son recalled the director's anger. You would better this is got it. Do I feel like I have gone too far? I just want to teach that guy a lesson. Can't believe he dared to threaten me. Well, I guess I should let some things go. Son does not want to cause any trouble right now, so he decided to go to the tower until things calmed down. The title of hero. At one point, that title haunted Suyin, and he just wanted to run away. However, throughout that process, he helped a lot of people and received their thanks. So if what he wants to do is walk the path of a hero, then a hero is what he will become. After the collapse of the Ars Guild, public opinion about Son started to spread. Is he a hero or a demon who exists just to show off power? This led to meeting. One side argued that he is a hero who saved the city of Anang. Without him, all 6,000 people would have died. Son was strong and quick-witted, which is why he could save them. The other side opposed that he is not a hero. Kim Suyin is a power-hungry person who constantly shows off his strength. The Ars Guild was important in dungeon exploration, but since he did not like them, he destroyed the entire guild. However, not only did he not face any punishment, he was treated specially in dungeon exploration. Although it is just a fake awakening seat, makes him think you have a connection with the association and that the association has allowed you to do this. On the other hand, the number of dungeons he has cleared, including Anang, is already dozens. If all he wants is power, he could just climb the challenge tower. Why bother clearing dungeons? This discussion continues to heat up while Kim Suyin has already escaped. However, despite the rumors and criticisms from the community, he does not care. What he focuses on now is only what he wants and what he has to do. Frustrated, the fake Kim Suyin is returning to the real world. Du is sitting quietly at a cafe when Ebzun happens here too. Azun can't believe that this worker is still working after traveling such a long way to get here. It has been a long time since they last met, almost a month. Han asks Duo how he has been since then. He just sighs. Don't ask anymore. I need more time because no amount is enough. I have to keep going to the association that manages fake awake. I have to enter the challenge tower and even go clear dungeons too. Azun asks if he is still helping Sohan. Yeah, since I am also working for him, I guess I should ask for a salary. Azun is silent, looking a bit embarrassed. He thanks him for helping during the Guar's incident. Thanks to Duo, he was able to prove his innocence and spend time with Yan. Duo happily accepting, reminding him not to worry. Just think of it as a debt he has to repay to him. In return, Zun will treat you to a meal. Du will check on Yan's health. She is still doing well. The two are always together. Now that Hexi Zun is trying to return to the tower, she is trying to stop. Suddenly, Su Hoyan appears behind, prizing Hex Jun. Duo is annoyed by his friend, who is always late. Su Han, with a straight, takes Fg Zun's glass of water and drinks it in one go, making him very angry. No matter how close you are, you should not steal food from us. Order your own. Why are you so handsome but have such a bad personality? Soohyun pulls out an egg and says, you two should look at this. This is an egg from a holy beast. The two are curiously staring at it. He got it while cleaning the 10th floor. Azun is excited and can believe his eye. This is a super rare item. He has heard that it possesses a special power. This is why Son has to stay here to deal with it. It has not reacted since you got it, but it started reacting when you cleaned the 20th floor, and then nothing happened again. Maybe because this is a living item. He thinks he should ask an expert. Out of frustration pretending to. Song Han Ki knows more about holy beasts than anyone else. Du is worried whether he will agree to help or not. Song Hai Ki does not accept others' proposal because he is in a top 3 regeneration group, and although that person is a big name, he is not connected to an associate, so it would be very hard to ask him for help. However, Sohan is not worried about that. He knows that person is very passionate about sacred beasts, and surely won't he pass up the opportunity of this. Soyeon sent a message to Hai Ki saying he has a sacred beast egg. Back in touch, Soyeon knows that to get that person's help, one must be extremely patient. He will come with his condition. Meanwhile, Han Ki has read that message. Suddenly, a subordinate comes in to report. Seeing the dragon trembling, Han Ki gently reassures it. His subordinate has finished researching a person named Kim Soohyun. He is an awakener, a magic foundation that usually leans towards swordsmen and magic. They say he is a big name. Hearing this, Han Ki can't understand where he gets the courage to dare to call himself that. All that information is official. However, he is holding a top rank on every week in the challenge tower up to level 29, and he is known as the #1 reason for the dungeon cleanup incident in Anang. It is safe to conclude that he is a C rank. Brother Ki is deep in thought. Long stories always hide secrets. He is the same way. It is all just a fact. The junior brother continues to say that there are rumors he often goes to the association process his promotion to rank. However, Hinky is surprised by this information. Kim Soohyun will complete the promotion procedures to rank. Outside, many reporters are here chasing after news. It seems the rumor about evaluating Sohan for ranks has spread. Although Jae Dooho tried to keep it a secret, it seems it is futile. Azun points to the glowing egg and said, "Are you really going to take it? I have already said it. I will make Song Hai Ki want it." This moment, the journalists have also spotted Kim Soohyun. They raised their cameras at him and started asking, "Kim Soohyun, you have been selected as the standout rookie. What do you have to say about this? Is there a reason for receiving the ranks evaluation after all this time? Is there any association you want to join? We are sure about your actions in Anang, but how did you know that would happen?" Juho and Edzun have to work hard to maintain order and protect their big brother. A reporter saw and questioned the egg in Soohyun's hand. Another person also suddenly recognized that it was indeed the egg from the rumor. He did not hesitate to say that this is just an egg of a myth. He also mentioned that since there are many more things to know, anyone with information about this matter should contact. The reporters continued to throw questions. How did you get that precious thing? Did you take it from that older brother? But he did not provide any additional information as this is his plan. Soon thought to himself, that should be enough. As I have shown the egg, he will come to see me soon. Suddenly, Soohyun was taken aback by a question from the reporter earlier. "Kim Soohyun, please answer this question. Regarding the terrorist actions of the Ars group, there are sources claiming that you are responsible for the destruction of the Ars group. Please express your opinion on this issue." Soon silently turned to look at the person with a piercing stare. "It seems everyone is braver now. If I really were a terrorist, what would you all do?" Everyone turned pale. Faces drained of blood after hearing that. The encirclement by the reporters was also broken. Aki admired the cool demeanor of the older brother. Du reminded him to relax. The situation is going downhill fast. But Soohyun did not care. "If I have to think about things like that, I won't be able to do anything at all." So he has achieved his goal. Now the lips have been loosened. All that is left is to sit and wait. Let us see if Hatch a big. Three of them confidently walked to the evaluation room. The room representative said that before entering, you will be allowed to bring in a reporter with you. Soon only needs 2 close friends inside. The others should go back. The reporter started to chat. He is kicking everyone out. Does he not plan to join any group? I guess that is hot news. I need to tell the manager. Over here, Vice President Kim Sin of the Death Association is reporting to the association about Son kicking everyone out except for 2 close. He will continue to observe. Inside the evaluation room, the instructor starts to explain the rules and right you must lie with in case you pass this level assessment. Every level awakener receives their salary on the first day of month. In return, every level awakener will regularly enter a designated dungeon, rotating with others' levels as a task. Just as the instructor was about to briefly explain the test, someone suddenly came down from the stairs. He said, "From now on, I will explain." That was Kim Doi. Soo-Hun was quite surprised by his presence here. Since he said he was an employee, he has an obligation to participate and observe all tests. And above all, he cannot miss the chance to see Son's limits firsthand. He started explaining the procedures as they moved to the next floor. This level assessment is very different from the regular level assessment. You will have to complete a test similar to the challenge tower. Through the test, the level and physical limits, as well as magical ability, and even magic control will be assessed. Not only all statistics, every factor of the battle will be thoroughly examined. The system and the test itself are the capabilities of an awakener. Depending on the time or place, it can create an environment where an S-rank awakener can showcase their ability. That is the ability of the top awakener in the United States known for his illusion skill. Johnny Brad. Soon is reminded by the machine not to try to eliminate magic to accept it. Now they will begin this. Soon is placed in a dark space, even knowing in advance. He still can't get used to this illusion. Suddenly, a large hand attacks. Soon quickly dodges the attack. It is an ugly monster with tremendous destructive power. It does not even give him time to take in the scenery. The boss and its minions scream and charge at him. "Well then, I will draw my sword and fight too. Let us get this started." His dungeon crawling ability will be tested to see if he qualifies to rank up to S. Not only his basic stats in battle but also his survival skills in adversity, physical resilience, attack power, and even his mental fortitude will be evaluated. All of these will be examined in the process. Endurance and decision-making ability, composure, vision, judgment, and tenacity. However, caution, do not get swept away by your own strength. Fall into the illusions created for the test. The number of heroes who have fallen here due to pride and weakness has reached hundreds. When you realize your abilities in the present, shatter that unpredictable future and survive, and in the process, prove yourself to be a hero. Just after 15 minutes and 48, Suhan completed the first test, which is truly impressive. However, I thought to himself, his completion time was not much better than the other awakened's rank. The original purpose of the first was to assess survival skill, especially in situations when faced hordes of monsters. However, not many passed this first test, but for him, this was just a simple test as if he were joking. He was really looking forward to So-hun's performance in the next second test. The second test began immediately, not even giving him time to rest. Suddenly, a strange red light appeared. The second test is to assess agility and the ability to control magic. He started using his power aimed at the monster, but it recovered, not destroying their core. No matter how many times he defeats, they will revive. So to complete this test, he needs to find a way to destroy the hidden core within them. Magic, endurance, mana, accuracy, and concentration all must reach perfection. With that, both sides rushed into battle. Son gently pierced through the person and retrieved its core. He does not have much time, so he will finish quickly. So the second test has also been completed in 17 minutes and 3 seconds. Duho witnessed everything and still can't figure out why Ekshi-jun intended to fight someone as intimidating as this. He thought it was cool at that moment. He really had no other choice, and did not think he'd be that strong. Even now, he is even stronger than before. Dua knows that those down there are also surprised. They are definitely not here just to see how strong he is. The director must have sent Dua here to check Son's weaknesses. The staff member in the white shirt is utterly amazed. In the first test, although it took some time to assess their overall ability, 15 minutes is more than enough time to complete it. Yet Suyin only took 1 minute from the moment the monster appeared to complete the second test. He broke Park Zion's previous record of 40 minutes. Nen and Livin can't believe witnessed this firsthand. Dua also can't believe in Korea, or rather the whole world. Perhaps Suyin is the greatest hero. Suddenly, the screen displayed no signal, and everyone panicked as the connection was lost. On this side, something is also happening with Suyin. Inside the illusion, a gigantic horned monster appears. Suyin can't believe his eye. Why is he doing this? I think you are joking a bit too much. The monster roared, showcasing its power. So-hun can sense that something must have happened. Outside, everyone is actively checking the power source and calling the technical department to handle this issue. Everyone is trying to get in touch with Johnny Brad. They are currently attempting to contact the U.S. Fake Awakening Agency, but it will take some time. Dui feels that something is very strange. No matter what kind of ability So-hun is currently displaying, Johnny Brad's skills cannot be dismissed. Even if it is hard to accept, it means restoring the ability. By now, Kim Suyun's mind should have returned too, unless someone or something is blocking his exit. Inside, Suyun is still struggling to fight the monster, but it is very strong. He keeps getting thrown around. As far as he knows, this rank test should have ended when he passed the second round. Is there a mistake? This is an event that Suyun has never seen in his past life. He does not even know where this guy came from. The uninvited guest is frantically attacking him, but maybe it has chosen the wrong opponent. So-hun rushes at it with his sword, chopping off its arm, then slicing it in half. But the severed arm can still move and grabs Su, lifting him into the air. It is about to launch a direct attack, capable of immediately concentrating and releasing mana from both inside and outside the body, surpassing the limits of mana. So-hun immediately channels all his mana to release it at once. The sword with your power successfully the monster's throat. It just vanished like that. So tiredly looked at the sky. Is everything over? Opening my eye, I saw two scared little brothers screaming and destroying things outside. Are you guys trying to scare me? Axia Lunk Son felt like his brain was about to explode. Oh, do you know how worried I am? Joe hurriedly asked about Suyun's situation, then apologized. Thought there had been some technical issue earlier. Fortunate Suyun was. He asked about the test result. After going through such a deadly incident, he did not seem flustered at all. Do I now? Of course. You pass. Actually, I had already prepared a new awakening card for you in advance. This means that even before starting the test, Duai was sure he would become an S-ranked awakener. They handed him the new card. Now he is officially an S-ranked awakener. From now on, So-hun will only be assigned to dungeons registered by he has the highest priority to enter there, and he even gets an increased bank loan limit. So-hyun looked at his new card. No matter how many benefits an S-ranked awakener has, the only reason he wants to reach rank is so he can participate in world-class dungeon raids, because future threats do not only exist in Korea. With this, preparations are considered preparation to become a hero. Suddenly everything is shaken. There is some pressure weighing down on everyone. This is pressure from a massive source of mana. In this place, only the twin brothers can possess such powerful mana. Son does not believe it. How could he bite the bait so soon? But really, Hanki has shown up. Kim Suyun is quite surprised. Not thinking that Song Hyunki would act so calmly, takes out the egg and holds it out in front of Song Hyunki. Feels that Song Hyunki appears too ominous. After all, he must be here for the egg and this unidentified divine monster. Seeing the egg in Suhyun's hand, Song Hyunki's eyes brighten as he smiles and says, I am simply responding to your awakening. Now put it down and get lost. As he finishes, Hyunki releases his pet, which rushes towards Son. Son manages to dodge and realizes that this Song Hyunki is not interested in negotiation, wants to use force to take the egg. The situation is a bit dire because Suyun has just used all his mana for the previous test, so he thinks if he can't attack, he should defend. As long as he can protect the egg and not let Song Hyunki get it, he won't lose. But before he could put it away, Song Hyunki managed to block him and demanded he hand over the egg. Just then, the egg starts to shake violently and begins to hatch. Both are surprised to witness a little red creature, two cute horns emerge. Although it is still very small, Soon confidently asserts that this is a dragon. The dragon is one of the most powerful divine creatures. It is truly a blessing. This little dragon just hatched and opened its eye. It saw Suyun first and thought he was its mother, jumping up joyfully to hug his face. Another surprise was that when he saw this little dragon, Song Hyunki's dragon bowed its head. He was puzzled and did not understand what was happening, so he gently stroked it and asked Dong what was going on. After a while of exchanging thought, he realized something. The two of them changed locations to talk. At this moment, Song Hyunki learned that Su-hyun received this little red one as a reward, clearing the 10th floor after handling everything with a 100% success rate. It seems quite fierce. Song Hyunji teased it a bit, and the little one got so angry that it bit his hand. The dragon told him this little one was even higher level than it. For the first time, Suyun heard about levels among dragons. He asked Song Hyunki if he intended to take it away. He changed his mind and did not want to take it anymore, telling Su-hyun not to worry. Song Hyunki Sung Kyan playing with the baby dragon. Then he asked Suyun, do you know the lifespan of dragons? Just looking at your clueless face, I can tell you do not. Song Hyunki explained further, saying that even when they consume the spirit seed, they will fully mature after 3 years, and then live another 1,000 years. Unlike humans, pure divine dragons offer their owners unconditional loyalty, trust, passion, and affection, and they choose their owners even before they hatch. Characteristics change according to the owner's ego and behavior. So if their owner is evil, they can only become evil dragons. Even if they do not become cruel monsters, there will be those who see them merely as tools. That is one reason why we collect unidentified holy monster eggs, so they can't go down the wrong path. It is also for their safety and happiness. Sohn breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. Maybe he realizes that Song Hyunki in front of him is not a bad person. He asked the green jerk, I forgot how old Song Hyunki's dragon is. Song Hyunki pets it with a loving expression. The dragon looks big, but is actually only about 5 years old. It is still a baby. He can only live for another 100 years. Even if he lives long, the dragon will still have to fend for itself. In another 900 years, he just hopes that in those remaining 900 years, the dragon will forget its current master. Suhain originally thought that Song Hyunki was a quirky rich guy with a passion collecting divine, but now he sees him as very considerate. At that moment, the red dragon ran into Suyun's arm, interrupting his train of thought. Song Hyunki said this little one has chosen Suyun as its master. The divine monster won't hatch. It does not like that person or sense their compatible mana. So now his job is to keep an eye on Suyun. If Sohn does not raise it carefully, he will take it away immediately. You better take good care. Lucky bastard. Learn about the divine monster. First, you need to name this little one. Du Hyun thought for a moment and decided to name it Maya. At this moment, Maya was comfortably asleep on his shoulder. On the way back, Suhain was deep in thought. Realizing Hyunki seemed better than he thought, he was a bit worried because in his past life, Hyunki was unpredictable and he did not expect this side of him. He also said he would visit Maya often and reminded Suyun to take good care of him. Meanwhile, Maya was still sleeping soundly in Suyun's arms. He and Maya continued home, unaware that someone was secretly following them from the rooftop. Soon after, this person reported to some mysterious figure. Right now, Kim Suyun is returning with the divine beast. Should I continue to follow? On the other end, the mysterious person requested to be updated on all of Suyun's acts. They want to complete some kind of scenario. The follower immediately continued to tail Suyun. At this moment, a masked man appears from behind and unexpectedly attacked. After that, there is no more to say. The follower probably went to meet his mate. Sohn is unaware. Still standing there thinking about what they will do next. He feels like they have retreated and hopes they won't break into his house. Whatever will happen, will happen. As soon as he steps into the house, he notices something. Before he could turn on the light, Suyun realized someone was in his house. Suddenly, he was attacked from above, but he managed to dodge it. Sohn really does not want to fight in his own home like this. However, whatever comes, he just has to face it. The two of them rush in and start punching each other continuously. Sohn realizes this intruder is quite strong. He keeps up with Sohn's speed and almost gets a knee to Maya. Luckily, Suyun intervenes in time. He warns the intruder, we can understand breaking into our home, but you better not lay a finger on this kid. Right now, the fight continues. It won't be a problem for Sohn, since he has recovered a significant amount of mana. However, still does not know what this guy's goal is, fearing he wants to steal Maya so he can let go of Maya just yet. Suddenly, he raised a provocative finger. Suyun thought, you are tough, come over here. It was then that Shun realized they had only been fighting unarmed, and his only goal was to test the strength between and the other guy. Then he calmly set Maya, who was still asleep, down on the table, raised his hand, and taunted the intruder back. The two of them charged at each other and resumed their fierce clash. After a while, the intruder discovered Suyun's opening, punched him in the rib, making him furious enough to elbow the guy in the shoulder. Both sides were using mana to fight, appearing evenly matched, and everyone was sweating profusely. Suddenly, the intruder stopped, took off his mask and hat, revealing a beautiful girl. She was Parent, the leader of the Death Guild. It turned out her purpose coming here was to recruit Suyun into the Death Guild. They fought like that just to invite him to join the guild. Sohn was completely stunned at that moment. He was still in shock when Parent urged him to respond. After a moment, he looked confused. Does the Death Guild always recruit people by attacking them? She answered nonchalantly, because you are still alive. That does not matter. But what is with your attitude? Clearly, she was the one who started the trouble, and since their ages were not too different, his attitude should not be a problem. Parent, as a guild leader, definitely did not come here for simple reasons like checking how strong Suyun was. She is quite famous among the Awakened S class thanks to her impressive skills and attractive appearance. In her past life as Suyun, she was always the center of attention, being one of the few capable of leading humanity. However, in the battle against the Chaos Guild, she lost her life before she could fully develop potential. Therefore, it is clear that Park Zion and the Death Guild are also seen as enemies of the Chaos Guild. Even if it was just for a short time, Sohn was someone who once used the name of the Chaos Guild. There must be a reason that brought her here. Sohn asked her why she came to see him. She responded by asking why she was here. Then she pretended to think, wondering if it was too thoughtful. Sohn did not know what else to say. He had heard rumors that she was quite eccentric, but he did not expect the rumors to be true. If she had no other reason to be, then she should leave. I currently have no intention of joining any guild. However, sending her away like this felt a bit awkward, so Sohn decided to test her a little. He asked if Park Zion came here out of curiosity about the Chaos Guild. It seems he understood correct. Then the two sat and talked, with the intruder acting like she owned the place on the sofa, while the host had to sit on a wooden chair. Sohn explained that the reason he acted as if he had dealings with the Chaos Guild was to lure them to find him, because they always operate in the shadow. It is very difficult to find them, and above all, they are made up of separate teams. If they cut off contact with a team, you won't be able to track them anymore. Perrin feels that Sohn knows quite a bit about the Chaos Guild. She wondered if that is the reason you decided to wipe out the Ars Guild. The reason for that is simply because there is someone you want to save. Anyway, if you do not defeat the Ars Guild, it will eventually crumble. All the Korean guilds involved Chaos Guild are being attacked by Perrin. John heard this and burst out laughing in surprise. This was beyond her expectation. Suhun guessed right. Park Zion has wiped them all out. In the purge of the Chaos Guild, Park Zion's goal is to eliminate everything related to them. Turns out she is still as bloodthirsty as before. When it comes to anything related to Chaos Guild, her emotions always get out of control. Sohn wonders if she can suppress these uncontrollable emotions and channel them into magic. Both her attitude and her magic are impressive, but her talent is on another level. As you said, I have targeted each organization in Korea. However, what I found is just the tail tail end, and I still have not been able to gather any information about the body or the head of the organization. If I were to confront them directly, I would not have any information about their manpower or identity. That is why I have chosen to wait until the head starts moving, and that is when Son appeared. With the recent event, Park Zion is sure that the Chaos Guild will start to act, so she can't miss this opportunity. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so John plans to support Suyin to the fullest in preparing for the fight against the Chaos Guild. In other words, he wants to use Sehun. He asked Perrin why he was so obsessed with Chaos Guild. She recalled something that happened in the past that seemed very painful. I just resent that is why I have to take the life of their guild leader myself. After saying that, Park Jian said goodbye to Son and disappeared into the night. Son sat there thinking about the resentment that Jian just mentioned. Perhaps that is why the Death Guild pursued the Chaos Guild in their past lives. Suddenly, phone on the ground rang with a message alert. Suyin picked it up and could not believe it was a message from Payan. This is my number. The next morning, Azun and his girlfriend arrived at Suyin's house. The two finally had the chance to visit his home. Recently, Suyin had been a bit busy climbing the tower and reassessing his rank. Yun brought a big quad of roses to thank Shuyin for the troubles he had to go through. Although he has helped us a lot recently, I still have not had the chance to thank him properly. You are the hero who saved me and Black Jun. Although it is not much, I hope you accept this gift. As for Black Jun, even though he was too shy to say it, he was truly very grateful to Son. Suyi looked to and smiled. A hero. He bent down to smell the fragrance of the roses with a very satisfied expression. Thank you both. The scent of the flowers is very fragrant. Yun is asking Suyin about Son's pet. He is unsure whether to call it a pet or not. When he hears it is a dragon, Yun is excited to see it. Suyun feels a bit shy to refuse. Sorry, but Maya is sleeping right now. Being a baby dragon, she sleeps a lot. She just hatched recently. Before he could finish, Maya woke up and jumped onto Sun's head. Both of them were instantly mesmerized by how cute the little one was. Mia did not hesitate to fly over and settle down on Yunstan's shoulder. Suyun was surprised. He had never seen Maya approach anyone like that. Besides, she seemed really comfortable next to Yan. XG Zun felt a bit uncomfortable seeing that and wanted Maya to lie on his shoulder instead. Do you think you would be more comfortable on my shoulder? The answer is no. Mia showed her annoyance when Hechi Zun touched. At that moment, Sohan received a call from Park Zion. He went upstairs to answer the phone. Parkin announced that a rainbow dungeon was about to open in Bizen. She had never seen a rainbow dungeon open so quickly before. That is why the association seemed to be struggling to assess its difficulty. Even in Suyin's past life, there were not many cases of rainbow dungeons opening consecutively although there were a few exceptions. They should not be happening right now. Is it because the future ahead is changing? Son asked Pine, who was chosen to be the leader of the exploration team, and received the answer that it was none other than Song Hyun, but he declined. Pine will have the right to choose anyone she wants. She asked Suyin if he was interested. Sheehan felt he should evaluate the situation himself, so he agreed right away. The two made a deal with each other. John said, those bastards from the Chaos Group were supposed to show up at the meeting you told me about. There is also the issue that might arise, Chaos meeting in Korea. Just leave that to me. Sun could not believe it. Previous Chaos Group had consistently targeted the China, South Korea, the France in terrorist attack, revealing their true nature. Everything started when Lam Sestike prison appeared in the US during a prison raid. They assassinated a few false awakeners known as, and after failing to complete the prison outbreak occurred, resulting in countless deaths. He thought such an agreement was perfect. He would leave the Chaos meeting in Korea to Park Zion while he began investigating the events here. Sun did not forget to remind Park Zion to be careful. If she acted reckless, she would definitely be eliminated. But it seems Son had worried too much. Before calling him, she had already handled dozens of people from the Chaos Group by herself. She coldly replied to Sue, don't worry about that. I will send you a detailed message. What age are you to complain, old lady? If it were that easy for me to go down, I would have been dealt with a long time ago. Son received the message. The factions involved in the raid, including the gambling group, the chain demon group, and the Papian group, were a bit worried about whether they would listen to him or not. The next day, Kang Suman came to inform the Papian Guild about who would be the team leader. This man is Le Kang Hai, the leader of the Papian Guild, a so-called ranker. When Kang Sungun informed him that Kim Suyin was the team leader, he expressed strong disagreement. The association did not recognize he had just received this rank title. The lives of our people are so worthless that they let a rookie like him be in charge. But his rank rookie is still in his rank. Kang Sung Chan thought there was nothing wrong with the rule. Like Kang Hai stubbornly refused to accept a rookie. He wanted ins rank awakener of some stature like Song Hyenki or Payan to participate in this raid. Kang Sungun also went along with his request. That is what you want. Then I will tell them that the Papian Guild 1T participate. Like Kang Hai shouted angrily, are you messing with you jerk? Kang Sung Chiang could not help but laugh. The more Like Kang Hai got angry, the more he realized that a human life was in a critical situation, and this guy was still laughing. Kang Sung Chan laughed, saying everyone reacts this way when they find out Kim Suyin will be the team leader. It seems like your accomplishments in the past challenge tower mean nothing. You still have a long way to go. Looks like you have a lot of work to do. Kim Suyin was personally chosen by Parian for this mission. How could a so-called ranker like you understand that? Despite Lai's anger, Kang Hai was just trying to remind Kang Suman to keep an eye on Suyin. Who knows? He might change his attitude when he sees Suyin in person. Huang Ali B. Suyin arrived here with his companion Juho. Xiuan asked, why are you following? Anyway, I am not here to play. Since this is your first time as the team leader, I thought I could help. Great for Duo's kindness, but Son can give orders on his own. Duo has a way of acting like there is nothing he can't do, but the real reason he is here is that he is a senior in school. He does not want to be left behind by Son and Hazan. He needs to do whatever it takes to get strong, even if it is just a little. Good luck, senior. There are many awakening candidates, about 50 to 60, pretty impressive for a first raid, but when they saw Suyin, their expressions showed clear dissatisfaction. Son could not do anything to them. He was just an inexperienced rookie in dungeon raid. Like Kang Hai stepped forward and said, ha, look who it is, our team leader, Kim Suyin. Nice to meet you. I am the guild leader Papian like Kang Hai. Not giving Suyin a chance to respond, he added provocative, since you have no experience, I bet you are really nervous. I guess, considering he brought a guardian with. While saying this, he shook Son's hand, which he did not respond to, just squeezing his hand tightly. He must have seen that things were not going well, so he hurriedly said, it is just burying Vietnam. If you need help, just let me know. I am experienced with raid missions in dungeons. Thank you for your sincerity. I just hope everyone will follow my order, he said. Everyone forced a smile, but deep down, they secretly did not accept Hyun. Another man interrupted the conversation. He was the president of the Red Devil Society, Kim Tae-hyun. He also came to shake Soo-hyun's hand repeatedly. Tae-hyun explained that people like Lee Kang-hee tend to have a bit of pride, so he hoped Soo-hyun would understand. Next to Tae-hyun stood Pan, the leader of the Gamber Society. After greeting each person in turn, Soo-hyun felt that this situation was not going to be easy. The mana from Kim Tae-hyun was incredibly strong. Despite his outward smile, Mai was extremely skilled at hiding her own mana. Even though she tried to conceal her aura, Soo-hyun could still smell blood emanating from her body, so he needed to keep an eye on them. Shortly after, Soo-hyun told everyone to prepare for the raid on the dungeon. The battle quickly unfolded. With this many awakened individuals from the guild, conquering the dungeon was relatively easy. Just when everyone thought it was all over, Soo-hyun's little dragon growled as if it had sensed something. Soo-hyun also felt that something was off on this route. It could be a trap. Dooho quickly reminded everyone to stay alert. Lee Kang-hee looked down on Dooho because he was just a level hunter. Thinks you should feel happy to have a level S person working with you. Dooho was silent, not knowing what to say. Soon spoke, which made him shut his mouth and say he was just joking. However, before he could finish his sentence, Soo-hyun grabbed his collar and pulled him away, avoiding an attack. At that moment, Soo-hyun shouted loudly, "Everyone run!" Countless blue lights shone down, and a strange blue drop of water collected on the ground. Everyone was astonished by the sight of an underground spring gushing up, with water starting to surround the place where the group was standing. Lying Hai stood up in fear, while the others looked around in confusion, asking what the hell was going on. A city underwater was appearing before their eyes. The strange thing was that they could still breathe normally. An underwater city that looked like Atlantis. Why does this dungeon look so? Dua felt it was very interesting. Still breathe, and it does not feel like we are underwater at all. There are not even any waves. Soo-hyun said it is all thanks to the arrangements of this dungeon. Kim Tae-hyun felt that this place was suspiciously quiet. It did not resemble the legendary Atlantis, but rather felt eerie, like a ghost town. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, pointed in one direction. "Look over there." Everyone looked towards a ship drifting in the sea. The ship looked very ancient and emitted a thick aura. A fake spirit leaned in to tell Kim Tun, "President, there is something here that gives me the chill." Kim Tae-hyun heard this and replied, "He feels it too. Something seems off." He was about to suggest something to Sui, but before he could finish, a skull with a blood-red eye appeared in front of Tun. He stood frozen for 5 seconds. Like Kang-hai immediately turned and shouted, "Everyone get ready to fight. It is charging at us." As the ghost ship sped toward the raiding group, countless shadowy figures were laughing maniacally on board. The captain at the front was clearly a skeleton wearing a hat and a pirate suit, looking quite intimidating. He laughed loudly. "Ah, wake up, brother. It is hunting time." Then, a swarm of skeletons rushed forward. Kim Soo-hyun gathered mana into his sword and slashed at all the attackers in front of him, instantly turning them to dust. Soon muttered, "I thought only holy attribute attacks like holy fire would be effective against dark-type monsters. Thank goodness magic can hit them too." Like Kang-hai thought this would definitely work. He told everyone, "Magic works on them. Do not panic. They are just numerous. There is nothing to be afraid of. Whoever dares to defect, I will deal with them right away." Soo-hyun saw the situation was unfavorable. The leaders handled it quite effectively. While he could not expect more organized strategies like formation, the ability of these leaders to guide their members was still very reliable. "I think we can assign this task to them to handle." After thinking, Soo-hyun told Juho to let him handle things. While Soo-hyun planned to fly to the ship, Du was currently being attacked by a monster, angrily saying, "Damn it, I knew you would pull this trick." Soon did not care and helped Phoenix fly towards the ship. At that moment, the captain pulled out a gun and fired 3 shots at Phoenix, making it disappear. Soon jumped down as well. He guessed this was probably the boss. Continued to fire at him but missed every shot. Soo-hyun quickly moved closer to the boss and struck, lopping off his head. At that moment, a green mist spread out. His soul flew towards his minions. They turned around, but before they could do anything, he devoured them whole. It turned out he absorbed the souls of his subordinates. His head had returned, and the green flames grew much larger. 3 more skulls appeared above, all speaking at once. "Soul, we need more souls." Soon observed he had the ability to absorb souls to heal and strengthen himself, especially since there needed to be at least 100 souls around here. This battle could easily become a war of attrition, but the souls he absorbed were constantly crying out, "Help, don't, let me out. Please let me go. Can't take it anymore." This scene inadvertently reminded Soo-hyun of the past. Many hands trying to save him. Soo-hyun's face suddenly darkened and she glared at him, coldly saying, "You are starting to annoy me." The boss also became furious, beginning to withdraw his sword and launching a strong, relentless attack towards Soo-hyun, but he managed to dodge it all. However, the dodging seemed to make Soo-hyun feel uneasy. He rushed in using blue fire to attack, slicing his opponent in half. However, Son Bong-hong realized he was still alive and counterattacked. He was knocked back against the ship's map but did not fall. "Alright then, let us see him dance." Soo-hyun firmly drove the sword into the ground. He lightly stood on the sword and pondered what he should do next. It is not strong enough, but dealing with that regeneration speed is quite prolonging the battle not only wastes time, but even a strong attack like that has no effect. If this continued, it could get quite dangerous. He stared at the cap, who was also staring back at him. Don't think just because he is a skeleton that he does not think. He also thinks dangerous. That kid is using holy fire and attacks that have no effect on him without any thought. However, I am sure he will run out of mana. Thinking this, he said to Son, "Ha, this will be the last time you can smile." As he spoke, he extended his hand to absorb the souls fighting below. At this point, his head had many smaller skulls added. He laughed maniacally. "I am starting to get bored. Let me swallow you." Soo-hyun was utterly astonished by it. He was trying to absorb more souls, point where his body had countless eyes that looked very creepy. "Haha, I can feel my body filled with souls." Soo-hyun, cold, with a gaze full of killing intent, rushed in and struck him repeatedly with holy fire, but nothing happened at all. He started to worry. "Damn it, I am running out of mana." Captain noticed too and began to tease. It seems the flames are not as hot as before. Then, a beam of blue light flew towards Son. He reached out to try to block the attack. The tremendous force was enough to break the pillar in half. The ship was now shrouded in dust and smoke. Concentrated his strength once more, attacking Sean without mercy. Looking up from below, felt a bit worried for Soo, but in a moment of crisis, Maya's eyes brightened and a holy fire suddenly reached the cap, igniting his entire skull. The fire grew larger, causing him to thrash about in pain. Son felt his mana replenish, but his physical abilities were also enhanced. Perhaps Mia had boosted his strength. Son looked at Mia and she looked back at him, wagging her tail happily. The captain kept moaning, "What the hell is that bastard? I am sure he is out of mana by now. How many souls have I lost?" lost. Saan asked him confident, "Are you still alive? That is, then I guess I have to send you back to meet your ancestors again, until you can't come back anymore." He charged forward fiercely, and the quiet ship suddenly exploded from one of Suin's blows. Do-Hook felt a lot less worried about that. "I guess Son will be just fine." Son had the captain beaten until he was nearly out of spirit, knowing that if he continued, he would not survive. He hurriedly stopped Exuhai-han. Wait, it is the Bone King. The Bone King has ordered. He told me to deal with anyone who dares to approach the boat. That is why he has his pet here." Hearing this, Su-Han paused for a moment, while the captain thought to himself that he was afraid. He continued, "I am just a servant taking care of your pet's meals whenever it is time. I have no choice but to be here. I am just here to survive." Sun does not let him finish. A blue flame darts through, coldly sending him down to the 18th level of hell. He smiles and says, "Thanks for the tip. So to get through this level, we need to deal with that thing too, right?" Like Hanghai says this while wiping the axe in his hand. "I told you, we have to go by boat. Are you planning to keep waiting Kim's son to do it alone?" Tian is bandaging the injured member's hand. He feels the need to treat the injured first. Moreover, Son has not sent them a signal, which means it is not time to charge in yet. Like Hanghai thinks Tun is scared. Tian, feeling tired and uninterested in talk, sighs and replies, "I understand you want to achieve something, but you put everyone in danger from the start, and you still have not grasped the situation. I just can't understand how someone like you could become the leader of a gang." The two exchange words, and finally, Ti-hun asked Du-Ake for his opinion. "Du, what do you think about this?" Du looked around and replied, "Can't say much, but more importantly, do you see Park Moy around here?" Only then did he realize that not only Park Moy, the entire gambler club was nowhere to be found. Like he still thought they must have boarded a boat to Vivet. He wanted to quickly get on a boat and leave immediately. Duechu found it strange they suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace. Boarding a boat to Vet. If they had gone to a place worth noticing, someone should have seen them. Then Duo said, "Everyone, let us go look for the gambler first." The boat above looked extremely dilapidated, and a full-smelling object appeared, surrounded by a sinister aura in front of Sun. He looked at it and wondered if it was not still small, remembering what the captain said about having pets here. That is why people said it raised Jane flag. It was weak but was enveloped by the deadly power of the bone. So Suin still raised his sword for D, standing on his hand, was also flailing her arms and legs to ward off the sinister aura. Thanks to the magical resistance of the divine armor, Suin was unaffected by the sinister aura, but most awakened ones could not resist and would surely die from its. So this boat was like a cradle for the Bone King to nurture Jan Flag, and the ghost captain along with his crew killed and brought them onto the boat. The soul, like the subconscious of those killed in that manner, become the food that nurtures Siki Jane. The structure causes those who board the ship kill Seed A, Jan to perish due to the deadly power within. Its purpose is to further nurture Kaken's self-control and strength a little bit more. Operation is quite meticulous, but for now, it lies dormant under the seal. Su realizes he can use all his magical power to kill it instantly while it is still sealed. Son takes a ready stand, silently thanking the Bone King, saying that thanks to your seal, this is becoming easier. Suddenly, he is stabbed from behind by two swords. The two ambushers are very surprised to find their sword cannot pierce Son's body. Turns out there is a protective layer behind him. He immediately turns around and delivers a power kick that sends the two ambushers flying. Then, two more attackers charge at Son. He reacts, swinging his swords and hitting both. Just as he thought this was easy, he now feels something is off. Luckily, he had converted the equipment he received on the 21st floor into a prop, which saved his life. Suddenly, he turns around and says, "Stopping now means revealing yourself, does not it?" A woman's voice rings out. Just as I thought. You knew it already, did not you? It is Parma." She steps out with a blade in her hand. Behind her are thousands of bright red eyes. Son calmly says, with a strong smell of blood, "How could I not know? Are you advertising that the chaotic meeting is happening over there?" This moment, Moy took off his mask and smiled, saying, "He is exactly the person those guys up top are targeting. Even as Classmaster finds it hard to detect our camouflage. Your tricks are just too obvious. Aren't you bored with assassinating fake awakeners in the dungeons and launching terrorist attacks? Create chaos. This time you plan to assassinate, disguise yourself, and then cause havoc in the dungeon. The dungeon will appear in America and blame everything on me." Flinched at that. Think the hell is going on? How does he know about that? Even news related in America is restricted, so only a few people know about this point. He also laid his cards on the table. "That is right. You are not wrong. Finally, the day has come for us to show the world a chaotic blood festival in every country. I can't even imagine how many more people will die, and the one causing this tragedy will be Kim Soo-yeon, the one who kills all the elite masters conquering the dungeon. What a grand plan," he said, going mad. Soo-yeon just sighed and said, "But your plan can only be executed if you eliminate, right? Can you kill me?" He readied his fighting stance. "Keep cursing, because today I am definitely going to take your life." With that, he rushed madly towards Sun, followed by several of his underlings. Soo-yeon also prepared himself for a fight. He figured they definitely were not the only ones from Korea, and the ones who assigned them the task must be here too. "Well then, your job now is to deal with these guys, and let Park Zion handle the rest. Park Zion has already taken care of those bearded guys. Just calmly wait for someone to arrive." At this moment, a bald black man in a suit appeared looking very cool. He was on the phone with someone reporting that he had just arrived. The advance team has already entered the dungeon. He was confident that even if Soo-yeon survived, he could just finish her off afterward. He promised to hand over Kim Shun to the person on the other end of the line. Suddenly, he took off his glass and saw his subordinates sprawled out on the ground, while Perrin was sitting there. He immediately hung up. "I will contact you later." Then he casually asked her who she was. "Hello there. I have been sitting here since this afternoon. Unlike these guys, you seem much strong." Calmly asked, "Did you cause all of this by yourself?" Uncle Jong teased. "Who else could do this?" The bald man crossed the street, laughing, cursing at those useless trash who lost to a lone girl. Utterly humiliated, Uncle Dian stood up in frustration, as one after another, everyone here was saying similar things without any idea what was about to happen. So besides Kim Soo-han, there are still many pesky bugs in Korea. First, let us deal with this bug. Perrin did not want to say much. She grabbed her sword and charged straight at the bald guy. Meanwhile, Soo-yeon was fighting against the chaos. Maya's whole body radiated energy to provide mana for him. It even enhanced the power of his sword. One slash from him broke the sword in half and hit the opponent. The others rushed into ambush from behind. Thanks to the shield's protective attribute, they were unharmed. He turned around and slashed, hitting one guy in the stomach. The guy who had just provoked him also got hit right in the face. This guy realized and reminded his underling, if possible, do not aim for his back anymore. Hide and attack. So they immediately used stealth tech. Sun was observing the situation, relying on the assassin's trait. A surprise attack would be more dangerous than a direct confrontation. They made the right decision. However, Suin still had great confidence in his ability to detect danger, and with Maya by his side, he was not scared at all. He had used that skill before to prevent an ambush, but he did not expect the Bone King to help them hide their entire aura like this. So now he could only trust Maya. Can you sniff them out? He placed Mia on his head and instructed her to report immediately if she sensed to be harmed. Maya also signaled her agreement, starting to focus intensely to sniff out. Suin closed his eyes completely, listening to Maya's warnings. Suddenly, Maya pointed to the left and shouted. Suyin immediately sensed he could strike down one guy. He was about to level up but still did not understand how Suyin could do that. Maya's ability to detect danger was better than Sun. Thanks to that, I managed to take down another guy. The others are starting to feel uneasy. Doesn't the camouflage skill work? Another guy said. We used to disguise ourselves as gambers, so why do not we disguise ourselves as someone else and attack him? It won't work at all. If those tricks worked on, he would have been the prey of the captain's ghost already. The guy from before who was so loud about Afi Suhi-hun was now worried. I underestimated this guy. He is too strong. From the beginning, he was not someone we could handle. Not to mention we could go crazy at any moment because of the death aura. But suddenly he noticed something and smiled in satisfaction. He looked towards Sia Jane. The killing intent was right there. They stopped using the stealth technique and confronted Sohun direct. This moment, I was still very confident to fight head-on, but then I realized their target was not me, but Sia Jane. Sohun hurriedly rushed in wanting to stop them, but the others turned back to block. At that moment, could only watch helplessly as the guy disguised as Moi Kwang stabbed straight down at Sia Jane with a sword. A single strike from him caused Xiao J Ken to crack into. It was about to awake. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. An explosion occurred, and dust filled the air. The ship was shattered. The guy disguised as Moi Wang looked at his achievement and laughed loud. Ha, this is my victory. The monster Kim Su-hyun Kaken has awakened. It is a giant ox. It used its tentacles to crush the guy in disguise. At this moment, he can no longer laugh. Crap. Wake up and crow. Why are not you crowing anymore? Kim Su-hyun lands safely, then pushes himself. Hold Maya. Calmly says, long time no see. Pro Jan glares at Suyin with bloodshot eyes. This moment, Maya responding to Son's command. Maya grants him strength, and his sword is brimming with energy, striking straight into Crow Jane's bloodshot eye. This blow, it will lose consciousness for a while. He must take this opportunity to finish it quick. Suddenly, he notices the enhancement effect is fading. It turns out that granting too much strength has made Maya very tired. Suhun starts to fall down. At this moment, the thought echoes in his mind. He must stay calm. Maya's ability has not fully developed yet, so naturally, when it is still unstable, can he use this cheating skill without limit? This is a huge gamble. After exhausting all magic, he can withstand the explosion when the seal is broken. Right now, he has no strength left at all. The only option is to use resilience to recover and fight. Just then, Du rushes in like a god to catch Suyin. He scolds, you little brat. Everything you do makes me worry, because you do not know how to value your own life. Fix your habit of trying to handle everything by yourself. Son is a bit surprised and asks, why is Duo here? The gambler team has disappeared, so there is no choice for the whole team to board the ship. However, the ship unexpectedly exploded, so they have to find a safe. Only Duo came back because he was worried about Suyin. At this moment, Suyin felt guilt. Thank as the commander, I should be the one to do that. Yet I let you off the hook. Just treat me later. But it wanna suddenly chase us. Right. It is blind and trying to so that won't happen. The whole team below is in shock, staring at the giant monster. Everyone is confused, not knowing if they can take it down, like losing his composure. Lane, the raid commander, Gamber's team, and evenly Duho have gone missing. This stuff is driving me crazy. And Hun was also staring at the piece Jane, wondering where this monster came from. Just then, Soon appeared to explain everything. After hearing it, Kang Hai blames Suyin for doing everything on his own, making things more chaotic. Taehaen calmly asks Suyin, forget it, the situation is already bad. Do you have a plan? He explained that Kaken's completely exposed, so if they work together, they can hunt it without getting hurt. Then Su said something that embarrassed all three. But if you guys can get on the same page, then why do I need a plan? Right. Then I will just assume you all are following my plan. This is my plan. Piece Jane is still in a lot of pain from the injury Xu-hyun just inflicted on it. This moment, Jae-do and Taehaen shouted loudly. Everyone had their group magic ready to fire. All the magic created was aimed straight at the eyes of Si-tae Jane, with bursts of power hitting Si-tae Jane continuously. Keep shouting. Get ready for the next. Remember what Suexu said. The weakness of Si-jaken is its speed. It needs to approach us to use that massive power. If we keep attacking with magic and maintain our distance, it won't be able to get to us, and we'll have to retreat. True. Can't get close, but is really big. Dua thinks it is impossible to take it down. But that is okay, because their mission is to keep CH Kin away from this place. While Suyin is recovering, the other awakened are trying to help Suyin recover mana. As everyone is celebrating that everything is going according to plan, someone in the team suddenly points at CJ Jane. Someone is approaching C Jane. Do-hook turns his head. Still, has Sohan already finished recovering, but he was not the only one stunned and taken aback. It is Lee Kang Hai leading a pack of hubs from the Pappy group rushing towards CA Jane. Among them, one member still doubts and asks Lee Kang Hai, are you sure this will be okay? Clearly, Suyin said not to get close to CA Jane. Lai hearing this, angrily grabs his collar. If he says you will die, will you really die? The guy stubbornly replied, but is not the vitality and powerful regeneration of CK Jane going to make it hard for us to take it down? Lee Kang Hai still does not see the problem. He believes Suyin is lying. You idiot. Can't you see it is dying? Kim Suyin said that just to hoard the reward. If you do not want to lose your job, then follow me. After that, he declared very loud, Paping Guild will take down the Kennex. Saying that, the others rushed in to slash away, aiming to keep the monster from recovering. The remaining people were confused, not knowing what to do next. They kept their distance and attacked Sen with magic. Then Lee Kang Hai and his guild would also be hit. With no other option, Taehaen ordered everyone to stop attack. From now on, they would control the situation. As for Lee Kang, he did not care at all, continuously hacking at Sai Jae-kin while boasting that Dan kid is only a little strong but dares to be arrogant. Just walk. In the end, I will be the one to take down that monster. I have been chopping away, but it is like hitting stainless steel. The cuts on Si Jae-kun's skin are just enough to make it. At this moment, Lee Kang Hai realized it was too late. Si Jae-kin had recovered, and it began to emit a loud roar, causing everyone there to hold their heads in shock. Lee Kang Hai did not understand what was happening. Its groaning disrupted his magic power. At at this moment quickly shouted, "Everyone retreat now." Can we retreat? The monster's tentacle was about to crush Lee Kang-hai. In a critical moment, Su-han appeared to slash its tentacle, saving him. Just moments away from death. He laughed. "Huh, you got here really fast. You have recovered." Before he finished his sentence, Su-han turned to look at him with a deadly gaze, his voice completely filled with anger. "Do you want to die?" Then he immediately punched Lee Kang-hai in the face. The members of the Papillon group saw this and were scared, asking Su-han what to do next. Following Son's order, they returned to their positions for the raid. He warned that he would not take responsibility. If they stayed and got killed, it was on them. Soon summoned the Phoenix and ordered it to silence C.A. Jane. Then he lunged at C-Jan's eyes once again, but this time it dodged, causing his attack to miss. C-Jan wildly swung its tentacle. This was disadvantageous for Su-han. A surprise attack would not be effective. After observing for a while, Son thought there was no other way but to chop off each of its tentacles. Witnessing this, the stupid Ti-hun said, "All we can do is give it a few scratches." Yet he is chopping it like it is a banana. Do-ho watched him blank, thinking he was affected by the monster's earlier moan. Do said they should leave C-Tachi-Jane to Su-han, and the group should stay back because they were not on So-hun's level. So-hun would take down C-J, and the dungeon raid would end. Ti-hun shared with Ju-ho that before meeting Su-han, Ti-hun was quite confident in his skill. He thought he could become a S-ranked in just 2 years, or even 1. But after meeting So, he felt utterly pathetic. "Ju-ho, you should think about it too." Ju-ho was a bit "What do you mean? You might not realize it yet, but Son could become the strongest awakened one in the world, chasing after you. Sooner or later, you will collapse and face defeat. The light is too bright. It could even burn anyone who gets too close. If you feel overwhelmed, you can join my guild. After all, among us ordinary, you are still different." Ju-ho quietly watched Su-han fight alone, cutting off each tentacle of the monster one by one. Su-han felt it was time to end. The Jane flag opened its mouth wide and groaned. Son wasted no time charging straight into its toothy mouth. Then the monster split apart, cutting its sorrow in half. Su-han cut the Jane flag in half while he was inside its body. The whole team erupted with emotion, joyfully shouting, "He defeated Cake. We did it. We won." Only Du-ho remained silent, observing, then muttered, "Damn it, him and his nonsense. What nonsense? Oh my, I jumped out of my skin." Su-han suddenly appeared from behind, startling Du-ho. Su-han looked surprised. "Why are you reacting like that? It is not like you are seeing me for the first time. I am asking you, what nonsense are you hearing?" Du-ho just ruffled Su-han's hair. "That is something a kid like you would not understand." So noticed Han still standing there, looking dumbfounded, and was about to ask when Du-ho turned him around and said, "Now that the dungeon raid is over, let us head back. You did great." Soon felt something was off, and though he did not understand, he did not think too much about it. He suddenly remembered Lee Kang-hai. He had been unconscious since Son knocked him out, and was about to die. Son wanted to see Lee Kang-hai to finish what he was doing now. Lee Kang-hai had just vaguely woken up, and had not even gathered his thought when Son was already standing right in front of staring at Su-han said serious, "Don't you have anything to say to everyone?" Lee Kang-hai started to change the subject. "Have you destroyed it yet?" "Looks like you did. In that case, let us do some calculation." The whole team was waiting for what Lee Kang-hai wanted to say, but he stood up and started calculating. "Well, because our Pappy Guild caused most of the damage to the Jaken Pawn compared to the Demon Chain Guild." Si-hun interrupted, "Are you really going to say that here?" Lee Kang-hai still acted like it was a question. "The raid is over. Is not it obvious that we should divide the loot?" "Let me change how I say it. This guy really has not changed," which made Son angry. He drew his sword and charged to actively attack Son. "You are quite disappointing. It seems you do not realize what you have done, but because of your selfishness, everyone could have died. I gave you a chance to apologize, but it turned out like this." As Su-yan spoke, he blocked Lee Kang-hai's punch and then tightened his grip on his hand with such force that he grimaced in pain. But out of pride, he yelled at Son, "How dare you hit? I am the captain of the raid team. You think you can get away with it? When I get out of here, I will report to the guild." "Right." Su-yan coldly interrupted. "Go ahead, report me. But I think you are mistaken. Becoming the team leader of the raid not only gives you the authority to make strategy and issue orders, but you also have a responsibility for the lives of each team member. If someone like you is blinded by rewards and puts everyone's lives in danger, then everyone has the right to execute you without going through the court immediately." With that, Sui drew his sword, ready to behead Lee Kang-hai. Everyone was in shock. Du-ho rushed over to intervene. Sui-hun had already brought the sword to his throat, rendering him frozen in fear. Su-han just wanted to teach him a lesson. He told Juho that if he did not scare him, he would harm other innocent people he was not around. In fact, this incident, he also lost the trust of the guild, so he wouldn't be able to keep this position any longer. After saying that, Su-yan told everyone to gather their gear and let us go. Through this raid, Su-yan gained Maya's power and figured out Manga's plan. Thought he should find the dungeons that he still did not know about to guard against any uncertainty. Additionally, he needed to understand Park Zion's situation as well. After all, each member of the Chaotic Guild was very strong. A few hours before Su-yan successfully raided the dungeon, Perrin was struggling against this baldung. She was thrown against the wall, dust and smoke rising everywhere. He was using his fist sharp nails to punch Jan direct. She quickly dodged one blow, then closed in on him and used her skill of shadow transformation. This skill envelopes the user's body in dark, negating all damage for a short period and allowing movement in shadow form. Thanks to that, she easily moves behind him without waiting for him to react and strikes a lethal blow to the neck of a man who dared to look down on women. But what she did not expect was that this guy could defend himself barehanded in such a short time. Blocked her strike with both hands, so he only got a little hurt. He seemed surprised by John's ability, but still calmly taunted her. "You really caught me off guard there. Can't believe you possess such a skill. It is unbelievable that you could injure me. This is getting more interesting." John can't stay still. She charged straight at the bald guy. He laughed heartily, readying himself, a large amount of mana surrounding. Still not understanding why John dared to face a killer head-on. Thought while secretly laughing to himself, "What a fool. All his skills focused on resisting physical damage. Go ahead and attack, because you won't leave a single scratch on me." And that is exactly how it is. John attacked very quickly and accurately, but he could not get hurt at all. He assessed that while her skills were fast and sharp, making it difficult for him to counter, they must have limitations. For example, the time limit for using her skills is shorter. He correctly guessed the limits of John's abilities. As she keeps attacking, he will defend very firmly. Her strikes become meaningless. After thinking for a moment, she decided there was no other way but to use it. Then, she took out a purple blade and struck his right hand, leaving a small bleeding scratch on his arm. "Is that your secret weapon? I am excited to see what you do next." While speaking, pushed down with force, causing John to back away. This guy was starting to go crazy. It has been a long time since he felt this excitement in a fight. She is really interesting. Keep struggling to entertain me more. Suddenly, Park Zine stood there very calmly, not attacking anymore, which confused the bald guy. She said it was over. No need to do anything more. It would just waste her energy. He was still bloodthirsty, provoking her to attack again, but she did not care. That action made him furious, yelling loud, "How dare you ignore what I said?" While dancing around, he rushed toward John. John stood there very calmly. His punch suddenly froze in front of her. Something had made his body unable to move anymore. He was extremely confused, gradually collapsing in front of Xian. She stepped closer and said, "Seriously, didn't I tell you? It is." As she spoke, she delivered a knockout that sent him crashing to the ground. This time, all his defensive skills were completely nullified. He realized that the main problem was not that his magic was not working, but that his body was stiff, could not move. "You must be curious why your body is not listening to you. Just as you said, this is my secret weapon. I do not use it often because it limits the number of uses, but this sword can disrupt the mana within the target's body when it hits. Once you are hit by this sword, the magic will suffocate, and the outcome of the battle has already been decided from the moment you were struck by my blade." Hearing this, the bald guy's face looked like it was about to implode. Jun grabbed his throat with one hand and started punching his face repeatedly, threateningly asked, "Who is your master? Who do you serve?" The guy was spitting blood, but the bald guy still wore a smug grin. "I do not know the answer to what you are asking me. Instead, do you want to join us? You by my side? I feel like I could kill a lot of people." Perrin felt there was nothing more to say to this guy. She was furious and wanted to kill him on the spot. Suddenly, a guy wearing glasses appeared to stop her. "That is Vice President Kim Sok-jin. Calm down. I completely understand how you are feeling. This guy is a high-ranking figure in the guild. That means he knows a lot. If you kill him here, we won't be able to achieve our goal." Bayan glared at Kim Seo-jin. "I said to let him go, but after thinking for a moment, she calmed down. I got too heated. You hear? His intel must be really valuable, right? We do not have much time, so it is best to ask him as quickly as possible." That bald guy lying on the ground running his mouth. "I am busy with her on something important, so why did you jump?" Before I even finished my sentence, Park Zion kicked him to shut him up. Kim Ik-sun continued, "Well, the fact that he is here acting alone proves Kim Soo-yeon's information is reliable. The information about Lam Nisi opening in America is the same. The information about the guild planning a terrorist attack in Lam Enye seems to be true." Kim Seo-junin reported that Kim Soo-yeon's raid on the dungeon just ended. The bald guy sitting nearby listening was also surprised, not understanding how they knew all their plans. The fact that his accomplices were caught by Kim Soo-yeon is not as important as Kim Ik-soo-hyun knowing about his plan. This is bad. Right now, I can't even lift a finger. Can't report this to the guild. At this rate, the boss's plan will fall apart. I have to buy time at all costs. When he saw Perrin also wondering where Kim Soo-yeon got his information, the bald guy seemed to realize something and suddenly laughed like crazy. Bayan turned to look at you. "Did you get beaten so badly that you lost your mind? That is really funny. You are trying to eliminate the guild just to crush the opposing, right?" Kim Sok-jin also asked, confused. "What do you mean by that?" Just think a little and you will understand. In the guild, very few people know about this plan to cause chaos in the dungeon. Isn't it strange that that guy knows about it?" While talking about the bald guy, he thought to himself, "These guys are just like a bunch of flies. It is not a big deal. Can trick. The most dangerous one is Kim Soo-yeon." This continued. "Everyone will become in his hand. I have to make them turn against Kim Soo-yeon at all costs and create an opportunity to inform the guild about." He continued, "Make a deal with me. If this goes on, you will all be caught in Kim Soo-yeon's web. Get rid of Kim Soo-yeon first. Then I will tell you everything about the guild." Upon hearing this, damn Pioness gaze wavered a bit. Kim Sok-jin coldly approached, drawing his sword menace. "Shut up. Think we will believe someone like you?" The bald guy was not only unafraid, but also deliberately laughed gleefully. "Ha, that is just stupid. Kim Soo-han even betrayed the guild. There is no guarantee he won't do it again. If he betrays, all the information will spread. Do you think you will be able to find the guild members while they are hiding?" Kim Seo-sun did not pay much attention to those words. He told Pion not to trust the words of the bald guy. He is definitely planning to take advantage of this for some. Pion was pondering something. Then she told Kim Seo-yeon to summon Kim Soo-yeon and all the guild members who are dead to come. She thought that even if they ignored what that guy said, they still needed to know where Kim Soo-yeon got this confidential information. Seeing the two of them wavering, the bald guy was very pleased. He thought he had achieved his goal and even suggested a partnership. "Just eliminate Kim Soo-hyun and I will become your spy." But it seems he misunderstood. Perrin would rather die than shake hands with a cold-blooded guy like him. Kim Soo-yeon was on Dum's side. She would have killed him from the start. Pion's main goal is to destroy the damn guild. She will chase them to hell. A red Lamborghini appeared. Kim Soo-yeon looks very masculine as he steps down. He asks Kim Sis, "What is going on that you are still calling me this late?" Kim Seo-jin tells him to go inside and he will understand right away. Soo-yeon feels a bit worried. Could it be that Perrin has been captured? Stepping inside is a dark shadow, but he still can't feel anything. Suddenly, knives from all sides surround Soo. He looks surprised at Perrin, who is full of energy. Asks, "What the hell are you doing? You have a lot to explain." This moment, the light slowly returns to normal. Soo-yeon can finally see everything clearly. Thinks in surprise. Is this the skill of visualization? Power merges with the dark, allowing her to control and transform it at will. Usually, it is only limited when people hide their bodies in the night. But I can't believe she can cover this entire place with dark. She can even hide the presence of others. Not just herself. Truly a talent. Uncle John calmly explained. "There is no big reason for me to call you. It is just this person told me some interesting information that you are a former member of the Chaos Guild." The bald guy is really good at acting. As soon as he saw Soo-yeon, he hurried to claim they were related. "Hello, Kim Soo-yeon. Long time no see." He did not think Perrin would be the type to believe that guy. But then again, she is not someone who easily changes because of someone else's words. To be honest, after following Soo-yeon's information for so long, she did not think it was true. But there was one question she wanted Soo-hee to answer. "I am curious how you got that information from the Chaos Guild. That guy told me that only a few people in that guild know about this. Unless you are also a member of the guild. Is not it really suspicious that you have that information? So I need to determine whether you are a member of the Chaos Guild or not." Sheehan knew that bald guy was the leader of the Chaos Guild and a fight fanatic, but he did not think he would take the chance of being caught, create conflict between him. Park Zion. He answered her question. This would be resolved easily, but his source of information came from memories of his past life. It is also hard for Park Zion to easily believe that the current situation is very unfavorable for Soo-hun. The one in control is Eton, and now, lying to get out of this situation has very low chances. Even if he manages manages to escape, it will come back and become a problem in the future, and it will also go according to Eaton's plan. The likelihood is high that his plan will hit a dead end. Bayan noticed that Sehun was taking a while to plan, asking him to hurry up. Kim Sok-jin threatened him, pressing a knife to his throat. I think first we need to regain control of the situation, he replied. Alright, I have never worked in a chaotic society. I can provide evidence. But as for my source of information, can T disclose that to you? So what is the reason? We are in a relationship that largely relies on a common purpose. It is not my obligation to tell you everything. Moreover, the fact that I am or was a member of the chaotic society is more important, isn't it? Follow me home, and I will show you my evidence. But only you can go there. Kim Seo-jin's knife was now cutting into his neck, drawing blood. Kim Sok-jin threat. Do you think we will follow your ridiculous suggestion? Is this Sin guy even a leader to act so high and mighty? The one who decides is Park Zion. Another member spoke up. Leader, do not. This is just part of his plan to get out of. Bayan thought for a moment and agreed with Son's proposal. The female member quickly stopped Zion. The hell is this? What is going on? That is definitely a trap. Way too risky. Bayan remained calm, reassuring her. Don't he worry. He is really lying. I want to hesitate to end his life. Then turning to the group. Now show me that you are not one of the chaotic society. Suhan brought Perrin home to meet my mom, and she was very happy. Oh Suhan, it has been so long. Has not it? He hurriedly apologized. I have been so busy with work late. It has been hard for me to visit. When mom saw Perrin, she thought she was Suhan's girlfriend brought home to meet. She quickly asked Suhan, who's this? Could it be your girlfriend? She happily grabbed John's hand. Oh my, Suhan, why have you only now introduced this beautiful girlfriend of yours to me? Park was too shy to speak, and before she could explain, Suhan's mom hurried her a meal for their special guest, the table overflowing with food. Why did you cook so much? I brought my friend all the way here, so you should prepare something too. Then she turned and cheerfully talked. Perrin, sorry about what happened earlier. You are the first girl Suhan has brought home, so I could not help feel happy. Uncle Zion quickly replied. It is, and so, Sue's mom kept piling delicious food into her bowl. Looking at the kind woman in front of her, John felt moved and said thank you. She sat quietly observing the mother and son. Suhan, happily chatting in front of, suddenly feeling something inside. Then the two went to Suhan's room to talk. He asked John how the food was today. She replied, it was very delicious. You seem quite close with my mom. You could say that. What do you think? Do you still think I am part of the Chaos Club? Son brought her home to meet my mother to make her understand that someone with such a kind mother could not possibly be part of that chaotic group. Uncle Zion understood too, but she could not just dismiss him because Suhan had someone who cared. Suhan felt that was not enough proof. He set down the hot tea he was holding and lifted his shirt, revealing his toned abs. Uncle Diane blushed, thinking he was trying to use his looks to seduce her. She turned bright red and shouted, what the hell are you doing? Have you finally revealed your true self now? There is nowhere left to hide. Suhan, the heck? You are handsome, but that does not mean you are easy. What are you talking about? You said you still can't trust in that chaotic group. They each had a tattoo symbol on their body. I am just showing that I do not have. You know Perrin is shy, and you are intentionally teasing. Should I take off my pants too? Bayan closed his eyes and said, whatever. Talking to you just makes me more tired. Su said that and immediately put his shirt back on. At that moment, Bayan truly believed him, because if he were a member of the chaotic group, he would not be able to have family around. There is no way they would let her be it. So she felt she had complicated things too much. Son saw that the situation had stabilized and seized the opportunity to ask what had happened to her and the chaotic group. But the answer he received was that we were in a relationship largely based on a common goal. I do not have to tell you everything. This sounds like something Park Zion has memorized. Son just thinks that two people can learn more about each other. Their relationship could turn into complete trust. Park Zion finally shared around 2 years ago, when she was still independent and had no opportunity. Since she was young, Perrin had received many compliments for being sweet and beautiful. She wondered if it was because of that image. People approached her with countless expectations and hope, but after seeing her quirky personality, perhaps because she was so different from what they imagined, they quickly became disappointed and left. Even her parent, Bayan, was left all alone, and that is when she realized she did not belong anywhere. Time passed, and she became a false awakener. 2 years ago, at a dungeon Kong Si Zion, like many other false awakens, was here. A guy named Kim Kyun approached to get to know John. First, she thought he was trying to flirt, so she did not care and quickly turned away. Kim Ki-hun hurriedly said, let us form a team. Come on, there are a lot of awakeners. It is normal to have this kind of tea. Since the Awakener Association allowed independent participation because there was no leader and support, it would be better for us to form a team rather than go alone. Perrin still did not turn around. Coldly replied, no thanks. Kim Hye-hyun stood stunned by the outright rejection when suddenly someone called Kim Kyun. Come here, we are leaving. He hurriedly ran back to his team. The battle with the monsters quickly unfolded. While Kim Kyun struggled to take down each monster, he glanced over at Perrin, who had already taken them out effortlessly ages ago. A tall man with a shield and hammer asked Suyin, how many has she killed already? Next to him, a short-haired girl chimed in. You invited her to form a team earlier, right? Yeah, but she turned me down. She continued, it is so skilled. She can handle it on her own. I want to go with a cute girl like that, not these clowns. The tall man named Gussie asked Kyun what he thought of Perrin. Kyun looked Park Zion's back, felt for some reason that John looked really lonely. The conquest was not over yet. Kyun's team continued to fight. Ken faced a monster that was twice his size. He let his guard down and almost got by. Luck, he managed to regain his focus just in time to block. The short-haired girl, seeing this, worriedly asked Kyun, you were in the same situation earlier. What happened? Before he could finish his sentence, the monster suddenly appeared behind Kyun. The girl screamed, it is behind you. At that moment, Gussie rushed in just in time to block the blow for Kyun with his shield, then took down the monster. Kyun explained that he had been fine until now and did not understand why it was different today. Guji slapped Kyun's face to wake him up. He told Kyun to go talk to everyone. Was it because he was thinking about that girl earlier? Don't wait until later to regret it. Go after her. Hearing this, Kim Ki-hun smiled brightly and hurried off to find Perrin. At this moment, Perrin was still focused on taking down each monster. She once did not want to die, but also did not want to live anymore. A gigantic boss wielding an axe suddenly appeared in front of Zion. It attacked continuous, swinging the massive axe at her. Luckily, she managed to block it in time. The exhaustion from previous battles left her unable to move. She looked at the monster in front of her and wondered, is this it? It is. I have nothing left to hold on to. It seemed like everything was over. But the hero saving the damsel in distress arrived just in time. Kim Ki-hun defeated the boss in front of Sun. I did not. It is really tough to go alone. So what do you think about joining my group? Perrin looked at Ki-hyun, smiling but not saying anything, and quietly politely continued on. Kian happily assumed she agreed with his proposal and hurried to follow her. The hero saving the damsel in distress really worked. B will never forget this moment. This is the meeting with the person who made her want living. This very moment, a shadow lurked in the distance, watching the two of them without her knowing. After finishing the dungeon raid, Park Jin met Kian again. Same expression, same words. We meet again. It is truly a fateful encounter. How about you join our guild? This time, he wanted her to join not just the team, but his guild as well. John still refused, whether by chance or design. Two kept running into each other in every dungeon that John entered. But every time he just runs after her with the intention of inviting join his guild. Kihan's invitation became a daily event. John, approaching John, like the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. Eventually she took that hand. After joining the guild, John initially felt a bit out of place, but after connecting with everyone, she felt like she had found where she belonged. She and Kihyun went on many dungeon raids together. Gradually, their usual relationship began to develop in a different direction. There was a time when they were sitting outside in the park, eating ice. John was looking at his phone for news, and John would occasionally sneak glances at, feeling her heart racing. This feeling was driving her crazy. A heart that races around someone means there is a bit of love there. Ken also sneaked a look at John and smiled. Then he took John's hand and said, John, after we finish the dungeon raid tomorrow, do you want to hang out somewhere? Just the two of us. Okay. She did not think twice and immediately agreed. At that moment, she did not realize this would mark the end of her happy. This time, news outlets were reporting that the number of awakened ones going missing in the dungeons was increasing. The authorities have found evidence. Killer in the dungeon is a fake awake, not a monster. It is believed that this is the work of a serial killer, and all fake awakeners should stay alert. The next day after the raid was completed, John could only think about his date. Ken was also getting ready for a romantic date. Suddenly, a man with white hair appeared. Excuse me, I come from the association. I am investigating the recent murder. There have been awakeners involved, and I hope everyone can cooperate. Ken recalled the news he had watched yesterday. It is the recent news incident. So you are also investigating in the dungeon? Yep. We are also conducting an investigation on site. Uncle John was a bit angry. Why did it have to be today of all days? She just wanted to go on her date quick. Cahoon said to the white-haired guy. So what can we do for you? This moment, he changed his expression. You do not need to do much. As he lunged to attack Kian. Luckily, Harrion reacted and pulled him away just in time to dodge. This guy was a bit surprised that Park Jin could avoid his attack. Holding a sword, was about to strike, but his magic hand blocked just before her blade. She unexpectedly asked him who he really was. I guess you can call me an unforeseen misfortune. As he spoke, he knocked one of Jin's swords away, continuously launching attacks. They were all countered, leaving him and the onlookers astonished. The short-haired girl exclaimed that Park Jin was really skilled. Only Kian observed and realized that on the surface, this seemed like an even match. But every move he made was leading ahead in every aspect. John also felt that he was being overwhelmed. At this, she would be taken down by. He broke Jin's sword in half with his bare hand. This moment, he had the chance to take her down. Suddenly, he changed his plan. He wanted to invite her to join his guild. Perrin asked in surprise. Join your guild. I know you have a goal to achieve, but one person can't make a mountain, so I want to establish a guild. I have even decided on a name. Guild. Chaos Guild. A gathering of the craziest people. You seem interesting enough, qualified to join. What do you think about building a guild together? Uncle Zion glared at. What if I do not agree? This name sounds a bit unbelievable. That guy changed his expression, so she is definitely in trouble. At that moment, Hyun could not just stand by and watch his girlfriend get bullied. He rushed like the wind toward the white-haired guy, intending to chop off his head, but it was not that easy. Quickly dodged. The remaining team members also cast spells to attack. Ken anxiously asked John, are you okay? But that guy is really dangerous. I will buy some time for everyone. Now you all need to run. John was more worried about Kyun and everyone else, but of course, Hun would not let her fight alone, because they were teammates, saying that Kai Hun instructed Hun's Jun and Yajin to prevent that guy from using his skill, but that alone definitely would not be enough. Hyun would distract and create a path for everyone. He attacked him from the left, yet the guy did not even need to look to block. Hyun shouted at, why are you exterminating all the awakened ones? The white-haired guy coldly replied, do I need a reason to do that? Just like your little brat. You are really annoying. As he said that, he delivered a devastating punch to Kyun's chest. Blood dripped from his mouth, but he still tried to grip his arm tightly and held on to, shouting, the chances here. That moment, Park Zion was using an invisibility spell to sneak up and slash at his neck. Everyone anxiously waited for the out, but surprisingly, the wound was not deep enough to him down. But it is okay. Hyun still had the fat guy Guzik. If Zion could not finish him off, Guzik was there to ambush him from behind. The hammer, with the power of Guzik, was so strong that it could crush everything. An explosion happened and dust flew everywhere. But surprising, the white-haired guy blocked that attack with just one finger. At that moment, he was truly angry. These pranks have gone far enough. After that, I am not sure what happened anymore. BC John vaguely woke up and remembered being hit in the back of the head and then passing out while worrying about the other team member. John was shocked to realize he was holding Kiek Hu, whose body was covered in. Kiem spoke, you are awake now. I am glad you are still alive. Perrin was extremely worried, realizing Kiek's wounds were deep, and she was confused about, hey guy, come help out. Moment, she noticed that everyone was lying down. Yunjin, Gizik, and even Hyun were all there, not moving. Bayan could not believe her eyes. She just kept asking what was happening. The guy in the white shirt spoke, look who is crying for their friend. Kidi turned around with tear-filled eyes and full of hatred, saying, you killed, did not you? I will never forgive you. I will take your life. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Ian used a bit of strength to stop Dante. Run away. You are all I have left. You can escape. While saying this, he handed Jin a neck. I will stay here to hold him back. John did not want to. Hyun shouted, hurry up. Jin knew there was no other choice and escaped alone. After that, she tried to track him down, but ultimately found no trace of that guy. Bayan revealed the whole truth to Suyin, because she thought Suyin knew him. She pleaded with Suyin, please tell me about the leader of the Chaos Club. Sohn recalled his past and said, alright, fine. The leader of the Chaos Club is a first-generation fake awake. He is known by the title of the Hollywood actor of Chinese descent, Hong Run. He's very famous and has many fans. Every time he appears, fans and reporters surround him everywhere. Some want to ask for his autograph, but he skillfully declined. Thank everyone. I am afraid I can to sign for everyone. Time is limited, but I would be happy to take a photo with you. A reporter asked him about the rumor that he forgot to donate all his earnings from this movie. Is it? He appeared shy in his response. Yep. That is true. Hong Jun Fen is the leader of the Chaos Guild. After learning the truth, Perrin shed tears. Then her eyes turned cold. The leader of the Chaos Guild, the one who took away the symbol in my life. Finally I can take my revenge. Soon looked worried. Wait, do not tell me you have no plan and are just gonna charge at him like that. Xian reassured Sai she had a reason not to take action. Even though she knew his identity, she did not want to ruin everything just out of excitement. But saying that, Jun's hands were tight clenched and shaky. She still found it hard to control herself. Sohn mentioned that Hong Jun Peng is someone who often hides the fact that he is a fake awakener with his shapeshifting skill to operate within the Tao. He is very cautious. On the outside, he is still a beloved actor. He always wears a friendly smile in front of the audience, but when no one is around, he reveals his cruel face, ready to curse the audience as annoying pests. So provoking Hong Jun Peng after knowing his identity is a bad idea. In the worst case scenario, he might hide at the top of the testing tower. So Suan reminded Park Zion they needed to act according to the plan. Their goal is to eliminate the Chaos Guild, while I am in the Green Dungeon to stop the Chaos Guild's terrorism. You and the Death Guild will attack their base. This moment, Hong Run Peng arrived to meet with the top officials of the Chaotic Association. As soon as he arrived, he asked Ada and Mark Riv, an official of the Chaotic Association, said he has not shown up yet. Given the situation that we can't even contact, he might be in trouble. The woman with green hair next taking a selfie laughed in delight. Ah, that would be great. That big guy. I hate seeing his smug. No need to see him anymore. She is the head of the Stellar Guild, an official of the Chaotic Association. Flo Leif. Mark River showed no respect, being a woman, and directly called her an idiot. He believes that Aiton may have leaked information about their association. Flo still did not care. But what can Kim Soo-in do? It is just a waste of effort. Don't let your guard down. If someone can take down F, that means they are quite strong. Flo remained very confident. I still do not think I will lose. Hong Run Peng tied up her long hair while agreeing with Flo. Flo is right. It is a pity we did not kill Kim Soo-in, but that is not a big deal. We just need to handle it our way. That means eliminating all those who have crossed. He looked at the city with a wicked gaze and said to the two, how do you feel now? Isn't it exciting? Excited before the moment this glamorous city collapsed. The next four of them, Kim Soo-in, Az, and Kim Seo-in, were on their way to America. I am really glad Son asked me to, but the atmosphere feels quiet and awkward. Aziz looking at each person, and this uncle looks really scary, so I do not dare to strike up a conversation. Turning to Park Zion, he also seems hard to talk, and Son is focused on his phone. Son is staring at the screen, thinking, when reviewing the dungeon supply list from the agent, is this change due to the green dungeon in Bizon? Luck, future has not completely changed yet, but I still need to stay alert. Suddenly, Hinch interrupts Soo-in's train of thought. I have a question. What are we doing in the US? That is when Son realizes he has not told Hedachik-zun the green dungeon has opened there. After hearing this, and see Jun's face turns pale, but now that he knows, plane has already landed. However, when they arrived in the US, Azun seems to really like, quite different from the surprise earlier. This is his first time flying and going abroad. Azun asks Soo-in if he has ever been here before. Of course I have. In a past life, I mean, not yet. Azun is confused. Isn't the green dungeon the first dungeon in the world? This must be a hot topic, right? So why have I never heard it before? Son explains that the US keeps this information secret. They want to handle it their own way, so there could be a dungeon explosion. Azun says worriedly, the situation is a bit complicated. Put it simply, the US has the highest amount of fake awakenings in the world, but most are below class B, so they are considered quite useless. What they want to prove to other countries now is they not only have quantity but also prestige and quality. As really does not understand. If innocent people get hurt because of their false pride, how are they planning to deal with that? Zion pats Haken's head. You are right. Self-respect quite unrealistic. At this moment, Park Zion is on the side calling. It has been a while. Has not it? Robert, on the other end of the line. A man's voice comes through. Isn't this Sims? I heard you are coming to America. What is going on? It is a bit long-winded, so I will get straight to the point. I want to discuss the Blue Prison. Very quick. Park Zion's team arrived at the Medical Guild office, and Robert Williams, the head of the guild. Thank you all for making the trip. You are Suna, right? It is nice to meet. I am a fan of yours. Son is silent. Think Robert is known for his ambition to achieve many accomplishments, even in the past when he was a fake awakener. Should I be a little curious? Seeing Son silent and not responding, Heron thought he did not understand Robert's word and did not speak English, so he spoke up, but then Soo-yun directly spoke up. I will get straight to the point. Please let me join the Green Dungeon raid. Soo spoke English fluent, surprising Hekshi who was sitting next to him. Robert hesitated a bit. I do not know how you know about it, but to be honest, this is quite an unreasonable request. As you know, our country has never sought help from foreign fake awake. However, this time is different as I approached you first, so on set the conditions right away. If you agree, I will share half of my loot. You won't lose out. Upon hearing this, Robert was very surprised and thought to himself, it really is not a law. The loot from an S-Rank awakener is always equivalent to that of an entire guild. Moreover, current strike team is lacking an S-Rank member. If the medical guild recruits Kim Soo-yun to become a hero in America, but he is quite greedy, feeling that half is still not enough. He told Sohun that it is a proposal worth considering, but how will the American feel about it? Sohun calmly said, I know that right now there are only 2 S-Rank members in the American strike who are lacking such a person. The medical guild gains a reputation for bringing in S-Rank person. You will become the hero who saves the entire country. Robert broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Sohun could read his mind. Oh man, am I asking for too much? It seems like I am making things difficult for you. Soo-in said this while pretending to stand up. Conceding to that, I will just go to another guild then. This kind of bargaining always worked. The robot hurriedly stopped. Although he was slightly unwilling inside, he still had to concede. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I will do as you say, Soo-hun added at this point. However, thinking back, sharing half feels a bit too little really. So what about this? If any S-level member from the US can come back, I will join this raid for the medical guild free. Not just transfer all the loot and management right the medical guild to me. After hearing this, Robert quietly cheered and immediately clapped in agreement. If you take risks, you will have more fun. Saying that, he hurried to get the contract written up, not fearing that Soo-in might change his mind. Soo-in laughed at that. He reminded himself not to chuckle. Since he proposed the bet, the victory was already his. That was only natural because he knew the future. Meanwhile, Robert the Greedy still thought this was his time. He believed that at least one person would come back. In short, Robert was already played in this deal. After the contract was signed, time flew by quick. 3 days before the Green Dungeon opened. Just as Son had predicted, not a single S-level player came back, and Robert began to sweat nervously. As for the Chaotic Guild, when they heard the news that Kim Son participate in the raid for the medical guild, they thought he was digging his own grave. 2 days left. 1 day left to execute plan to eliminate the guild. After everyone was prepared, the final decisive battle was finally here. In the deep forest of law, a man looked at his watch and said he arrived earlier earlier than expected. He was the vice president of the Maximum Guild. This level player Jordan Rod. He asked where his subordinate Kim Soo-yeon was and learned that he still had not arrived. People often say he is a genius. It is really curious. Flo appears and starts to tease. Looks like your instincts are weakening. Jordan has to rely on a rookie like that. Jordan won't back down either. You probably do not know. He is the only one who passed the level 10 challenge. Instead of putting on makeup to hide your age, you would better go gather more information. Either way, he is still just a low-level awakener. Are you afraid that rookie will take place? Haven't you heard? This dungeon requires at least 5 level awakeners. We do not have the luxury of being. Flo said cheerfully. That is why my star guild brought in an excellent mercenary. She pointed at Mark River standing behind her. Oh really? Court. They want to help me get killed. Jordan patted Mark River on the back to encourage. You are really something. Is she threatening you? Then she turned to Chloe and said, as long as their skills are good, it is impressive. Is not old lady. Hearing the words old lady is like a bolt from the blue. Women can get really mad about age, especially older women like Chloe. Didn't I make that clear to you? If you call me old lady one more time, I will kill you. At that moment, a green energy enveloped Chloe. Jordan was not backing down either. He was ready to teach Chloe a lesson since she started it. The others who witnessed wanted to stop them, were afraid of a murder happening, so they did not dare to get Chloe. I will break your bones. You are going to break my bone. Go ahead and try it. This bastard, Mark River, standing to the side, also could not handle this woman. He suddenly got angry for no reason, but he was afraid the plan would not go as intended, so he had to stop this. At this moment, Kim Soo-hun had also arrived. He stepped closer to the two people facing each other like fire and water, and shouted loud, "Stop, that is enough." All three were surprised and turned to look at Soo-yeon. He appeared with a strong mana surrounding, squinting at the two people in front of Soo-yeon coldly spoke. You came here to conquer the dungeon, yet you are acting like children. What kind of respect is that? Seeing the massive amount of mana radiating from him, Jordan frowned and asked, "You are son?" He did not hide it, calmly saying, "I'm kin. If you want to continue, I will join in as well." Jordan paused for a moment, then looked towards Lawai and said, "That is enough. I do not intend to fight. Let us stop." However, was unsatisfied and shouted loud, "Who says we are going to stop?" Seeing this, M went over and grabbed her shoulder to advise, "Stopping is the right thing to do. Calm down." Biting her lips stubborn, Lu unwillingly turned to leave. Ma hurriedly followed, but just before leaving, his gaze, whether intentional or not, glanced at Soo-yeon. Soo-hyun also watched their backs intently, feeling contemplative. Just like in the past life, the most talented people had gathered, but there is also a chance Hong Run Feng would cause trouble. That guy has two choices. One is to join the Green Dungeon, and the other is to prepare for unexpected situation and wait at the chaotic guild's court. He felt sorry for John, but if possible, he hoped he would choose the first op over here and walk behind Y and asked quiet, "You felt it too, right?" Lu bit her lip angrily, unwillingly nodding. Jerk suppressed his own magic power. The Misi's expression was somewhat serious as he said in a low voice, "No wonder why God was defeated. We need to change our plan. We can deal with Jordan later, so they will handle Soo-yeon first." Jordan walked over to Soo-yeon, the one who had made him laugh earlier, and let me officially introduce myself again. He reached out to shake Soon's hand, introduced himself, and mentioned that he was the vice president of the Maximum Guild. Soo-yeon nodded slightly, politely saying, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kin." Jordan raised an eyebrow at casually saying, "Possible. I want to conquer this dungeon without taking major loss, so I am counting on you. You guys are underestimating this situation too much." Coldly snorting, Soo-hyun continued, "Green Dungeon is not a place for you to worry about avoiding damage, but rather to think about how to survive and come back." Jordan was a bit surprised, but then smiled and said, "You are surprisingly cautious." Don't worry, genius." He was very confident in his strike team, because all the members were the best. He had bet his own pride on the success of this mission. With that, he left. Sun slightly pouted. His pride was the real issue. Just then, Hun came running up from behind. "I am ready to set off." Looking at the back person who just left, he asked doubtfully, "Is the person you just talked to Jordan Rod, the one who conquered the largest green dungeon in the world?" His eyes lit up. He did not expect they would raid the dungeon with someone like him, and even the ice wizard was here too. This time it was the green dungeon, so he felt a bit worried, but seeing these people made it less concerning. But just after saying that, Soo-hyun asked in a serious tone, "Do you think so too?" Azun was a bit startled, looking at him in confusion. They had no idea that the danger ahead was much scarier than they thought. At this moment, a voice from the other side urged. They were about to start the raid on the green dungeon. Soon after, Jordan led the way, opening the gate and moving into the green dungeon. This time, the green dungeon also faced a chaotic guild's terrorist attack. If things continued like this, the raid would fail. The monsters inside will spill out and devour this world. The second outbreak after Anang City. Soo-yeon must prevent it from happening at all costs. At that moment, Soo-yeon glanced at Hezun and asked, "Do you remember what I told you before we got here?" Hezun nodded slightly and replied, "Of course I remember. There are always unexpected troubles in the dungeon, and as soon as we enter the dungeon, the battle will begin." Smiling unconscious, Soo-yeon said satisfied, "That is right. Just remember those two." Just as he finished speaking, the figures of the two had vanished without a trace. The challenge of the green dungeon has begun. To escape the dungeon, they must find the designated exit gate or survive for 10 days. They can hardly escape. Louis kept complaining, causing Jordan to lose his patience and shout, "Stop making noise. You are ruining our atmosphere. And where's the name you brought with you?" She coldly replied that she did not know. Run glanced around, feeling a bit stunned. "Is this the green dungeon?" While he was confused, Jordan approached and suspiciously asked, "Wasn't Soo-yeon with?" Hech-jun was startled and panicked. "I do not know English. Can you help me translate?" However, when he looked over there, the figure of Soo-yeon was nowhere to be seen. Jordan's expression turned a bit grim. Just as they entered the dungeon, two people had already disappeared, and those who vanished quite strong, so their risk would be even greater. But after seeing Louis' reaction, he realized she was flustered. Is it because that nameless man has disappeared, or is it because of Sun? Either way, he no longer has time to think, because there are many monsters appearing in the sky right now. At the same time, in another corner of the forest, MSC does not know where to go. His speed is very fast right now. However, it did not take long for him to realize someone was following. Can't be Wire, his boss. Jordan Nan is not this fast. Guessing who it is, he decides to stop and says coldly, "Come out, Kim Sun." As soon as he finished, Soo-hyun lands on the ground, potting and smirking. "You are faster than I thought." I almost lost. Glancing at him, Messi grits his teeth and asks, "What do you want?" "I was tasked scouting this dungeon since I entered." Scouting. Soo-hyun sneers, "You mean assassinate, right?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Mincy's expression dark. However, Soo-hyun is not flustered and calmly said, "We are talking about ability. I have heard you are second only to Run Feng, right? I want to see how skilled you are." Hearing this, his face turns even more anxious. He did not expect the kid to know the boss's name. He even knows their plan. Taking a deep breath, forces himself to calm down. He thinks the kid might have gotten this information information from Ether. With that thought, he glares at the kid and asks in a low voice, "Who are you?" Really? Unconsciously smiling, Suhan can't help it. "You really know how to control your emotions." Seeing that he can't hide anymore, Masi gets into an attacking stand. He coldly said, "I do not know how much you know, but it does not really matter, because if you die, everything will end, and right now, you can't catch him." Just as he finished speaking, his figure vanished without a trace. A wave of energy rose around. This is the skill of using wind to wrap the body to enhance strength. His eyes were very close to Sun. He growled, "I am going to tear you apart." The ambush team entered the dungeon along with everyone. However, Suhan was very calm and waiting at this moment. This instant, a burst of energy charged towards him with a loud shout. "You do not need to worry about being alone, because everyone will die," Suyan said while slowly drawing his sword. "Since the moment I stepped into the dungeon, your terrible plan has already failed." Immediately after, fiercely slashed down with his sword. This strike directly pierced through men, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Xian looked up at his face full of disdain. On the other side, Jordan's group was fighting against the monster. Lee used his bone ice to freeze the monster. Jordan was also busy, flames continuously spewing out, burning the monsters in front of him alive. Outside, Run watched this stunned and speechless. It was unbelievable. Luai was acting as a shield with his ice magic, and Jordan was acting as a spear with fire magic. The rest of the guild was also noteworthy. "Those guys are too strong." While you were still stunned, a large ape charged aggressively toward Heck gripped his dagger tight. As soon as the monkey got close, he struck with a swift blow, splitting it in two. Jordan was fighting the monster, but also kept an eye on the situation outside. Seeing this scene, he could not help feel moved. That kid just needed a bit more training to become a powerful awakener. A moment later, the monster's corpses were scattered everywhere. Jordan looked around, breathed a sigh of relief. The green dungeon was easier than he thought. Luai walked up from behind, pouting, "Isn't it obvious? Our team is the strongest in history." "No exaggeration." Nivima nodded, and Jordan replied casually, "You are right. No dungeon has ever been left unconquered by a team like ours." But at that moment, Louis suddenly smiled mysterious. "But I forgot to mention that." Jordan looked at her suspicious. What nonsense was she about to say? With a light huff, she coldly said, "Unfortunately, we are going to fail in this dungeon." As soon as she said that, Yan's face immediately darkened. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by an attack from a green energy. With a loud bang, there was a massive explosion. When the dust settled, everyone there was clueless about what was happening. Even Azun was affected. Lucky raised his sword to block, otherwise they would have been in danger. Everyone suspected there was another monster attack, but Azun clearly saw that a Y was the one who attacked. The shock was caused by the collision of two rank awakeners' power. This explosion was a magical blast. On this side, someone suddenly spoke up. "A Star Guild, help us with the injured. Do not just stand there." The Star Guild member who heard this smiled mysterious. One guy slowly stepped forward. "Chuck, let me help." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed the other person to death. The chaotic plan of the guild officially began, followed by a brawl. The Star Guild members eliminating members of the other guild. Fresh blood was flowing like a river. Hun stared blankly at this scene, not knowing what was happening. But at that moment, someone ambushed him from behind, startling him. However, quickly regained his composure and dealt a lethal blow on the spot. The remaining Star Guild members had now surrounded Hun, squinting at him. They warned, "He is not easy prey. Do not underestimate." Attack together. Hun furrowed his brow, wondering why the Star Guild was attacking everyone. Their relationship with the Maximum Guild might not be good, but this was a different issue. However, thinking back, Su Hyun had mentioned battle would start once they entered the dungeon, so he had anticipated this would happen. Moreover, right now he had to focus on surviving. This in mind, Haejun tightly gripped the blade in his hand, coldly saying, "Come here." At the same time, over by Jordan Dan, he had been frozen on one side by Lokho. He blamed himself for being too overconfident, and now he could not use his hand. Why might hate him, but she was not stupid enough to do anything risky, so she had planned everything from the start. Thinking about this, coldly asked, "You won't do this out of personal revenge? What are you planning?" "What revenge?" After hearing this, Why snorted cold. "Of course you do not know how much she wants to kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, a layer of frost aggressively rushed forward, forcing Jordan to grit his teeth. Indeed, he did not know if he could hold on. This moment, Why fiercely shouted, "You idiot. Do you think you can take my attack with just one hand?" She was not wrong. After being injured, a long battle like this would not him. Fortunate, when considering the compatibility of their power, he was always on the upper hand. Still had one chance, and he would put everything into that chain. Lee's frost continuously attacked, but Jordan had poured all his firepower into his remaining arm, then shouted, "Take, you cold-hearted bitch. I will burn you alive." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist toward her. Her body had been pierced, surrounded by flame, but Jordan was not happy at all. His face was filled with disbelief, because in front of him was ice, not a real body. Lu's mocking laughter echoed, as if he just realized now, but it was too late. As soon as she finished speaking, she touched Jordan's back, causing his body to start freezing. Jordan's expression immediately dark. She brushed him off, biting her lip fiercely. He suspiciously asked, "Just tell me one, even though we hate each other, we are in the green dungeon together. Does she think her guild can break this dungeon alone?" Hearing this, Why smirked slightly. "How naive are you? Their goal is to ensure this raid fail." As soon as those words were out, Jordan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never even dreamed that their purpose was this. Jordan angrily glared at, coldly questioning, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you even know what you are saying? This is the green dungeon. If they fail and it erupts, do you know what will happen?" Right now in the U, there are no S-class awakeners. Since there is no information about the green dungeon, the awakeners in other countries will also be delayed in offering support. If the dungeon outbreaks, the worst case scenario is that the entire U will be plunged into chaos. He said if she likes the spoil, he will give her everything, so think it over. Hearing this, Lu could not help but applaud. Indeed, Jordan is great explanation. I can picture all those scenarios in my head now. As soon as she finished, she pulled down her shirt to reveal a tattoo on her shoulder. Joda recognized it as the tattoo of the Chaos Society. Smirked. Lu raised her eyebrow and asked, "What do you think?" "Interesting, right? I wonder how many people will die." The look of horror on his face really pleased her. How could Jordan not be horrified? What does she think human life? She is not human. She is a monster. Only a monster could think like that. This moment, Why spoke again. "All right, I have thought it over. She will make an exception for him. Not kill him now. She wants to see his desperate expression." At the same time, Son is rushing back. "You have to stop this." On the battlefield, Lu Wai is still waiting without intervening in the fight before him. This moment, the Star Guild members have almost taken down everyone here, with only a few still trying to resist. There is also Zun, who is fighting alongside those guys. Lu approaches one person and asks suspicious, "Where's the boss?" The other person shakes their head, saying, "I do not. We have not seen him." Lu Wei squints into the air and shouts loud, "Boss, everything is about to end. Come out." But after a while, there is still no response. She helplessly holds her head and mutters, "This guy really." She is happy to follow, but his secret identity is quite troublesome. If something happens and the guild becomes a target, They will definitely hunt her and the Star Guild down first. There is no guarantee he won't abandon, so she is contemplating whether to leave after the mission. Just then, she hears footsteps approaching. Thinking it is Mar, she dissatisfiedly said, "You are later than I expect." She also asks if Suin is strong, but the voice that comes out startles. "Sorry, person who arrived is Sun." He scans the area inside, saying, "I tried my best, but it seems it is too late. This place has turned into a disaster thanks to the Star Guild." As soon as he realizes the newcomer is not Mar, Louis immediately creates a layer of icy frost. She did not expect Su-hyun to take down Mar. She has acknowledged Mar's strong talent, but the magic Su-hyun displayed was so overwhelming that everything around like it was about to explode. Seeing this, Alo could not help but bite her lip, and she immediately shouted, "You all, forget about the other. Kill Kim-sun first for me." As soon as she said this, the Star Guild members changed direction, prepared to attack Sun. As seeing them trying to leave, coldly said, "Who allowed you to go?" The Star Guild members were thus blocked by Hun, with no other choice. Lu had to fight Sun herself. The icy mist continuously attacked, and in an instant, one of his hands was frozen. However, could not be held back for long, and he quickly cut through them with his sword. Seeing that, Luwei fiercely bit her lip, created another wave of ice, but in the end, she was still easily surpassed by Su-hyun. Lee frowned slightly. What is her boss doing right now? She can't defeat you alone. Although she did not want to admit it, he was truly too strong. She did not understand why the boss had not shown up yet, or was he waiting for an opportunity? If so, she would create that opportunity. Thinking this, she immediately waved her hand, and a series of ice layers connect form a huge ice golem. Squinting at him, Lui smugly said, "I will admit you are strong. This golem is not as easy to destroy as the barrier earlier." However, as soon as she finished, the giant ice golem had its arm cut off. Su-hyun scoffed derisively. "Is this all you can do?" Saying that, he quickly charged toward, but at that moment, a layer of icy mist appeared. Right after that, Su-hyun's body was tightly held by the ice layer. He was a bit surprised, not thinking it could be done like that. Seeing his reaction, Lee became even more pleased. "Do you really think I am stupid enough to fight a monster like you alone?" Didn't Su-hyun notice? He swung his sword to cut off one of the ice giant's arms, but in the end, he was still caught by another arm of it. Seeing the opportunity had come, Louis immediately shouted, "Act now. This place has fallen into silent void, and no one is answering you. You want to find Jun Feng?" He was of course at the Star Guild headquarters right now. He was leisurely standing by the window enjoying some wine. His mood was really good, not waiting for a response. Wei did not give up. She continued to shout loud, "Boss, come out and deal with it. I have created the opportunity for you." Su-hyun was strong, but surely the two of them kill him. This was the perfect opportunity. Strike. Where did he disappear to? But she shouted for a long time without waiting for the person she needed. Finally unable to hold back and cough. Looking at her blood-stained arm, her hand could not help tremble. At this point, she realized she had been abandoned by Jun Feng. Ex-Hyunun was currently pinned down by the ice giant, and seeing her fall into despair was somewhat using. After pondering for a long time, he finally took action. He gently exerted, and the entire layer of ice was destroyed by. Just as he thought, Jun Feng was not here. Regardless of everything happening in the Green Dungeon, Run Feng is currently at the guild headquarters. There is another man in the room with. The guy wondered, "Boss, why are not you executing the plan? Why did you come back here?" Jun Feng furrows his brow upon hearing this, falls into deep thought. Back when Jordan and Lai were fighting, he had disguised himself as someone else to appear there. He closely watches Jordan. For someone with a reputation like Jordan, this would not be hard. Killing him would not be enjoyable at all. But just when it seemed everything was coming to an end, and he was about to leave in victory, the appearance of Su-hyun shattered his confidence. His first impression of him was that he was stronger than Jordan, but he quickly became alarmed, his eyes widening. Around Su-hyun was an overwhelming power that gave him a bad feeling. In the end, he decided it was not worth the risk, so he vanished before anyone noticed his presence. Back in reality, after leaving his thought, he shook his head and said, "I do not know." The other man frowned upon hearing this. The guy had no idea what he was thinking, and now he did not know what to do. Just then, someone burst in from outside, shouting loud, "We are in trouble." The man turned to him and asked, "What is the problem?" The newcomer replied seriously about the terrorist threat to countries beyond the US. The associations in those countries had caught the terror. Immediately, Jun Feng's expression darkened. Even that man could not believe it and shouted, "What? You mean the associations know about our plan?" At that moment, Run Feng suddenly laughed. "Now I get it. They know everything." The man looked at him skeptically and asked, "Boss, is this really the time to laugh? This is not part of the plan. Now is not the time to stay calm." Jun Feng stood up without any worry. "I have made my decision." The man was increasingly confused. "What have you been rambling about?" But before he could finish, Run Feng struck him down. Right after that, he slowly walked towards the door, finishing off the last one. Once he was done, he coldly said, "Forming a chaotic association sounds fun. Because of you guys, my identity has been completely exposed, so I have to hide." Because he still wanted to be an act inside the blue dungeon. The group was trying to wake Jordan up. After a while, Jordan finally regained consciousness and groggily asked, "Where are?" He regained his composure and exclaimed in panic, "What about Louis? How did the raid go?" You hurriedly told him to calm down. Everything has been resolved. This surprised Jordan, and then he realized that Louis's people had been captured. He asked in confusion, "The hell?" Clearly lost. The other guy quickly explained, "Su-hyun came and saved everyone. Without him, we would have been dead." At that moment, Su-hyun was trying to calm Hack down. "Just listen to me. As soon as I stepped into the dungeon, a suspicious guy jumped out. If I stopped to talk to you, he would run away. So I had no other choice." With a slight huff, Run expressed his dissatisfaction. "Some of us blindly followed, and you left us here. Feels like we have been betrayed." Su-hyun knew he was angry, and really did not know what to do. At that moment, someone called you, and when you turned around, you saw Jordan coming toward you with someone else. You asked him how he felt about it. Jordan narrowed his eyes while observing you. You clearly knew about the Chaos Guild's plan, but that did not matter. His arrogance led to this. Seeing him say nothing, Su-hyun felt a bit suspicious. Why is the atmosphere so tense? Finally, you spoke up to break the silence. Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it. After hesitating for a long time, Jordan finally spoke. "I have a lot to say, but I think I should start with this. You saved, and that is not all. If it were not for you, everyone in America would have died." They wanted to express their gratitude to the hero who saved America. Saying that, Jordan bowed his head to you and gratefully said, "Thank you for saving us, for saving all of America." Upon hearing this, Su-hyun frowned. Considering his position and authority, it was not easy to set aside such pride. To be honest, Jordan Dan is really great. Su-hyun shyly looked at him and said with a smile, "Thanks, but I feel a bit awkward too. Let us keep searching." Just then, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, Su-hyun's expression darkened and cold sweat covered his forehead. A menacing figure had appeared in the forest. Threw something at everyone. Su-hyun quickly called the Holy Fire Phoenix out, saying in a deep voice, "Sorry, but I have not saved Emma yet." With that, grabbed its leg and took off into the sky. To be be precise, he was saving her right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy fire phoenix let out a roar, blocking whatever was coming. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted. People behind immediately questioned what had happened. Suhan calmly replied, I told you, did not. You should worry about bringing those monsters back to life. Chaos Guild 1T let things rest. But more importantly, what you are talking about is that this green dungeon is quite dangerous. As soon as he finished, horde of monsters bared their fangs and rushed out. Suhan charged in with his sword, slicing one monster in half. People behind were not idle either. They hurriedly grabbed their weapons to fight back. However, advancing, causing panic among the group. The captain calmly said, the monsters in the dungeon are numerous. That is their advantage. Jordan stepped forward 2 paces, then leaned against Suyan. Suhan calmly spoke, this moment, we need to launch a clean sweep. As soon as he finished, he activated a green flame. Jordan was not idle either, calling forth fire magic in his palm. Immediately, the two of them attacked monsters. Seeing this scene, Stun could not help but exclaim, awesome. Jordan's team quickly reminded everyone to be ready. He can handle those monsters. With this assurance, everyone straightened up, preparing to face the monsters. At the same time, a shadow hiding nearby murmured, they are very weak. As soon as he finished speaking, another group of monsters charged in. Jordan shouted loudly, ordering everyone, the monsters are coming back, wipe them out. As soon as he finished, he charged forward like a rock plane. But then a strange phenomenon occurred. The monsters brushed, and Chikov Yan's expression turned grim in an instant. He solemnly cried out, they are targeting the injured. Stop them. Just as he said, the monsters rushed straight toward the defenseless, and screams of despair echoed continuously. On the other side, a seriously injured person sat, unable to fight back, just waiting silently for death. But at that moment, a figure rushed over. Suhan mercilessly swung his sword, cutting through the monster. You squint at them, your eyes filled with killing intent. The shadow has now recognized your danger, and he immediately orders to lock him down, commands the monsters to kill you direct. As soon as he finishes, the monsters seem to be fueled with energy, wildly charging towards Sai. Seeing their transformation, you are a bit surprised. Quickly regain your composure and strike without hesitation. Just then, they suddenly explode. When the dust settles, you stand there proud, alone. You brush off the dust from your body, frowning in thought. You can withstand it with Gragon's defensive power. But if it continues like this, it won't be good at all. At this moment, Azun rushes over, worriedly asks, Suhan, are you okay? Why did those monsters explode? Shaking your head slightly, Suhan calmly replied, that must be the boss's ability. Jordan looks at you in shock. You know the boss. You certainly know it is a monster spirit, a boss that manipulates animals. It is very intelligent, skilled in magic, and has many difficult abilities to deal with. To be honest, the current situation is not promising at all. They need to protect the injured and guard against Chaos Association's members while continuously dealing with these monsters without rest. Xian thinks for a moment, then says, I will handle the boss. Once it is taken down, these minions will automatically leave. Just need to hold out until then. Saying that, you want to leave, but before you can take a few steps, Jordan Dan pulls you back. He asked in a low voice, don't you have anything to say? If the boss can really control the monsters like you said, it will definitely focus its forces on you before you even get close to it. No matter how strong you are, you want to easily kill it. Suyan glanced at him and asked seriously, Jordan, you called me a hero, right? You have always hated it. That title is nothing but a burden to you. But when he and everyone else call you that, it makes you feel a bit happy. Speaking of which, Suhan smiled at him and said, so it is time for you to become a true hero. Hearing this, Jordan could only helplessly sigh. I guess I can't say anything more, but I can't hold on to them for long. Suhan did not pay much attention, said goodbye, and left. Jordan watched his back, feeling a bit embarrassed for some reason. Thought he was the American hero, but it seems the hero is someone else. Meanwhile, Suhan ran straight ahead, charging into the monster's lair. He mumbled as he walked, it is your turn now, Ninja. As soon as he finished, Ninja appeared. Immediately, he received the blessing of the dragon god. His speed, strength, and magic were increasing. Without hesitation, Suhian swung his sword, and a series of sword lights began to dance in the air. In an instant, a group of monsters was killed by the monster spirit. Observer was speechless at this scene, but he quickly regained his composure, and a series of sound waves appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, the sound waves spread throughout the forest. The group of Jihad outside heard the deafening cry, and immediately warned a horde of monsters rushing out from deep in the forest. Meanwhile, X charged in like a war god on the battle, each swing of his sword causing monsters to drop dead. Time passed, and Suyan continued the slaughter. At this point, he had just killed the monster in front of him with a single strike, moving like a spirit gliding through the air, encountering a god. Killed the god, facing a Buddha. He killed the Buddha. After taking down that monster, he landed on a nearby branch with Maya in his arm. Letting out a sigh of relief, he whispered, that is half of it done, right? He thought they were focusing their attack on, but it seemed there were about 200 to 300 of them. He would absorb too much power if he killed them all, so he was trying to figure out how to distract her. With that thought, he immediately used his clones. Luckily, he had bought this beforehand. In an instant, Menix's hand appeared in this. Immediately, his clones charged toward the monster. Seeing this, the eyes of the great beast spirit widened in astonishment, increasing the number. Maya was also very pleased. 4 of them. That meant he would be praised 4 times over. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Over here, the great beast spirit becoming increasingly confused. Among those rushing towards him was real, could not tell, so he decided to hunt them all down. Over here, the real entity of Su Hyan was racing forward when a bunch of monkeys blocked the way. He could not help his tongue. Do you have to trick all of them? But there was no other way, so he quickly ordered Maya to attack. Hearing this, Maya immediately unleashed a stream of fire. In an instant, the blazing flames shot through the air, targeting the 7 monkeys. Watching them get burned, Suhan nodded in satisfaction and praised, well done. At the same time, the monstrous spirit sensed his presence. Immediately, he ordered the monster to charge. Just at that moment, a beam of green energy shot toward. He hurriedly took cover behind a large tree. Just like that, the energy blasts tree in the distance. Exo, who observed this scene, his expression slightly grave. It seems he won't let you escape easily. No other choice. He still had to fight against the monsters surrounding him. However, their momentum was very fierce, making it a bit different for him. Under the control of the monstrous spirit, the horde of monsters charged wildly toward him. In the blink of an eye, they exploded, filling the place with thick smoke. Caught in the dust, could not help off twice. Looking at the tired Maya in his hand, Suhan had no choice, put it into space, leaving the rest for me to handle. He then slowly moved forward. In front of him now was a horde of frenzied monsters, controlled by the giant monster spirit. Coldly said, now let us find out who the hunter is and who the prey is. As soon as he finished, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Among the 7 difficulty levels, the difficulty of the green dungeon is rated at level 5, based on the characteristics of the dungeon and the difficulty assessed on a point scale. This dungeon is one of the hardest green dungeons. In his past life, an explosion occurred due to a failed conquest mission, and only by gathering high-level awakening stones from countries around the world could they conquer the dungeon. While he was contemplating, something that terrified him emerged. He saw a monster bite into his neck, causing fresh blood to flow out continuously. Gritting his teeth, he could not help but curse. Damn it, you got careless. At the same time, the giant monster spirit used its magic to attack. With a loud bang, a massive explosion occurred. One could say that his chances of successfully conquering this dungeon alone were almost zero. The giant monster spirit slowly approached where Suyin lay unconscious on the ground, but he still did not want to give up. In his past life, he had tried very hard, but even back then, when he possessed great power, he still could not protect anything. Even after the green dungeon explosion in the last life, you still failed to protect everyone. That made you wonder if you could even protect yourself. Why are you called a hero? In some way, just look at the despair of those you do not even know their name. Even when people are dying right in front of you, you feel nothing. The only thing left is the responsibility to save the world. Those vague thoughts always linger in your mind. Kim Dong-in can never become a hero. However, with this awakening, thinking of those you have met, you believe Kim Soo-hun will be diff power you have now. Pale yellow energy is now continuously surrounding you, and you have pushed yourself up, confident that this time you will become a hero. Seeing this, Siu Kuilun-ji widened his eyes in shock. Unable to believe, he muttered, "You are back." Xian has now regained his strength, raising an eyebrow at him provocative. "Earlier you called me your prey, but now you tell me to come back." As soon as he finished, he threw a punch at him. He quickly stepped back to dodge, but still got hit. With a light huff, Han coldly said, "Your hunt is over. Now it is your turn." This moment, Siu Kuilun-ji was very frightened, covering one side of his broken. Then he shouted fiercely, "Protect!" Immediately, the sound waves echoed throughout the forest. But what surprised him happened. He sat there trembling, somewhat speechless, because at this moment, the battlefield over there is a bloody disaster. The bodies of the monsters are scattered everywhere, and the flames in Jordan's hands keep flaring up. The group that stayed behind to hold off the monsters successfully cleaned them up, so there are no monsters left to assist the giant spirit. Jordan raised an eyebrow, smugly saying, "Don't underestimate it." Over here, Soo-hyun slowly walked towards the giant spirit. Coldly spoke up, "Looks like there are no monsters left to protect. I do not want to die." He shouted loud, then began to use magic. But before he could do anything, his hands were severed. Of course, Soo-hyun made his move, and in an instant, his action froze, his face filled with horror. Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow and said, "Person you are thinking of might feel the same way." As soon as he finished, he stabbed his sword, directly piercing through his body. He thought this was his chance to correct his mistake. Both his sword and his mind felt lighter than ever. He was very grateful to the original host. Thanks to him, he could atone for his sin. He had killed the boss of the green dungeon, stopping the disaster it caused in his previous life. He would never forget the opportunity the original host had given him. Outside, a group of people were standing on the rooftop of a building. A teenager asked suspiciously, "Did you just say that the base of the Chaos Guild is over there? Why are not we attacked?" Their enemies clearly right in front of the woman standing in the middle was John. At this moment, she was lost in thought, remembering earlier, Zone called her out to because they would split into two. One would go to punish the dungeon, and John would attack the distant guild. However, John just smirked after hearing that. She grabbed his collar and aggressively questioned, "After hearing what I said, you still dare to suggest something like that? I warn you, I will kill Run. Anyone who gets in her way won't be spared, even if it is you." After saying that, she released Soo-hyun calmly said, "I know you are strong enough, but you can't defeat Jun Feng alone. He is a first-generation awakened one, so he has accumulated his strength for a long time. If he shows up at the Star Guild, it is very likely that you and the Death Guild will have to lose." He gave her a meaningful look. After a moment, he continued, "I do not want you to lose something even more precious, just for revenge." Leaving the memories behind, John could not help but sigh. Her life was not that important anyway. But since Soo-hyun said that, she did not want those who followed her to die either. Seeing her still hesitating, the group behind grew anxious, and someone could not help speak up. Exchange, say something to her, but Jean shook his head in refusal. Come on, she must have her own reason. That moment, the building across suddenly erupted with an explosion, causing John's group to panic immediately. What on earth is happening? Is it an ambush? How could anyone else know that the Star Guild is actually the Chaos Guild? The one behind this chaos is Jun Feng. He wants to silence the guild member, and for safety, he even turns on his own. The other person keeps begging him, swearing that he won't reveal his identity. Meanwhile, Jana spotted Jun Feng's instant. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Jun Feng sat across from the other person, coldly saying, "How can I trust you? Besides, if he lets that person live, would not that be unfair to those who have died?" As soon as he finished speaking, he acted to take that person's life. Right after, his tongue helplessly. It is really sad that starting today, the Chaos Guild has been disbanded. No one is going to protest, right? How could the dead protest against? At that moment, a scream filled with hatred suddenly rang out, shaking everyone. He jolted and turned to look, and before he could see the person, a cold light flashed before his eyes. John charged at him with a sharp blade. He was initially a bit surprised, quickly regained his composure, and reached out to block, forcefully pushed back, and then asked her who she was. John did not have time to answer, as he had already thrown her far away, squinting at him with a voice full of hatred. "I have been waiting for this day." Jun Feng was a bit confused. He did not understand what she was talking about. John gritted her teeth and said, "I will kill you at any cost." He stared at her blankly for a long time, still not remembering who she was. Inside the green dungeon, Soo-hyun, after killing the elder beast spirit, had extracted its heart, holding a blue gem in his hand. He could not help but sigh. Who would have thought this guy would hide something like this? If he gave this to old man Diho, he would love it. Just then, Mia suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed it. Soo-hyun panicked and shouted, "Can't eat that." A moment later, Jordan's group arrived at Son's location. Seeing the scene before them, their expressions instantly went silent. "You actually defeated those monsters. Moreover, you are even playing with your pet right now." Once he regained his composure, Azun stepped forward and spoke. "Soo-hyun, we have arrived. You see them." Smiling and speak, "Good job. And see Jun, you too." Jordan Dan. Jordan nodded slightly and said, "I did not think you could actually catch the mastermind." Soo-hyun casually laughed and said, "What I did is not surprising, right? Anyway, we need to find an exit." At that moment, Azun suddenly spoke up. "We found it." Soo-hyun looked at him suspiciously. Jordan slowly explained, "While chasing those monsters that suddenly scattered, we were able to locate your position as well as the exit. That is also why it took us a bit of time to get here." Soo-hyun immediately suggested, "Let us move quick. We need to get this trash back to the association." Jordan agreed, "If possible, to kill these bastards, but we need to bring them back." And also, when you mentioned this, you looked over at Dan, making him a bit suspicious. You chuckled softly and said, "Can you cover the medical fees for the association?" Robert is going to be furious about this, but that is something for after we leave the green dungeon. Jordan agreed without hesitation. "I will also give you my share of the credit. After all, saying you handled this dungeon on your own is not an exaggeration." However, Soo-hyun seemed reluctant, hesitantly asked, "Instead, can I ask you for a favor?" Jordan asked suspiciously, suspicious. Favor. You nodded without hesitation, acknowledging it. You said there was still one more person who needed help. Outside, John was still fighting with Jun. That guy is really reckless when he fights back. Nanama. What kind of assassin can't even hide their own emotion? This moment, John's face is full of hatred as he keeps swinging his sword at. He snorts softly and coldly said, "Anyway, the way you rushed here to attack, and the intensity of your emotion." He asks her if she knows him, but John does not answer. Still charging forward with the knife, Runfen raises her hand to block, unable to help her tongue. It really is a troublesome skill. Not only can she move swiftly in the night, but her strength also increases rapidly. In this situation, the only thing making it easier for him to breathe is her furious state, which allows him to guess her actions more simply. He suddenly smirks. Should he tease her a little? Thinking that, he dodges the attack while speaking with a very playful attitude. Calm down. It seems like you really hate me. If not, should not I know who you are? But John only wants to kill him. He coldly laughs and says, "Don't say that. Who knows? Maybe I will remember who you are from your reaction." As soon as he finishes speaking, he changes his then asks, "What do you think? Is this the face you have seen?" John fiercely bites her lip and curses, "You bastard. Are you planning to tease her until she dies?" Runfeng sees her reaction and chuckles softly. "Then what about this?" Another face appeared again. John did not react. Continued attack. He knew he was guessing wrong again, furrowing his brow in place. This is not it either. What about this? He continued to change face. At this moment, John's body suddenly froze, because in front of her was the face etched in her painful memories. Runfeng sneered. "This is it." This moment, John radiated intense killing intent. She almost screamed, "Hong Runfeng, I will kill you." However, he remained very calm and thought, "This face had done too many things that I can remember all of." He raised an eyebrow at her, pouting, "But do you really want to kill me? To the point that you do not even realize your skill-less time is almost up." As soon as he finished speaking, John's body froze. Taking this opportunity, punched her in the stomach. Just at that moment, John raised her hand to block, giving a faint smile. Runfeng coldly said, "Now that I look closely at your face, I remember." As he said this, he suddenly laughed loud. John looked at him suspicious, but her eyes became misty. In her eyes appeared the figure she longed for. He actually transformed into Kian. John's body instantly lost strength and collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this reaction, Runfeng was even more pleased. Such a reaction must mean it is right. Understanding John's mindset, he became even more playful. This guy is quite troublesome. If I am not mistaken, if I am not wrong, there were 3 other guys then, and she was unconscious. Immediately after, he transformed again, causing John's tears to flow continuously. Right in front of her is Yang, who is acting all worried and said, "Get up, please." The next person is Uck. The last person, of course, is Hunjin. John's emotions immediately sank into the depths of despair. She keeps asking to stop. Just stop. They are not the kind of people who deserve to be mocked by a jerk like him. As she says this, her hand holding the knife starts to tremble. But how could Jun Feng let her go? He coldly says, "Now this is the highlight." Right after that, he takes on the appearance of Ki Hun. He keeps crying. He is reenacting the scene from that day. Ki Hun begged him to spare John. Then he bursts into laughter. He really is pathetic. He says she should see how Ki Hun looked when he killed him. The more he talked, the darker John's face, the more she suffered, the more pleased Run Feng gets. He throws his head back and laughs. "Look at that face. I love it. This is why I can give up act." And he has to kill her because she knows his identity now. But Su Han must know him too. So he suggests, why does not she join him in killing Su Han? When the kid is dead, they will create a new gang. John stares blankly at, while he continues to smile and advise, "Join my gang and you will see your lover, and you won't die." Right. Jun Feng overlooked one thing John can act too. While he is talking, she quietly pulls out a knife from thin air. She is waiting for him to come closer. Just as she thought, he has leaned in close to her. Seeing a good opportunity, her eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she swung at him. Her action startled Jun Feng. John's plan is perfect. She controls her emotions even when she is very angry and boiling with rage. She pretended to carry out her, but she overlooked some. Before she could stab him in the neck, she hesitated. Memories in the past created her hesitation. John's knife was just 1 m away from Feng's neck, did not strike down, giving him a chance to counter it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Reject." For the second time, he angrily attacked John, severely injuring. Just like that, she was knocked out. By the same time, outside the chaotic headquarters, smoke and fire billowed, attracting the attention of the surrounding resident, who could not stop speculating about who was responsible. John's people blended into the crowd, and someone could not help but ask, "Shouldn't we go with John?" Jean shook her head and said, "She will be fine." Just then, a voice from behind them spoke up, "Evacuate the civilians." Jean looked a bit surprised. Jordan wrote, "What about you guys?" Before she could finish asking, Jordan spoke up, "Suan told us to come here. He said we should cooperate with you and evacuate the civilians in this building." Jean frowned at him and asked, "But why did not I see him anywhere?" Jordan Dan replied, slightly startled, "There must be something urgent." He went into the building first. Up on the rooftop, Jun Feng is currently choking Duyan. Coldly he said, "It is not. You are the first one to fight with this long, but it is a waste of time. So let us end it here." As soon as he finished, he was ready to deliver the final blow to John. But just when it seemed like it was all over, Soon appeared from a distance, blocking his attack. With a bang, the rooftop erupted again. So-hun was able to save John, gently placing her on the ground. He lowered his voice, "I will keep my promise. Do not worry." Once the dust settled, Run Feng emerged from the wreck, sneering, "You are Xu-han, right? Showing yourself in front of—" "I want to ask you a lot of—" He huffed soft, and Xu-han replied cold, "I want to ask you a lot as well. Are you happy? Pretending to be someone else to deceive, pretending to be a loved one to humiliate, looking down on them and killing just to satisfy." His words left Run bewildered, unsure how to respond. But Su-hun repeated the question firmly, "Are you happy?" After a moment, Run Feng finally regained his composure, nonchalantly saying, "I wonder if you are talking about thrill that fades over time. But the best part is he never gets bored. I can give you thrills too." X-Han replied cold, then began to draw his sword to attack. Run Feng stared at him in confusion, hurriedly activating his skill. But it was too late. Su-hun had already slashed forward. Glancing at him, Su-hien said in a low voice, "The thrill I give you will be much more fun than your game." That moment, Run Feng realized he had a large wound on his waist. Blood was starting to pour out like rain. Quickly fell to the ground, clutching his injury, squinting at the boy, his face now filled with anger. Right after that, he began to transform, and in the blink of an eye, his clothes were ripped apart by his changing body. When he looked back again, he had turned into a giant dragon. He roared fiercely as he charged forward, "I will tear you to pieces." That was the dragon transformation energy, a skill to turn into a dragon, considered one of the strongest skills in the history of Awakener. However, Su-hein remained unflustered, calmly standing there with a disdainful smirk. "That must be why you are so arrogant. Even so, you only achieved it by luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with his sword. Run Feng hurriedly dodged. Then, he attacked Su-hen with his claw, but Su-hien managed to dodge in time, and he took the opportunity to unleash the Holy Fire Phoenix. Run Feng saw this and opened open his mouth to scream. Who do you think you are using fire in front of? Then he swallowed the flames whole, squinting at him. Soo-hyun pouted and asked, not hot. He heard this and scoffed cold. I will show you what real heat is like. Look close, this is dragon fire. Immediately, he spat a flame towards Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun calmly called Maya out, showing him the true fire dragon. Maya quickly appeared, then took a deep breath, and immediately, a flame even brighter rushed straight ahead. The two flames collided rapidly, then exploded. Seeing this scene, Runfeng could not believe it, his eyes wide open. No way. That little dragon could blow away his fire. His gaze made Maya over here scared, hiding behind Soo-hyun. It trembled and said, he is targeting me. With a soft laugh, San quickly reassured, it is, you can go in now. Maya nodded slightly, then stepped back into the conveniently blessing. He nodded in satisfaction. Maya always did as she pleased. At that moment, Runfeng suddenly rushed in from afar, shouting, you should not be so distracted. However, Soo-hyun merely smiled slightly, licking his tongue and saying, I do not think so. Right after that, he swung his sword, striking at Junfeng's claw. Blood gushing out continued. This made his claw freeze in midair. His gigantic body kept shaking, staggering to the ground. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Is he really in a state of losing to Soo-hyun? Is the discomfort he felt earlier fear? Thinking of this, that guy immediately clenched his teeth, then looked up and shouted loud, don't make me laugh. Dragon breath is the strongest. At this moment, Soo-hyun coldly replied, let me tell you one thing. The reason I let you go, even though I know who you are, is that I can overcome the trial tower anytime I want, which means you can kill a guy like him as long as you want to. As soon as he finished speaking, his body approached him, and his sword flowed like a wave past. He aggressively spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body now full of wounds. At the same time, the commotion here had attracted the attention of Jordan's group. Judon squinted and looked over there, suspiciously murmuring, what is happening up there? The building is collapsed. Just as they said, the whole building was blazing bright, now resembling something being cut off, beginning to collapse. Judon hurriedly ordered everyone to evacuate. On the rooftop, Runfeng had returned to a normal state, just weakly lying on the ground. He trembled and murmured, why did you do this to me? Do you have a grudge against me too? Something light. Soon coldly replied, I just do not like. This moment, John behind had also regained consciousness. Hearing the commotion, he turned his head and smiled, saying, I think the final preparations are complete. John gently stood up and slowly walked in front of Runfen. Seeing her, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he heard Son's cold voice. I really want to kill you myself, but unfortunately, I promise. After saying that, he looked at John and said, truck is luck. I won't lift a finger from now on. Hearing this, Run suddenly laughed out loud. What is wrong with Soo-hyun? Squinted at him and spoke. You beat John. I won't do anything, even if you run away. But if he runs now, he knows what will happen. Runfeng smirked. Then he forced himself to stand up, potted and said, don't change your mind. I thought this was the end. He chuckled smugly, then began to face had transformed into Kai-hun's. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, he was right. Saving you is indeed a good. As soon as he finished, he charged aggressively toward John. He was sure this stupid girl in front of him would not dare to attack this familiar fate, but he miscalculated. This time John was able to fight back. A wound had appeared on, and he could not believe it. She actually attacked without hesitation. At that moment, John's cold voice rang out again. You have no idea how long I have waited for this day. A battle full of hesitation is more than enough. I think you are misunderstanding something. Runfeng grabbed her wrist tight, snorted coldly and said, I can also hit you the normal way. Right after that, he threw a punch at her. In an instant, an invisible shockwave sounded, as if something had collided. She blocked his punch. Taking advantage of the moment, she kicked out at him. The two quickly fell into a stalemate. At the same time, outside the battle, Mia jumped out from the void, observing the fight for a while. He spoke, so Junfeng is superior in ability. He was not wrong. John's skills could not compare to Jun. Before long, she found herself at a disadvantage. Mai frowned at the scene, feeling a bit worried, but at that moment, faintful energy suddenly appeared, then quickly surrounded John. Junfeng could not help but be astonished. While he was in shock, a figure rushed past him, causing the surroundings to shake violently. By the time he reacted, a long cut appeared on his face, and fresh blood began to seep out. He angrily looked towards Soo-hyun, knowing what he was thinking. Soo-hyun pouted and said, don't get it wrong, that was not. But does he really have time to glare at? With his reminder, Junfeng suddenly realized John was charging at him again, and he quickly ducked to avoid it. He took the opportunity to escape and retreated. He wanted to create distance from her first, but he could not manage to do it. At this moment, John's speed was as fast as light, and in an instant, he was right in front of him. A knife of hers struck down, hitting his body. John's eyes were filled with determination. She could do it. She fiercely attacked Junfeng. She wanted to kill him today, fiercely stabbing forward, forcing him to continuously retreat. But her knife did not stop for a sec. She continuously pressed the knife against his body, biting her lip aggressive. Trembling, Feng hurriedly used his skills to block, but John's strength was too great at this moment. The blade was nearly touching him. He screamed in panic. Wait, unfortunate. John was so filled with hatred that she could not chop him into pieces. How could she give him a chance? For her teammate, for those who brought her life, for the man who made her feel warm and pulled her out of loneliness. She had to kill him. At this moment, Feng was engulfed in fear. He kept telling her to stop, but the blade coming down, and his palm was already cut open. Panicked again, shouting loud, his tone filled with rage. I said stop, you little bug. But how could John hear him? She continued to chop down fierce cuts, getting deep, covering his entire body in fresh blood. After the prolonged battle, the rooftop of the building was almost in ruin, but John stood in the smoke where she had pushed her enemy into. Her face finally relaxed. Every scar she had engraved in her mind was finally avenged. She sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground. Over there, Soo-hyun had seen something fall to the ground. It was a neck, probably John. He reached down to pick it up and then brought it over to her. He spoke up to praise her. You did great. He just stood there watching her, waiting for her reaction. John focused on the necklace in his hand. After a long while, her tears began to fall. Finally, she could not help clutch the necklace and cry loud. Seeing this scene, Soo-hoo could not help but sigh. He should really avoid her for a while, give her some space. But just a few steps in, his body wobbled, and he felt like he was about to fall. He was just too exhausted. After that, everything was resolved quickly thanks to the Dog Syndicate and the Death Guild. The truth about the Chaotic Guild was brought to light. Luai and the other guild members were arrested right in the Green Dungeon and handed over to the U Association for process. There are reports that some businesses are still collaborating with Chaos, so those involved are still under investigation. The scale was larger than expected, and investigators were facing significantly due to a lack of information. Major news outlets also reported that Jun Feng was the president of the Chaotic Guild. Louis confessed all of Jun Feng's crimes, causing a huge shock. His crimes were quickly exposed, inciting outrage around the world. At the same time, this news also caught the attention of Soo-hyun's group. After the news ended, curses rang out incessantly. Duho was the first to speak up. Damn it, he really is not human. Yunshan chimed in, asking how one person could do such a thing. At this moment, Hun looked over at Su Hyan lying in the hospital bed and said in a low voice, but even when we were in the dungeon, Su Hyan knew every right. Duho nodded slightly. Maybe so. This kid said if anything happened, we should be informed, but he always shouldered everything alone. At this point, he let out a sigh, feeling a bit helpless. The atmosphere was getting heavy. He should do something. That moment, he saw a pen nearby. After hesitating for a while, he finally picked up the pen and went to draw on Sun's face. Seeing this scene, Yun-san panicked and yelled, "What are you doing?" He just kept drawing on Su-Han's, making Yun-san angry and pinch his face. He ignored it, drawing and complaining. This is so annoying. He won't say anything to us at all. Is that right? Duho was a bit startled when his name was called, and then he joined in on this silly drawing too. Yun-san got even angrier and yelled, "You too, Duho, stop." But Duho was very happy to do this, laughing out loud. No matter how good he was, he could not stop us from drawing on his face. Yun-san finally could not take it anymore and aggressively tapped the heads of the two, making them bow their heads and apologize. But Duho was still very dissatisfied. He always wanted to take on too much himself. Fine, I do not care anymore. Let us go eat in the room. Suo was quickly left alone lying on the hospital bed, his face covered in doodles. A little later, a dark aura suddenly appeared in the hospital room. Before long, John came in as well. She looked at Suin and murmured something incomprehensible. Is it? She asked because earlier, when everything ended, John's guild had received an anonymous letter. After she finished reading, she was startled by the list of remaining members of the chaotic guild. She sighed and looked at, whispering softly, "Are you doing this so we can take our revenge ourselves? Because even if the American Association catches them, they would just sit in jail at most. I do not know where you got this information from. I still have a lot of questions for you, but today I have something else to discuss, so I will let you off this time." Just before leaving, I picked up the black pen, imitating those two who drew on Suin's. Then I hung it on the window as I left. Quickly, figure disappeared along with the dark mist. Suin remained silent, only differing in that there was now a line of text on her. In another aspect, plane carrying news of the recent chaos was preparing to leave the United States. At the same time, at the Golden Tower, a man and a woman were enjoying dinner on the top floor. The man was the first to speak. "How do you like drinking in such a high?" The woman took a sip of her drink, coldly replied, "Why are you asking something so weird? Wine is always the same, tasteless and boring." But when looking outside, she could not help but admire. Technology is truly amazing. Although it is noisy outside, it is completely undisturbed and quiet. The man chuckled lightly and responded, "We have used a lot of stone, so of course it has to be like perhaps about 10% of all the stone in the United States has been used for this building." Hearing this, the woman frowned, silently reflecting, "Indeed, what a waste of money." But she did not say it out loud and shifted to another topic. "But hey, are you really planning to organize it? The ranking competition?" The man quickly paused his action, smirking with pride. He looked at the woman, smiled, and said, "You know, as Lin, I have always thought of myself as the strongest, but the world does not see it that way. Because in this world, there are too many heroes. Title of S-Rank Awakener. Depending on their achievement, they are praised as the best. In this small world, there are too many heroes. So through this ranking competition, he will show them that he, Golden Lohan, is the strongest." Time passed quickly like a dog running in the field. After the events in America, Suyin returned and once again began to climb the tower. At this moment, he was fighting a monster. Maya was also following, gracefully sitting on his back, ready to unleash fire to attack the monster when needed. It was not long before Su Heian finally defeated the monster. He had completely severed its head and disgusting fluid pouring out. Content of the challenge tower on the 30th floor was surprisingly simple. Destroy the hidden heart inside. However, Ouroboros was too large, so it took a whole year. Maya had grown a bit by now. Previous, the guardian of the 30th floor had told part of Ouroboros was a crystal containing all the power it had accumulated throughout its life, a source of accumulated pure energy. Take it and eat it. But soon, he would finally be rewarded for the past 6 months. Thinking that, Suhu quickly delivered a final blow. The mana in an instant kept increasing, and his whole body was now enveloped in immense mana. Gritting his teeth, Suhun reminded himself, "Don't lose your mind. From now on, you will possess this." The mana continued to rise. After a while, the mana finally receded. It was all absorbed by Suyin. Suyin also successfully obtained the third eye characteristic of Ouroboros, regarded as a trait. His stats board also appeared as a result. He glanced over it, and then his eyes lit up. His current mana and level finally reached 8. The difference between 7 and 8 was significant, and the result was well worth the 6 spent. He wanted to quickly test out his newfound strength, but there was no need to rush. He needed to prepare for the next step. As soon as the first of the month arrived, the world became light. First was the dizzying speed of dungeon appearance. Compared to last year, dungeons appeared at an exponential rate everywhere, spreading theories about the apocalypse. Not only that, news related to riots began to be causing anxiety and unrest among the people. However, this issue quickly faded due to the second matter. The strongest awake, who was also the richest person in the world. The event was hosted by Golden Lo. He released a video, sitting in an extravagant chair. He coldly said, "I announce the S-Rank Awakeners around the world. I do not like being grouped with people just because we are all S-Rank. So he wants to prove himself to the world." At this point, he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with determination, and his deep voice rang out again. "I am the strongest. You want to complain? Come fight in a ranked match." The video reached 100 million views in just one day, shifting attention to the actions of S-Rank Awakeners. Moreover, S-Rank Awakeners all react despite his challenge. Some came to look down on his arrogance, some came simply out of boredom, and others out of a desire for fame and wealth, among many other reasons. At a coffee shop in the city center, Suyin and Duho met here. After sharing his intentions with Duho, Suhain was met with Duho's incredulous shock. "You are going to participate in the ranked match." Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Suyin asked, "Why are you so shocked?" Duho realized it at that moment. He hurriedly sat down, nodding and saying, "That seems like a reasonable reaction. After all, it is surprising. I did not think you would be interested in these events." Suhin chuckled lightly and casually said, "I need the prize for winning." Duho thought for a moment before speaking. There is no way you would act without thinking. There are 2 reasons for Suyin to join the ranked match. First is adamant forge ban monk. You need that source material. It is the best metal, conducting mana as well as strength and longevity. The only way to obtain it is through a ranked match. That moment, a voice cut through Suhayan's thought. It is Azon's voice. He joyfully shouted, "I passed this level test." It was only then that he realized everyone in the cafe was looking at him. He awkwardly apologized, embarrassed, covering his face as he looked for his table. Duho did not want to look direct, quietly asking Suhain, "You are not planning to take him along, right?" He chuckled soft. "I was going to take him for some combat experience, but maybe I should save it for another." Tutun ran ran over from across the room, just in time to hear the last part of Soo-hyun's sentence. He suspiciously asked, "Where are you taking me?" They did not answer, and Do-ho changed the subject. "It is starting in 3 days." Soo-hyun shook his head, saying, there is still time. Go and train yourself." Azun did not even understand what was going on before Do-ho quickly spoke up, "Explain to me what is happening." But Do-ho did not respond, just glancing at Son asked, "You will win, right?" Xi-un paused for a moment, then confidently said, 3 days later, the sky in the United States bright once again. Because a great event was about to take place at the Golden Tower. Many people were gathered below the tower. Some came to watch, and there were journalists too. A male journalist looked at his female colleague and asked, "Show me the photos you have taken." The female journalist startled and replied, "They have not all arrived yet, but the lineup is truly impressive. Attendees include Wang Wu from China, Alina and from Russia, and you too?" After that, the female reporter asked again, "Do you want to bet on who will win?" The male reporter cheerfully replied, "Sure. The loser has to treat the winner to whiskey. I will bet on Golden Law." Female reporter felt a bit dissatisfied upon hearing that. I was about to say that. She hurriedly thought about who she wanted to bet on. The male reporter laughed mockingly at this scene. "What are you thinking? Even if they are S-Rank, who can beat Lone?" It was just then that they realized everyone had gathered at the entrance. Passing by looked quite astonished about something. Then the female reporter heard someone shout loud, "Kim Son is here." Soo-hyun was indeed here. Of course he came to participate in the competition. Female reporter then firmly said, "I am betting on Son." Above in the tower, Azun excitedly looked at the scene below, constantly exclaiming, "It is so high up here. I have never been in such a beautiful room." Do-ho, beside him, was a bit calmer and casually said, "Golden Lohan, son of a Titan, is known to control the stone. He is much stronger than I." At that moment, staff member approached Soo-hyun and said, "Excuse me, may I take you to the banquet on the 200th floor?" Soo-hyun frowned slightly and murmured, "A banquet?" In his past life, he had never participated in a ranking competition because he was only a rank. He thought for a moment and ultimately decided to go for it. At that moment on the 200th floor, there were many awakened ones dining. When the overseer appeared, they suddenly noticed him. Soo-hyun was over there picking food. Everyone started talking about him. Some even doubted he was the famous Soo-hyun, but one person did not think so. He spoke in a deep voice, and although it was hard to recognize his true power, that youthful appearance, he was indeed a monster. Soo-hyun also noticed that person. He is the supernova of Europe, Del Castle, and that curly-haired guy over there is Louis Gomez, the speed of light. Even Selena, who has been gaining fame recently, is probably backed by Chna, but the King of China and L are not here either. Still, none of the characters present here are weak. That is why everyone calls it a battle of the stars. Hun over here has sat down at the dining table, waving at it. "Hurry over. Food here is really good." Do-ho also nodded in agreement. "Right. Eat a lot. You need the energy to fight tomorrow." Soo-hyun looked at the two, unsure why he sighed. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, but he had nothing to worry about with Azun. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of mana. Seeing his bad expression, Do-ho asked in doubt, "What is wrong?" He just said he had something to do, and then left, leaving Do-ho and the other person clueless about what was happening. At the same time, on the rooftop Golden Building, a major collision was happening. Smoke and flames were flying everywhere, and a fist was hanging down tightly. It is this level awakened one from China, Wang Wu. He is furiously roaring at the person in front of him. "If you are so good, stand still and see the worst of it." The person facing him is this level awakened one from Japan, Tsukamoto Kanai. Tsukamoto pouts and said, "I'm not slow. You are just sluggish because of all that fat on you." This made Wang Wu even angrier, and he shouted again, "You jerk, I will break your arm." Immediately after, he charged forward. However, Tsukamoto was not scared. Calmly said, "Go ahead if you can." Two of them charged at each other aggressive. With a loud bang, a strong collision erupted. But when the dust settled, Wang Wu was left astonished with wide eyes. Even Tsukamoto was no exception. He looked dumbfounded as a figure appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of the two. The one who came was Sui, holding Wang Wu's punch with one hand and gripping Tsukamoto's sword with the other. He said, "Cold, stop. The battle starts tomorrow." Tsukamoto's face looked a bit unpleasant. He did not know when Suin appeared. His speed was too fast to see clearly. More importantly, both his attack and that pig's were blocked by Suin, just one hand. It seems the rumors about him are true. Thinking this, he immediately sheathed his sword and quietly said, "You are right. He should not waste his energy like this right for the competition." After saying this, he left. Wang Wu watched his back, his expression gradually turning up. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "How dare you? Who gave you the right to stop my fight?" Immediately after, he aggressively threw a punch at Son in front of him, but unfortunately, his speed could not keep up with Soo-hyun, and all his attacks were dodged by him. You squinted at him, speaking coldly. "Looks like I can't do this without using my power." With a slight smile, you moved closer to taking advantage of his large and slow body, and threw an uppercut. He was not prepared, and your punch was right in front of him. But just as you were about to punch down, a deep voice rang out. A figure walked in from the door, smiling slightly and asked, "What is going on here? Why are not you all enjoying the party downstairs and instead came up here? Are you planning to continue? If so, let him join." The newcomer was none other than Golden Lohan. His sudden appearance made the movements of Xu-hyun and the other person free. Wang Wu's expression became a bit serious, as he sensed the frightening amount of mana radiating from Lohan. After hesitating for a while, finally decided to withdraw his hand, saying cold, "All right then, I will fight you in the next competition." Then he looked at Soo-hee and warned him cold, "You too, just wait, I will crush you." With that, he turned and left. Soo-hyun let out a helpless sigh. Lohan observed Xu-hyun for a long time, but finally, "You are stronger and more decisive than you look." Soo-hyun replied cold, "I have never backed down from a challenge. Neither should you." Hearing this, Lohan could not help but chuckle lightly, raising an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Squinting at him, Soo-hyun's expression was somewhat serious, and after a moment, he spoke in a low voice, "What I mean is I want to tell you one, the waves behind push the waves in front. Never be satisfied for itself." As soon as he finished, he stepped toward the door. Lohan did not stop. After thinking for a moment, he smirked slightly. "Looks like this battle will be quite interesting." The next morning, at the venue for the match, the host excitedly announced, "Thank you all for participating in this competition. Due to security concerns and other factors, there will be no live audience for this competition." They introduced this round's judges, and the founder of the evaluation system is also a level Sony Awakener, Brad. As soon as this name was mentioned, whispers started among the crowd. Soo-hyun sank back into his thought. First Lohan, then Johnny Brad. Lohan is recognized by everyone as the strongest Awakener, not only for his ability to clear dungeons, but also for his business acumen in his stones. Although Johnny Brad's primary profession is a magician, he possesses extremely powerful magical ability. The two almost strongest Awakeners in the world. This showdown is really exciting. At this moment, Lohan commanded, "Johnny can start." Immediately, a magical circle appeared in Johnny's. The battle officially began. In the blink of an eye, people in the audience gradually disappeared. This is Johnny Brad's illusion. Soo-hyun is wondering if there is another transition phase, but no matter what, this battle has him really excited. Qualifiers for the match have started. The awakened ones are transported to a forest filled with traps and monsters. 32 remaining survivors will make it through. Right now, Suyin is standing alone in a corner. He is thinking about an issue, the status window, and the settings. It is set to adjust to each awakened one. Just Johnny alone can do everything. He is really impressive. Is it just about surviving until being one of the last 32? Then it is going to be a chaotic battle. Just as he thought, a monster has now attacked. Sensing the killing intent approaching, an energy surge appears in Suyin's hand, spreading through the air in an instant. But at that moment, another wave of killing intent strikes. An assassin is trying to ambush Suyin. However, Suyin has noticed his presence and quickly manages to evade his attack. Suyin's speed far surpasses his, and he quickly counterattacks. The other guy gets a punch from him without knowing why. No one has ever seen his ambush attack. Suyin scoffs, disdainfully saying, "I see everything." As soon as he finishes, pins him down and knocks him out with squinting at him. The overseer is not surprised at all. Is this what a mid-level S-Rank can do? This moment, his body was suddenly enveloped by a dark aura. Suyin just stood there watching, feeling cold in her heart. You all should not be satisfied with just this. The reason your previous life was wiped out was due to the increase in outbreak. Humanity could not keep up with that pace, and eventually was driven to the brink of death until the last hope and his class awakener appeared. While he was deep in thought, another guy showed up. He unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Suhi. In an instant, a large crater appeared in this place. The other guy spoke with a hint of disdain. "I was looking forward to this, because everyone said he had cleared the green dungeon. Is that all you have got, even if you are the great Suhayan? The lightning god of America Grey is beyond your reach now." Just as he finished speaking, a sword beam suddenly struck and sliced across. Suhian retracted his sword, frowning in contemplation. Those who are immersed in their power stop training and become complacent. A typical example is that guy. All of this will lead to their down. Everything is just like in the previous life. Although you have changed a few things, you can't stop the apocalypse by yourself. Even though they are here to see who is the strongest, you will be the one to test them all. If you are complacent with your current position, you will give them a lesson they won't forget. This moment, Suyin received a notification that there were 88 survivors left. It seems most of the mediocre ones have been defeated, but he was worried about whether Azun was okay, as he was now facing an ambush. Still the same type of assassin that Suyin had encountered before. He became the prime target. Even so, he was not too worried. He believed Azun would handle it because he was more talented than most. Just as he predicted, he had already eliminated the assassin. On the other side of the forest, shadows of people darted through the area. A group seemed to be running in the same direction, but they sensed someone was following. Quickly stopped, and one of them suggested that if they discovered the plan, it would be a big trouble, and he would handle it. Just as they were about to act, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air, piercing the head of the leader. Not only that, each one continued rushing forward, making it difficult for the other two to dodge. The remaining two furrowed their brows and muttered, "A long-range awakener." They glanced around but could not spot who was ambushing them. In a corner of the forest, Tachenov was hiding to one side, continuously shooting arrows. One person hurriedly dodged the arrow, then located his position. He shouted aggressive, "Over there." The other one immediately ran in the direction pointed, but upon arriving, his face fell. Chen was standing boldly in front of him, showing no fear at all. The guy frowned and said, "Sheikh, you are here. Then Alina must be nearby too." He was right. Alina was indeed here, charging fiercely toward them. They basically never thought they would be caught by Alina and her companion, but no matter how much he suspected, death was his ultimate fate. Choff looked at the person who landed in front of him and suspiciously asked, "Did you find it?" The person who arrived is obviously Alina. She shook her head slightly and replied, "It seems the awakened ones from Europe are gathering in one. I have a bad feeling about it." Choff thought for a moment, and then spoke, confirmed their location. As soon as he finished speaking, he used clairvoyance to search. This is a skill of his. He can see positions from very far away. In the end, he found the group deep in the forest. Quickly reported to Elena, "It seems they are near a large tree to the north, with about 30. Elena nodded when she heard and said, "Keep an eye on them. Let us see who those jerks are." To the north, under the ancient tree, there were many people who kept arriving. They seemed to be planning something, and the instigator of this was the one leisurely leaning against that big tree. Del smirked slightly. "Now I will announce the plan. The ranking competition. An event that Lohan arranged to prove himself as the strongest. An event that started with such a simple goal has turned into a grand festival for them, and for this rank awakened one. This is both an opportunity and a stage to gain more wealth fame. But the goal is not just to determine the winner. It also arranges the participants in order from high to low." The associations of various countries viewed this ranking of awakened one as a measure of national strength. Among them, Europe has been criticized for being weaker than Asia and America, so they agreed to use this opportunity to showcase Europe's strength. Back to the competition. Under the ancient tree in the north, El glanced at the crowd and spoke up. "Everyone is aware of the conditions of the agreement, right?" Hearing this, a woman replied, "Eliminate the candidates in the early round, and then the contestants from Europe compete against each other in the final." Another man chimed in, "Is there any other way? I do not know about you all, but Lohan is a monster, can only win by cooperating together." He nodded slightly and looked at another person, asked, "All right, have you found the locations of the other awakeners yet?" The other person nodded slightly and replied, "Rada just detected. I will share their locations with everyone." Soon, everyone was able to see through that person's skill. Someone exclaimed, "So this is the skill of memory sharing. Quite useful." This moment, he spoke up, "Now that we know their location, I will explain the plan to everyone. Our goal is to eliminate 5 candidates for the championship. The first is Wang Wu from China, also known as the Lightspeed Awake. Luis. The third person is Alina, and Kor. Suin will also be on this, and the last one is the creator of the map. Lone. They will form teams of 6, and each team will face one target. Those guys are indeed strong, but trust, we attack at the same time. They won't be able to stop. The British team will face Lohan." As soon as this was said, a woman expressed her doubt. "Although you are in this team too, I do not think you can defeat Lohan with just 6. Del nodded slightly. "That is why everyone has to eliminate the targets as quickly as possible and join my team. I will buy us some time." Saying this, he led his team away first. Seeing this scene, the remaining group dispersed. The team he led was now running towards Lo. While moving, someone called out suspiciously, "If it were us, I could understand, but I did not expect you to join this dirty game." Why the sudden change of heart? What he meant was that he could aim for the championship on his own. However, Elo smirked and said, "I just want to be the strongest." On the other side of the forest, a battle was taking place. Dust had spread everywhere, indicating that someone had fallen. One guy was holding his arm, looking a bit pale. This person was an S-Rank awakened. Jong facing him was Suyin. He coldly looked at him and said, I have heard you are the first awakened in India to reach S-Rank. The rumors, you are the hero of India, which raised my expectation. But in the end, this is all you have accomplished. His words made Zik grind his teeth in anger, and he shouted, you bastard, I will kill you with a price. Just as he finished speaking, an iron hand appeared. Su-Han looked up at it as it reached for him, but he was not too worried, calmly looking at Jaw and sneering. It seemed this skill was quite useful. In an instant, he was trapped by Jaw's iron thorn. Seeing this scene, Ziku became even more pleased. No one has escaped from this cage yet. The hundreds of spikes inside will tear you apart. But at that moment, flash of sword light suddenly slashed toward. Before he could even see who attacked, he was already taken down. One person slowly approached, disdainfully saying, we do not even need to be here anymore. It seems Son is just a weak, not like the rumors about him. People in the plan are suspicious and apt. But it seems he is not dead yet. What do we do now? Another person thought for a moment before answering. We leave him like this, he will die. And if his strength is only this much, we can easily defeat him in the final. Right. The others agreed. No need to worry anymore. Turning to go to Zio. But at that moment, the leader's expression suddenly dark. He turned his head toward the other, shouting, everyone back. The others looked at him in surprise. It seemed that at the same moment, a tremendous explosion rang out in the forest. At the same time, on a distant cliff, a figure was observing everything. The person was Lokhan. He frowned and muttered, what a huge shock could that be? Just as he finished speaking, his voice was suddenly cut off by someone's laugh. He glanced down and saw a young man running toward him with a sword. The person who arrived is run, his head drenched in sweat, mumbling to himself, just how strong is he? Lo heard this and suspiciously asked, you know that magic? Hachuran chuckled softly and replied, of course, he is my brother. As soon as he finished, he charged towards Lohan with his sword. Lo dodged the attack while frowning and asked, I do not understand what you are talking about. Clearly, all communication had been unified in this illusion. He could not talk properly with Hachuran, so he decided to check it out himself. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows appeared in his hand, and a rain of arrows immediately sliced through the air. Hachuran felt a bit horrified seeing this scene. Lohan smirked, but just then, he noticed something in the sky. A gigantic dragon suddenly appeared, with a figure on its back. He furrowed his brow and muttered, who is this guy? The one coming is Han Ki, who has stepped in to stop the rain of arrows. At this moment, Han Ki looked down from the sky, radiating an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Zun realized too first, Hai did not intervene. He would only have one path to death, and the second was the vast difference between him and those two. On this side, Lohan remained unyielding, narrowing his eyes at Han Ki. Immediately, he shouted, then let us get started. In an instant, he was surrounded by powerful lightning bolts. Seeing this, Han Ki's expression immediately dark. That is way too dangerous. Right after that, he immediately shouted loud. Following his shout, the dragon let out a huge burst of fire. With a loud boom, cliff exploded, and dust flew everywhere. However, from the debris, Luhan slowly emerged. He sneered and said, is this the dragon's fire? That is pretty fierce. Now it is his turn to attack. But at this moment, he realized there was no one left in front of him. The dragon had flown further away, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Are they getting away? On the dragon's back, Han Ki was terrified and shouted, nearly dying. Han behind him cheerfully said, thanks for the help. Han Ki angrily retorted, no need to thank me. Where do you get the courage to attack Lohan? And Si Jun, confused about why he was being scolded, hesitantly said, he aimed at me first, but he quickly stopped caring, smiled, and said, I did not expect you to save me. Bro. Hearing this, Han Ki felt annoyed and said, why do you call me bro like we are so close? You said you saved Evzun because you needed help. The current situation is quite unusual. The European Awakeners have gathered to form an alliance. Han was astonished upon hearing this. Is that breaking the rules? Han Ki pouted in response. That is a survival strategy. That is why I am trying to pull you to my side. Han nodded slightly. I understand now, but this way. Han Ki chuckled softly and said nonchalantly, that is right. They will team up with Su-Han back on Su-Hian's battlefield. After that explosion, the entire patch of forest was heavily affected. Even the people too. The leader of that group stood closest and lost an arm. He glanced around searching. Where are the others? Did they all run away? At that moment, his earpiece suddenly buzzed. Can you hear me? The voice was from Tim Bai. He recognized it, quickly replied, how did you get in touch? Tim Bai on the other end answered, when I shared the target's locations with everyone, I added a communication skill to it. Putting that aside, he hurriedly asked, there is a large amount of mana, and your signal has nearly completely vanished. What is going on? The other end frowned and said seriously, let me tell you, Lohan is not the issue. The source of this mana is Kim So. Timmel heard this, and the connection was cut off. He tried to reconnect, but it did not work. He looked over at Al worriedly and asked, you heard that too, right? Nodded slightly. I heard it. The people around also started discussing this. Hearing the noise of everyone, he spoke up to reassure them. Everyone, please calm down. Can you use your communication skills so I can talk to everyone? Tim nodded slightly, then quickly connected with everyone. He hurriedly said, we do not have time, so I will keep it simple. He told everyone that the large amount of mana earlier came from Suyin. According to Bob, it seems you are at the same level as Lone, so they need to adjust their plan, dealing with Vida via Elena, and lose before targeting Suyin. After defeating you, they will handle the rest, and then eliminate Lone in the qualifier. He asked if everyone understood. The guy in the black cloak spoke up first. Just then, Alina seemed to have noticed and started to run. Another guy replied, bro, I am coming to join you all right now. The woman named Chabi also said she understood. Then she looked at Vidun Vi with a cold sneer. Be grateful to Kim Su-Han, or you will die by my hand. Another person reminded her that there was no time left. Soon after, their people withdrew, leaving Viv Viat behind, ignored by others. He gritted his teeth in anger. This is so frustrating. He will definitely kill them all. Meanwhile, over at Su-Han's side, he frowned as he watched the person in front of him lost in thought. Abuagai. While he was in contact with Timbo, Su-Han had already taken him down with one strike, but he did not know who he was. A few minutes earlier, when Suyin was caught in Joss' iron thorn, he was trapped in that dark space, surrounded by sharp spikes. Yet he calmly said, base-type skills, how troublesome. Most skills like this can only be escaped by meeting specific conditions. You may not know what those conditions are, but you can destroy it. A tremendous power can challenge all limits like rules and conditions. That time, you used a sword with a huge amount of mana to destroy that iron cage. That is how you got out, but the one who used that skill is not here. Instead, it is someone else. You need someone to explain this situation. Just then, suddenly, a magic circle appeared at your feet, enveloping you in a green mana. Soon after, it was like vines wrapping around. Seeing this, the guy hiding in the shadows immediately sprang up. He laughed, trying at you now? But at that moment, Son directly shattered that stream of mana entered. Then with one punch, he killed the newcomer. Son doubted his strength, wondering if it was because he had absorbed Uroboros' power not long ago that he still could not adjust his own strength. Putting this aside, you looked in one direction and coldly said, are you going to hiding? Come out. As soon as you finished, many footsteps footsteps appeared on the ground. It was the group involved in the leader's plan who looked at you and said, "Looks like L's assessment was right. Suyin really is a monster." Chai frowned slightly and spoke up. "Alright, then let us start the crusade against Kim Sun." At this moment, Sui-hun was surrounded by their first to strike was a masked guy. He threw a chain at Su-hyun. You calmly dodged one guy and then swiftly charged at another, striking without hesitation. The guy in front of you was cut down, and as soon as this one went down, another rushed in. Su-hyun remained very calm and dealt Chiyu Fui Chiyu skill. He slightly bent his knee, using his left brace himself, and raised his sword to block an attack from that guy. At the same time, burst of energy quickly emerged from his hand. Without any hesitation, continued to attack forward, taking down another one. But there were just too many. His sword kept rising and falling endless, and the number of attackers surrounding him increased day by day. Flipped backward to dodge the attacks from those people. Just at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck. He was a bit surprised and was caught off guard, tightly bound by them. With a bang, the bolt of lightning exploded in an instant. Seeing this, the group was immediately delighted to hit their target. Another guy suggests, "Now it is my turn." Chua Kim-su replied. As soon as he finished speaking, magical iron chains appeared in his hand, launching straight ahead. But at that moment, a huge amount of mana was unleashed, and those iron chains were destroyed like that. The expressions of the group immediately turned ugly. "What is that? What skill is this?" From within the hazy smoke, Su-hyun's eyes filled with killing intent as he looked. This moment, he did not have a single wound, meaning their previous attacks were all in vain. Seeing everyone in chaos, one guy spoke up to reassure them. "Don't mind that. He can't move because of that lightning skill. We still have the advantage. Do not give him any chance to breathe." As soon as these words were said, a group immediately rushed forward. However, as soon as they got close to Su-hyun, their bodies suddenly froze. They seemed like they are being held back by something, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Unable to move at all, the weapon in their hands falls to the ground. Not long after, they weakly kneel on the ground, with only one of them still able to resist. Seeing the fierce aura slowly approaching, the guy can't help her. Can we fight a monster like Su-hyun? At this moment, Xian slowly approaches it, the cold blade resting against his neck. He raises an eyebrow and said, "You are better than I thought. I did not expect I would have to use this skill. Are those awakened ones always so close?" "As far as I know, that is not the case." The guy trembles in fear, because if he even slightly applies pressure, the sword at his neck will definitely cut off his head. Soon does not coldly ask, "What are you plotting?" Meanwhile, someone is running towards Sui. Their body suddenly tremble, as if their heart is being squeezed. This feeling is very strange, but it creates a sense of urgent worry. He can sense the death aura right in front of him. Thinking about it, he looks at Temple and asks, "Have you been able to contact anyone from Kim Sun's original team?" Timbo shakes his head without hesitation, and someone suspiciously asks, "Are they dead?" He hesitates for a moment before answering. Thinks, "I have tried to contact them many times, but I could not reach." Someone asks, "What about the other team?" Timbo stops in his tracks upon hearing that. He answers solemnly, "In fact, after they reported finding Kim X Hun, all signals were cut off." Yu's complexion was getting worse by the moment. He spoke in a deep, "That means the only survivors are the six of them. They do not know they have already caught the attention of the demon. By the time they realize, the scene before them will leave everyone horrified." A sudden sound cut through the air, followed by a piercing scream. One of them lost their light, and before they could regain their composure, something killed Tim next, foam bubbling at his mouth. In panic, he looked around, and all 5 people surrounding him had collapsed. He simply did not understand what was happening. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind him. Once again, felt the chilling sense of death approaching. An invisible energy instilled fear in others. L's survival instincts, but Su-hyun appeared before him like a demon. "You coldly spoke. Nice to meet you." L Castle. Odal stared in shock at the giant python in front of him. "You were the apex predator of this ecosystem." This moment, L was sweating profusely on his forehead. He forgot that he should be running away. Seeing his expression, Su-hyun chuckled softly and said, "I admit the plan is perfect. You truly are a contender for the championship. But even if L gets through this hurdle, stronger forces will emerge and render him powerless." Confused, he looked at you and asked vague, "What do you mean?" With a slight huff, Su-hyun replied cold, "Nothing. Just that I am sure you understand the situation. You are just curious why he accepted that garbage proposal." Garbage proposal. I kept mumbling those words, my face showing extreme disbelief. He did not expect their survival strategy to seem like garbage in my eye. He seemed embarrassed and suddenly threw his head back and laughed loud. Then without warning, he swung at Sun. At first, I was a bit surprised but managed to dodge. I realized he was holding back his fear. First ability I sensed from Boros's third eye was that of a predator. As the name suggests, this is a mental ability, instilling fear in weaker opponents. Without the mental strength to resist someone strong, it is hard to escape, but there must be a reason he is called the strongest in Europe. That moment, I heard L yell, "Is there anything wrong with how I do things? After you defeat, you will find out." Suahu raised an eyebrow at him and smirked. "Then I guess I am about to find the answer." With narrowed eye, I looked at my face full of determination, and I also did not back down, my sword already drawn. The two of us stood facing each other, both radiating strong energy. A second later, both charged at each other. The sound of a strong impact echoed in an instant. L's iron hand clashed directly with Suin's sword, scattering a massive amount of mana. Shortly after, thunderous explosion echoed throughout the forest. Along with the clash of power between the two SSS-Rank, preliminaries were reaching their final moment, with only 41 survivors left. Lo looked at the person standing in front of him, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Preliminaries are about to end soon. I thought everyone would rush to attack, so I intentionally stood waiting in an open spot earlier. But it seems all those SSS-Rank simply lack self-respect and are avoiding him. He was so bored that he was thinking of just wiping them all out. But he probably deserves to wait for this, because the real SSS-Rank, Park Yun, has come to challenge him. Yun-gu smirked and said, "I am also glad to face a strong opponent like you." With that, he raised his sword and coldly added, "Enough chatting. Let us end this." Immediately after, he charged toward Lohan. However, Lohan remained calm, showing no sign of panic in his eyes. On another side, a battle was also taking place between Azun and Alina. At this moment, Azun gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Sword slap." As soon as he finished, he aggressively swung down. A flash of cold light rushed toward Alina. She was startled and quickly dodged. At the same time, Chava, hiding on the side, saw the situation was not good and immediately drew his bow, shooting an arrow. The arrow sliced through the air without hesitation, heading straight for Azun. Seeing the arrow aimed right at him, he felt a bit panicked. Could not dodge this arrow anymore. But just when he was in a dire situation, protective barrier surrounded, saving his life. The one who acted was Hai, still the same figure. He sat on the back of the giant dragon and flew over. When Azun saw him, he felt happy. The timing was perfect. Hun quickly landed and calmly said, "You can't take her on by yourself. She is also a strong candidate candidate for victory. Hex nodded slightly, noting their teamwork was also top-notch. Hung Ki frowned and muttered, that is right, because their teamwork is the best in the world. On another front, Vivy was still surrounded, narrowing his eyes at the group in front of him, his face showing a bit of anger. Don't block my way. On Xun's battle, the two of them were still locked in a struggle, Suhyun's sword twisting and turning like a giant dragon as it attacked. On this side, there was no backing down, blocking each other's moves. This moment, a huge amount of mana appeared in his hand. Suhyun frowned upon seeing it. He raised his hand to the sky and shouted loud. For long, an illusory image of a giant dragon appeared in his hands. He then commanded the fierce dragon to charge at Suhyun, not daring to be careless. The boy quickly raised his sword bend. L had dreamed of becoming a hero ever since he started watching an anime as a child. Typical story that inspired dreams and hope through helping the vulnerable. The little dragons in chibi form are super cute, but incredibly brave and love justice, always appearing when someone does something wrong. Every boy wanted to grow up to be a cool man, so that was enough to dream of becoming a hero. But for him, this dream was not just a childhood fantasy. That time, he truly admired White Dragon Man and dreamed of becoming a hero who helps others. And all of his efforts bore fruit. He became a hero representing the United Kingdom. However, the life of a hero was very different from what he had imagined. Once he made a mistake, those who once praised him turned their backs and trampled on. At that moment, he realized he was not a hero, but just an ordinary person. Until one day, the association came with an enticing proposal for him. The European Awakeners formed an alliance now and eliminated the winning candidate. It would basically mean he would win that match. If that happened, he will become the #1 hero that no one will compare him to other heroes. While thoughts ran through his head, a sudden voice broke the silence, waking him up. You have thought too much. Hardly anyone thinks nonsense while fighting, especially against someone like Son. You scoffed at him, saying, you do not know that. As soon as you finished speaking, you activated the third eye ability on him in an instant, and his face instantly turned pale, because the dragon he summoned was now cut in half by Suhyun. He could not believe it and shouted as he nullified his skill. While he was still in shock, Suhyun charged at him with a sword, and a flash of sword light slashed across him. You struck him at the waist, causing his body to stumble and fall to the ground, fresh blood starting to drip down. He looked back at you in confusion. He asked, why only injure me this much but not finish me off? What exactly are you planning? Suhyun, not too concerned, calmly replied, you were just curious about why he accepted the association's proposal. As soon as those words left your mouth, he was immediately taken aback, and it took him a while to respond. Is that really so? Finally, he leaned against a tree, letting out a hearty laugh. Truly a peculiar person. He looked up at the clear blue sky in front of him, as if something flickered in his eyes. After a while, Suhyun heard him sigh and say, I am just a bit tired. I am not confident I'd live up to everyone's expectations of a hero, because you will be criticized for whatever you do. If you are the strongest, you think you will feel a little less wrong. Hearing this, Suhyun nodded, making it clear that he was tired of the pressure from his hero status. Just like his uncle from the past, Dell let out a small laugh, his tone a bit bitter. It is really pathetic, is not? But Suhyun shook his head and said, I have seen similar before, so I understand. He did not ask who that person was. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked serious, what do you think a true hero is? The person I used to be thought a hero was someone who would help the weak and bring hope and dreams to everyone. But now, I am not sure if that is true anymore. Suhy looked at his desperate expression with some reluctance. He stepped forward, reaching out to support him. Seeing the hand reaching out, he was a bit surprised. He then heard Suhyun laugh and say, everyone has different standards. But if you think that way, then a true hero is someone like that, and you also think that your standard is correct. At that moment, L's face looked a bit better. He took Suhyun's hand, gratefully saying, thanks Suhyun. He thought he was really a pathetic jerk. Unable to believe he stopped just out of fear of criticism, he looked at Suhyun, smiled faint, and said, thanks to you, I now have a new goal. Stay strong, both mentally and physically, so you can become the hero you aspire to. Suhyun smiled at him for a long time, then finally spoke, alright, then I will tell you my standard. But before he could finish, he noticed something. He shouted loudly, Suhyun, watch out. Vigun VX suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was attacking. He aggressively threw a punch forward, seemingly to finish him off on the spot. However, the speed was too slow. His punch was caught effortlessly. Over there, someone watching could not believe their eye. Xun glanced at Vig V, and then his figure disappeared. But when they looked closely again, Vig V had numerous cut marks on his body. He was killed by him, turning into a wisp of black smoke. He frowned fiercely. He actually took down VV, the star of China, with a single blow. This must be Suhyun's true power. This moment, Suhyun sheathed his sword and smiled as he spoke. I believe a true hero is someone strong enough to be invincible. That is how they can protect everyone. Soon after, qualifiers ended, and everyone returned to the arena. The reactions of this level awakeners were divided into two. Some accepted the results and were looking forward, while others could not accept this outcome. Typical example was Vid V, who was angrily cursing, don't make me laugh. Do you really think I, Vong Vu, can accept this outcome? I will definitely kill you. Each person's opinion on this result will affect their development. On the other hand, the content about the ranking contest has spread all over social media. The most circulated content features Suhyun and Lohan. This must be shocking since each of them took down over 20 awakeners. The star of luck Dian Vong Vu also received a lot of attention, but it was not good attention, which made him furious. Another person is Park Yonu. His match with Lohan has become quite the spectacle. There were mixed opinions about the strategy of the European alliance, but that was quickly silenced in the finals the next day. After it ended, they returned to their rooms to rest. Duho was scrolling through his phone, feeling sentimental. I saw this coming, but the reactions from everyone are really unexpected. He glanced over at Suhyun and asked, why did not you call Maya during the qualifier? Suhyun slowly explained, that kid has been in the auxiliary space since leaving the challenge tower, so I called Hyunji. Hung Ki said it is about to experience a growth spurt. It is currently in its growth. Duho nodded in agreement. So if the expert said that Maya's developed right, so nodded slightly. That kid is still a living creature after all. At that moment, he received a message from John. Photo along with congratulations. He could not help Maya. It seemed like she was still doing well. Azun suddenly interrupted. Speaking of this, can I ask something? Suhyun asked with some suspicion about why. Azun slowly explained. Hung Ki helped me in the qualifier. I went to his room to thank, but I got kicked out. I am sure it is because he was shot. Hearing this, the expressions of Suhyun and Duho fell silent. After a while, Suhyun subtly said, you are really really a sociable person. The next day, finals of the ranking competition began. Joni appeared as usual at this place to set things up. A moment later, Lohan spoke about the competition rule. As mentioned earlier, finals would be held in a one-on-one format. If you kill someone else, you will be penalized for losing, so be careful. With that, he displayed the list for everyone to see. Suatu looked over the list and frowned. Lohan was quite far. Another thing he noticed was the fight between the mountains. I also saw you walking over, whispering. Looks like we will meet in the quarterfinal. I won't let myself lose like yesterday. With a soft chuckle, Soon happily said, I am really looking forward to it. But their match did not happen because L was taken down by his opponent. The scene on the battlefield left everyone in the stands in shock. Seeing this, Soo-han's expression darkened. Even though he was out of strength, his opponent still came over to shake. That guy grinned menacingly and said, what are you doing? You can't pass out on me now. He still wanted to play a little long. L had unwittingly become the sacrificial lamb. Back in time, before the match between L and Tama, everyone had been talking a lot about it. Some even thought he seemed much stronger than before. In the preliminary round, L stepped onto the competition stage, his eyes constantly searching for someone. Finally, his gaze landed on Soo-hyun sitting in the stands. He wanted to quickly face Son again. This time, he definitely would not lose. Soo-hyun also felt his gaze, and without hesitation, he smiled. He could not wait for this match any longer. L was considered one of the contenders for the championship title, along with other high-level awake. No one doubted his victory, but Thomas at that moment on the competition stage looked a bit gloomy. L narrowed his eyes, a sense of doubt rising. Who is this guy? I have never met him before. In the preliminary match, I did not see it. It just is not important anymore. No matter what, I will defeat him and rise through the rank. I will defeat all those so-called strongest awakeners and confidently become a true hero. But as soon as the match began, dark energy suddenly surrounded, leaving me speechless in shock, and Thomas vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing again behind me. A glance at him showed a face filled with surprise. A second later, my body stumbled and fell to the ground. Those in the stands could not help but gasp at the sight. Thomas wore a savage grin as he looked. Want to play with me? As soon as he finished, he approached and grabbed my hand, pulling me up off the ground, continuously tormented me while I could not fight back. What followed was not a match, but a one-sided assault. Until I was left bleeding and motionless on the ground, Thomas still felt unsatisfied. That is why I became the sacrificial lamb for the nameless awakeners like Thomas Matilla, to assert his existence to the whole world. Everyone in the stands was at a loss for words at his savage act. Only Xu-han's eyes were filled with rage. After the tournament continued as usual, perhaps everyone had grasped the basics of each other's level from the preliminary round, but things progressed faster than expected. Since Nave had withdrawn, Suan automatically advanced to the second round. In addition, Aslin, Hyun, and Yunu have made it to the second round, and the next match starts right now. It is the match between Miraji Rogun and Lohan. Lohan looked at the person in front of him and said, you are Miraji Rogun from Africa, right? Rogun asked, doubt, you know me? With a slight chuckle, Lohan calmly replied, didn't you say before that even if the whole world stood against you, you could still hold your ground for a day? Lohan sneered disdain, saying, so let me ask, does the whole world you are talking about include him? As soon as he said this, Rogun's expression immediately darkened. Their conversation ended right there because the match had begun. In the blink of an eye, Lohan's figure had vanished without a trace. Rogun looked around, trying to figure out whether he was on the left or the right, but very quickly, he realized where he was. He was above Rogun. Lohan looked down from above, extremely arrogant. Without hesitation, he used his entire body to slam onto Rogun's shield. Dust flew everywhere in an instant, affecting the people in the stands as well. Hun exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that such a normal attack could be this powerful. Hein also found this quite strange. He frowned and fell into deep thought. This moment, on the competition stage, after withstanding the attack, Rogun swung his hammer at Lohan. His hammer struck directly at the back of Lohan. However, the person in front had vanished, like dust dissolving in the air, waiting for it to appear again. He was behind him, coldly asked, you know, right? A newborn child believes that what it sees is the whole world. A child has a family, students have school, adults have workplace. All of humanity lives in their own world. The world is much larger than we think. If you only live in that, the world you live in won't get any bigger. Just as he finished speaking, a pair of large wings suddenly appeared behind him. He raised an eyebrow and said, that is why I created this ranking game, to make his world larger. Soo-hyun on the stands was stunned by this scene. Can he throw mana like that? This is dangerous. At that moment, Lohan aggressively charged toward Rogun. A large amount of mana surged through the air like a tearing wind. Not daring to be careless, Rogun quickly raised his shield, gritted his teeth and said, I will block every attack you throw at. A loud bang. A large fire suddenly appeared in front of, blazing fierce. In an instant, two immense forces collided, but Rogun's shield could not hold for long and shattered. His eyes widened in horror, because a sharp shard was only 1 mm from his neck. Just a light touch would draw blood. He was terrified. Sitting on the ground, he had actually pulled back at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have won. While he was still in shock, the sharp shard in front of him had now transformed into a hand. He lightly touched the center of his forehead. Lohan was also standing in front of, coldly smiling and saying, congratulations, your world just got. The match ended. The winner was Lohan. Hun clicked his tongue in admiration. Lohan is cooler than I thought. The match was really impressive. Soo-hyun, sitting beside him, said nothing. He was still lost in his thoughts about his process becoming stronger. Because he was called the best in every field, you would think he would be arrogant. In the end, he started climbing the ranks to prove he is the best. However, it was not out of arrogance, but out of curiosity and the desire to challenge the title of the best. Thinking of this, Soo-hoo could not help smile. Truly a formidable opponent. The next match of the first round went just as everyone expected. The winner was Alina. Loss also won and will advance to the second round. And in the second round, there were not many surprises except for Azun, who just ranked up to winning. There was one more surprise. Hanki lost to Young. The third day of the finals only had 8 people left. The matches will be divided into 4 pairs. First match is Thomas and Sahun. The second match is Aslan and Hazun. Next is the match between Lohan and Yunu. The last match is Lewis and Elena. And finally, the finals have begun. In the stand, Son was standing opposite Thomas. The Missy asked Thomas, please say a few words. He laughed and said, this ranking game is really fun. His statement was too brief, which surprised the host a bit. Then the host asked Son, coldly replied that he would do his best in this match. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and a hint of resentment. Perhaps because after Thomas's match, people here seemed not to care much. He was continuously jumping up and down in joy. Manhwa, up in the stand, Azun looked a bit worried, as it seemed Soo-hyun was determined to seriously fight. Indeed, he is dangerous, but everyone believes Son will win. Hun read through it all, and could only silently remind Soo-hyun to be careful. This moment, the host's voice rang out again. Enough small small talk. Contest, please get ready. Kim Exuan vs Thomas Matilis. First semifinal match officially begin. Everyone in the stand, including the 6 others left in the semifinal, eagerly anticipates this battle. The moment the match began, Suin quickly lunged forward, grabbing Thomas's face. He aggressively slammed him to the ground, and Anzun happily shouted, "Nice." Aslan frowned slightly. That is how Thomas attacked. Lohan involuntarily smiled. He is getting revenge. He is more emotional than I am. At this moment, the arena was shrouded in dust, but Thomas remained unharmed because he created a protective shield. He smirked and said, "Surprising." Su-Hyun was a bit taken aback. Did he use the shield skill in such a short time? Thought, then raised an eyebrow and said, "You are quick. Really cool. Let me ask you something." Thomas looked at him suspiciously. What is going on? Su-Hyun nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. In a match where the winner has been decided, why is he still trying to break that guy's bone? This flinched slightly and murmured. After thinking for a moment, he laughed and said, "Just because it is fun." As soon as he said that, Suyun's expression immediately darkened, and in an instant, a large amount of mana enveloped his body, causing Thomas to tremble in fear. Suyun narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly, "All right, let me make you happier." As soon as he finished, fiercely punched, directly shattering his protective shield. However, created another one. Thomas trembled as he looked at Su-Hyun, fearfully saying, "Wait." Suyun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Did he cancel the old skill and create a stronger one? There was a bit of surprise, but he calmly spoke, "Let me give you some advice. If you have power, you must take responsibility for it. Otherwise, he will become a monster." Right after that, continued to attack him. Aslin could not believe, exclaiming that he was being overwhelmed. Lohan nodded in agreement. "That is right. I know Son is very strong, but I did not expect his punches to be that powerful. I should prepare myself." Above the arena, Suyun showed no mercy and continuously attacked Thomas. He shattered his shield, scoffing as he said, "Thomas, right. You can still control your skills despite the tremors of the ground. Otherwise, everything would have ended already." Impressive. As soon as he finished, he threw another, but it was still blocked by that shield. "Just ignore him. Suyun won't spare him at all," he shouted loudly. It is a large amount of mana in his hand struck out again, making Thomas tremble in fear. Ignoring his panicked scream, Su-Hyun continuously slammed his body down to the ground, causing the earth to crack in several, but he kept attacking. Just at this moment, his expression suddenly darkened, and even the people in the stands were no exception. Johnny could not help but speak up. "I think the match is just starting. I do not like this. I do not like this." Amidst his trembling mumbling, the atmosphere around them suddenly turned black. Sui glanced at this, realizing the skill. His eyes involuntarily narrowed. This skill is the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest is a high-level spatial skill, considered one of the top 10 skills of all time. In his previous life, Su-Hyun once saw the Dark Forest appear right in the city, taking the lives of thousands. Thomas was the behind that instant, and this time it was even more troublesome as his third eye had no effect on it, so he had to rely on his own strength. Thinking of this, quickly drew out his sword. Surrounding the sword was a large amount of mana that he unleashed. However, Su-Hyun's movement immediately froze when he realized it was reflecting back. In other words, the space folded back and acted counter to, frowning fiercely. How could he escape from this? Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out behind him. A girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed to hug you, shouting for help, but also happy that you came. Su-Hyun was a bit surprised and glanced at her. You were about to ask why she was there, but before you could finish, there was a sudden explosion behind. Smoke and fire erupted in the air, and desperate cries for help rang out. Someone even questioned why Kim Sung-in had not arrived yet. Ex-Haeun watched in shock, ran frantically amidst the smoke and fire. You could not help but scoff. So this is what the Dark Forest is like. It was a scene you would never forget. No matter how much time passed, continuous riots were happening in Tokyo and London. You had to choose one of the two places. You finally chose Tokyo to go to, and then the disaster occurred in the other place. London was burned to the ground. By the time you got there, the bodies were piled up like a mountain. You could only kneel on the ground, crying endlessly. You shouted regret. "I am really sorry." Su-Hyun stood there in shock. After a while, you reluctantly said, "It is worse than I thought. It reminds me of my terrible memory," intentionally stirring up haunting memory and trying to break your spirit. At that moment, the girl behind you suddenly questioned, "Why did we trust and wait for you? Why did you abandon them? You had been there. They would have lived." She questioned your choice to go to Tokyo. Not only that, but a series of questions from others also followed one after another. The faces were filled with anger, and the eyes unwillingly stared at Suyun. Amidst the countless questions, Su-Hyun remained silent, standing there. The girl had grabbed his collar, her eyes vicious, wanting to curse him. However, he remained unfazed. Mana had begun to gather in one spot. Immediately, they charged towards the woman without hesitation. The girl in front immediately questioned, "You still want to kill us? You really are just playing the hero." With a cold huff, Su-Hyun calmly said, "Think whatever you want," presenting and cursing. Hearing this, the girl burst into laughter. "So you admit it. How's the act going? Isn't it fun to play with other people's lives?" Su-Hyun narrowed his eyes at coldly saying, "I do not care what you all say. If I intended to stop here, I would not have started." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword high. His deep voice continued to resonate. "So watch closely on the path I take from now on. Tears you have wiped away, and the pain of losing your precious loved ones will not happen. If you fail, then go ahead and curse and mock." Right after that, he immediately swung down. The ground instantly split open with a large crack. Faces filled with hatredly vanished. Soon after, a massive amount of mana erupted from the ground, causing the space to crack. But Su-Hyun remained in the dark realm of the shadowy forest. He could not help frown, even though he had escaped the illusion. Was this ability still not dispelled? At least the attack just now has made this skill more stable. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Su-Hyun, and it turned out to be a child. He squinted his eyes and coldly said, "You should know that trying to provoke me now is useless." But the child was still slowly moving forward. He cautiously watched, raising his sword in preparation to attack. But just then, the child was right in front of him, and his eyes widened in shock. The child suddenly reached out towards him, and he suspiciously asked, "What do you want?" He stared at it for a long time, then finally reached out and touched hand. In an instant, a fragment of memory flowed into his mind. Whose memory is this? Inside that memory, a man was holding a shard of glass. He seemed to be searching for something, mumbling, "Where is that brat? How dare he do this to his father?" At the same time, a figure was fearfully hiding under the bed. It was the familiar face of Thomas as a child. This is Thomas's memory. Thomas's past emerged through the dark forest. It was a never-ending hell. No matter how much time, no matter how many pages of the calendar have been turned, his miserable life still has not ended. Thomas was abused both physically and mentally, resulting in him growing up with the body of an adult while still being a child. Then one day, when his stepfather came home drunk, he opened the refrigerator looking for food, found no meat. In a fit of rage, he saw Thomas huddled in the corner. Immediately, his anger erupted violently. When Thomas saw him, he trembled in fear. He reached for a knife in the kitchen. Cruel smile spreading across his. He said, "You are here." Thomas's face grew more and more panicked. He shakily called out, "Dad," but that bastard had no compassion at all. Without hesitation, plunged the knife into Thomas's hand. A sense of satisfaction instantly filled his face. Because Thomas was still young, he could only silently endure the blow. Instinct, he thought he had to run away, as far away as possible. Anywhere would do. Thought, would his wish come true? That was when a place to escape appeared. The Tower of Challenges. From then on, Thomas began to live in the Tower of Challenge. Perhaps because he had a natural talent, or because no challenge could be harder than what he had endured so far. But Thomas grew stronger and stronger. After defeating the monster on floor 105, pinned the creature down, shaking it. "Come on, let us play a little longer." And that is how the Challenge Tower became Thomas's only source of joy. But for some reason, Thomas returned to the real world. That damn bastard of his just drinks all day. Does not do anything useful at all. As soon as he saw him come back, he started yelling, "You ungrateful bastard. You do not appreciate that I raised and you dare to run away." Thomas still had that fearful look, trembling as he pleaded, "I just left until you calmed down. Please do not hate." But that bastard kept yelling and hitting. "Shut up, you insolent brat who does not listen. You need to be taught a lesson. Please do not hit me." Thomas raised his hands to block, thinking his hand would strike down, when suddenly something appeared in front of him that startled. He was so scared he wet himself, his voice trembling badly. This is Thomas looking at him, gritting his teeth and saying, "I did not want to do that." His damn father shakily asked, "Have you become an awakener?" Then he went back to the center for testing, and he was evaluated as an SSS-Rank awakener. But that fearful look of his was still there. He trembled as he approached his damn father. He grabbed his shoulder, anxiously asked, "What rank are you?" Seeing his Thomas was terrified and stammered that he was S-Rank. He thought he would be yelled at again, but this time he hugged him tight and expressed his love. "Do you love me, Thomas?" He said everything he had done until now was because he loved. He wants him to understand that. Yet Thomas really believes it, nodding happily. Of course, his damn father immediately gets excited upon hearing this. "He is indeed my son, so why can't you make me happier? The ranking competition will start soon. It is organized by Lohan." So he brainwashed Thomas to push him into participating in this competition, and he actually agreed. This moment, that psychological shadow still looms over Thomas's memory. "Zohan, you witnessed everything." Feeling a bit sympathetic, approached Thomas and called it, but he just buried his head in the pillow and cried, heatedly begging, "Don't hit me." Sui sat down in front of calmly saying, "I won't hit you." He mentioned that he accidentally saw his memory, so he wanted to ask him something. Thomas did not lift his head for a long time, still trembling there. After waiting a while, he finally whispered, "What do you want to ask?" Suhi narrowed his eyes at him, suspiciously asked, "Why did you come back to the real world? Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the tower?" His father, Thomas whispered, "If I did not have a father, I would really be very lonely." Hearing this, Suhi was somewhat at a loss for words, questioned back, wondering if he could not escape from his father just because he feared loneliness. But without receiving a response from Thomas, he thought for a moment and reached out toward him. He smiled and said, "So do you want to come with? There are still many good people in this world, so I mean he should be friends with you." This moment, Thomas finally lifted his head to look, and then he smiled happily. "We can convert Thom. The battle will officially be over." In the next match, Azone unfortunately lost to the American opponent, Aslin, and then Aslin withdrew as well. Zone did not participate in the semifinals and went straight to the finals. When Aslin returned to the stand, Lohan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Miss." Aslin casually asked, "But where's Johnny?" Lohan shook his head slightly, not sure. He said he had something urgent to take care of. Meanwhile, in a stereoscope, figure was present, not knowing what he was doing. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out, "You are here." The person was Johnny. He knelt down and respectfully said, "Greeting, Emperor and Hunter." The deep voice rang out again, "Enough of the formality. What about you?" Johnny nodded and replied, "I have gathered information on all the heroes in this world, but there is nothing on Kim Sung-in." The other person asked suspiciously, "Are you sure?" He nodded, "I am sir." The other person continued, "He must be in his own country. That guy ordered to open the portal and send the army to your country. You will definitely end up begging on your knees. He wants to capture Kim Sung-in." Jun flinched slightly and then quickly said, "Your wish is my command." The next quarterfinal match is between Lohan and Yanio. Lohan looked person in front of, nodded and smiled. "Finally, I get to face you again. Let us finish the match we left off in the qualifier." Yunu nodded and smiled. "All right, I will give it my all this time." Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He hesitantly said to Lohan, "Can I take this call for a moment?" Lohan nodded without hesitation, irritated, and asked, "What is going on?" "I clearly said I was on leave during the ranking match." However, the other side had shocking news for him. "Direct, there is an emergency. Green Dungeon has appeared in Korea. They said there is no more time. You need to come back right away." After that, Yugayu announced the withdrawal. Lohan automatically advances to the semifinal. The final match of the quarterfinals is between Alina and Luis. In the end, Luis won, but due to a severe injury, he could not participate in the next match. Just then, the host announced the changed schedule. The semifinals that were supposed to take place will not happen because some players have withdrawn or are injured. Tomorrow, final between Lohan and Suyin will place. Lohan glanced at Suyin and said, "As expected, you are the one I have. Good luck." Suyin smiled unconsciously and replied casually, "You too. Good luck. I will see you tomorrow." That night, at a small house on the outskirts of the city, a trash and broken glass were scattered everywhere. A man, dead drunk, lay in that trash. A little while later, a figure appeared at the door. He was completely unaware, still asleep with his mouth open. When he finally heard a knock, he slowly opened his eye. Angrily, he shouted, "Who the hell is banging on the door in the middle of the night?" Cursed as he went to open the door, but as soon as he opened it, he got punched in the face. The one who struck was Suyin. Coldly looked at the man. "Good evening. I am Thomas's friend." He looked at you in shock, not knowing what was happening. The door to his house gradually closed. In that small house, a desperate cry began to sound. The next day, a man was found unconscious in a slum in New York with his leg shattered, and when it was discovered that he was also a serial killer, he was sentenced to death. The informant was said to have vanished without a trace. Manhwa, at the arena, today was the final, and people had gathered here in large numbers since early morning. Duho looked around, could not help but exclaim, "So many, it must be because it is the final." But over here, Wazun was not very happy at all. He is trying to hold on to Thomas. "All right, we understand. Stop. If you keep this up, you will fall." But Thomas would not listen, insisting on climbing down. Duho sighed at the scene, not understanding why everything felt louder than usual today. Back before the final, after the match ended, Suyin took Thomas back to his place to explain everything to Duho and the others. First, they were a bit hesitant, but ultimately they agreed. They started discussing plans. Sure. Suyin also reminded them to take care of Thomas. Azun was very happy to take on that responsibility at that time. "Don't he worry. Just trust," Soon said with a frown. "Thomas is older than you. Please respect." Azun heard this and dissatisfied. "No way." Duho just spoke up, "But we still need to find a place for him in in Korea. Soo-hyun calmly replied, "Don't worry, we will figure it out when we get." Right after that, they welcomed Thomas to their group. Feeling this for the first time, Thomas was a bit startled, then happily replied, "Nice to meet you both. That is why Azun is so exhausted today." He hugged Thomas tight, not letting him run off to find Sun. Dooho ignored their noise and glanced down to find a place to sit. "Where's our seat?" he murmured, still unsure. Who will win the final match? As soon as he said this, clear response came from El-sun. Dooho saw the person coming and immediately panicked. If he runs into Thomas here, it is. He looked toward the two Azun, hurriedly saying, "Haefjun's seat is over there." The two Azun kept making noise. One person said one, the other responded, catching Ardio's attention as well. But Thomas was the first to notice her, and he was a bit startled. Or heard the noise and glanced back. Thomas did not know what to say. He really had gone too far the other day. In the end, and just sighed and said, "Let us go quick. We do not have that close of a relationship." Duo saw the awkward situation, reminded them to leave. Right, as Haefjun obediently took Thomas and left. It is just that before leaving, Thomas suddenly mumbled an apology, startling everyone. Thomas regretfully said, "It was just a match, but I went too far. Sorry about that." Could not help but smile, smirking. "Are you apologizing?" With that, he immediately stood up, chuckling. "It is. I am just too weak. You will be stronger next time. You won't lose." Thomas is very naive. He says whatever comes to his mind. "Alright, now that you are too weak, you need to get stronger." After hearing this, Duho panically scolded, "Shut up, please." A moment later, the voice of the match host rang out. "You all have been waiting for a long time. This is the ranked match where 175 great awakened beings are participating. After a long journey, only 2 people remain. These 2 have shown overwhelming strength throughout the competition. Those 2 are Lohun and Suin. This match will show them which of the 2 heroes the strongest." Final match official. As those words ended, 2 rushed towards each other. 2 streams of mana quickly collided. With a loud bang, the arena immediately erupted noise. Dust enveloped a large area. Xian glanced person standing in the smoke. Lohun also stepped out from within. He suspiciously asked, "Why do you keep dodging?" However, Hein did not respond. Instead, as Lohun attacked, he immediately dodged. Lohun spoke up a bit annoyed. "Stop and take a look." At this point, he finally smiled and said, "If you like it, then come in." As soon as he finished, he turned back and swinging his sword, which was enveloped in a large amount of mana, charging fiercely towards Lohun. However, he still managed to dodge, but Suyin would not give him a moment to breathe, continuing the attack. In the stand, the spectators watching the match could not believe it and exclaimed, "What is happening? They are so fast, I can't see any." This moment, Vivien Via's face was even more panicked, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Is this the true power of Kimexu-hun? I can't even believe what is happening over here. It seems that my earlier goal was completely a dream. I thought reaching level would mean I could keep up with him, but I was wrong. It is just that the 2 people on the stage have surpassed human limit." Meanwhile, Suin and Lohun were still in a standoff on the stage. Suin's sword light striking out, but Lohun was no ordinary person. He managed to block Suin's sword. Smirking slightly, Lohun casually said, "Looks like you enjoy fighting head-on." Maybe." Suin raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. They have both probed each other, so now they are starting to get serious. Soon after, a blue flame appeared in Suin's hand. Without any hesitation, he immediately threw it towards Lohun. Seeing this scene, Xijun immediately prayed, "Nice. That is a great hit," while Dooho beside him clicked his tongue in agreement. Luhan is definitely going to get badly, but they guessed wrong. Amidst the divine fire swirling in the air, Lu's figure still stood firm there. In an instant, Azun's face turned ugly. He did not lose a single hair. "No way." Over here, Suin was not too surprised, calmly saying, "As I predict, the divine fire is not enough. This is the trait of the archon, the strength of an angel. He possesses a huge amount of mana. Moreover, his resistance to magic is also quite terrifying. It is considered the best trait from his past life." This moment, Lowen narrowed his eyes at Sun, smiling as he said, "Impressive." Now it was his turn, and as soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared in his hand, instantly taking shape. It rushed forward with a fierce momentum. The target was, of course, Suhun opposite. You squinted at the thing rushing toward. Immediately, you created a protective shield. The 2 immense powers collided in an instant. With a loud bang, the arena erupted in a blast. Debris flew everywhere, influenced by the swirling mana in the stand. The 2 spectators from Hachi Run covered their eyes, and Duo commented, "So much breeze? Can't see anything." Lowen squinted into the wreck, remaining unresponsive for a while. Meanwhile, those in the stands could not see Suyin and started to discuss. "Is it over? He can't survive that blow. Even Rogan over here thinks so. He won't be able to take that hit." But at this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared beneath the arena. Suddenly, rays of death aura emerged from the hazy smoke. Suhun was still standing there, completely unharmed, but a wave of death aura around him made others feel afraid. Lokohan across the way naturally sensed, could not help grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Damn, is this how everyone feels when they look at him every day? At this moment, looking at Suhayan felt a bit uncomfortable. This was due to the third eye of a Reborn, which was also summoned in spirit form. Suhayan sighed helpless, not expecting that he would have to use it. He then looked at Lohan, raising an eyebrow provocative. "You said you wanted to broaden your horizon, right? Has this satisfied?" At that moment, Lohan's body could not help but tremble, gritted his teeth and spoke, "That is enough." He suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. Finally, he had met a worthy opponent. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He could defeat that guy. Thinking about it, he activated the divine punishment skill of the Archangel. He rushed towards Suhayan, proudly shouted, "From today, I will be the strongest." Hearing this, Suhayan just smirked slightly, and the sword in his hand began to swing. He raised an eyebrow provocative. "Come on." Immediately afterward, the spirit of Boros and Lohan's divine punishment started to charge at each other. In an instant, they collided, and a huge explosion erupted in the arena, rocks flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the area was enveloped in dust and mana. Luhan was now searching for Suhayan's figure. He frowned in contemplation. What exactly just happened? Clearly, he remembered the moment when his god of punishment collided with Boros' spirit. Faint purple energy suddenly surrounded our Boros. Right after that, the god of punishment directly entered the body of the giant. This moment, Lohan could not help smile triumph. "Indeed, I am the winner." However, his joy was short-lived. The body of the giant python dissolved into nothing, and the ice-cold sword appeared under his terrified gaze. Suhayan's figure was rushing very close. The sword in his hand was like a death sigh, and he swung it down without hesitation. Lohan suddenly realized that the giant snake was just an illusion. While he was stunned, Suhayan had already struck. In the blink of an eye, Lohan's face immediately became grim. Truly fought against him was a slash imbued with amplified mana. He flinched back to avoid it. Unfortunately, it was too late. His body had already been slashed by Suhayan, forcing him to retreat. Suhayan slowly approached, the sword in his hand still raised. Lohan squinted at it, secretly laughed. He understood now. In the end, he had lost to the new world. Suhan was now standing in front of him, but he was not doing anything. He was already heavily injured, and any further battle would just lead to his defeat. Above in the stand, due to the influence of mana, The spectators could not see any discussing, wondering who the real winner was. Singing trembles on this side too. He anxiously looks towards Duho. Can't be? Duho nervously yet calmly reassures, it will be fine. He is not the type to be easily defeated. Just then, Thomas suddenly shouts loud, Suhayan has won. Duho immediately asks in surprise, did you see what just happened? However, Thomas has not had a chance to answer yet. I'll speaks up first. Thomas is right. I could not see the end, but I felt the power from the mana that Suhayan gathered. Action must have won. Right now, figure appears beneath the competition stage through the mist. Everyone immediately turns their gaze toward. They are waiting for the moment the winner appears. After a while, that figure gradually comes into view. Yang supports Lohan and slowly steps out. The audience immediately erupts. The three of Duho and the other cheer loud. The others are a bit shocked. They never imagined Suhan defeat Lohan. Seeing everyone's reaction, Loa can't help but chuckle soft. This feeling is strange. It is unexpected for someone to take all the attention. Remembering to look at him, Suhan playfully asks, are you complaining? Nodding and shaking his head. Luhan coldly replied, strange, I do not hate that. Right after that, the voice of the match host rings out. The whole competition has turned into chaos. But no matter what, we still have to do what needs to be done. The final winner of the ranking match is Suhayan. After the results are announced, Duho and the others cheer even louder. He could not help but smile with satisfaction. Even at this moment, Waveen V was content. Back, losing to the champion is not anything to be ashamed of. To celebrate Suhayan's, the organizers did not hesitate to set off grand fire. Three of Duho were extremely happy. Their representative had won. Del over here genuinely congratulated. You pulled him out of the mud. Lohan and Aslan clapped in agreement. But Aslan was a bit doubtful. She looked at Lohan and asked, how does it feel to lose for the first time? Lohan scoffed, responding, my blood is boiling. Saying that, he suddenly snapped his finger, called out, you won. Right after that, a pair of wings with a microphone flew in front of Sun. He looked at him suspiciously. What is this for? He happily replied, come on, give a speech about your. How does it feel to be the strongest awakened person in the world? Su frowned, pondering for a long while. Then he spoke serious. I do not feel good or bad. I just feel like I have taken another step forward. Hearing that, Luha could not help but chuckle. You have become the strongest, yet you only feel like it is a step forward. Sounds like you have a much clearer goal. Suan indeed had a much higher goal than that. After a moment of contemplation, firmly stated, I will continue to reach for the top until the end, so that I won't be hindered by any tall obstacles anymore. He was sure everyone felt that during the ranking match, the safety and pride of this rank title actually hindered people. As a result, everyone was forced to kneel before higher wall. Although moving on to the next step is up to the decision maker, one thing is for sure, you will continue to grow stronger. If everyone stops, they 1t fight together in the next stage. They will just stand behind me, protected by you. If you do not want that, then go your own way. With that, you looked up at everyone in the stand, raising an eyebrow provocative. Try to get past. Your words seem to awaken the fake awakening, including Lohan. And that is how the ranked match, filled with numerous issues, ended in resounding success. Back at the Golden Building, the reward delivered to Suyin was exactly what you wished for. Adamantium Suyu accepted the prize with great joy in his heart. In some ways, this is the true goal of the ranked match. In the end, you will be able to possess the strongest weapon of the blind squad. Meanwhile, another issue was occurring in South Korea. In the conference room of the Korean Awakened Management Association, many people had gathered. Person at the center is Dewey. He slowly spoke up, since the association and guild have gathered, we will begin the meeting. As everyone knows, the topic is the two green dungeons that have appeared at Angwa Bridge. They appeared around 3:00 p.m. and this is the first time they have appeared simultaneously in the same area. Therefore, they have been named Songlam Dungeon, and according to calculation, it is very likely that the two outbreaks will occur at the same time. Yungu frowned and asked how much time is left until then. After a moment of thought, Dewey replied, I guess it is about 2 weeks to a month more. Sichian heard it and let out a cold, dissatisfied snort. How could such a huge mistake? Another person nodded in agreement. One green dungeon is enough to wipe out the city, but now there are two blue dungeons, and at this time, when most class are in the ranking competition, they do not have enough people to raid the dungeon. Dewey nodded slightly, his expression serious as he replied, that is right. We are currently short on class, so the planned raid time is 1 week. They do not resolve it, the sooner the better. Without a doubt, soon will be devastated. This moment, Yungu asked in a low, have you tried contacting Son yet? Dewey nodded slightly, saying, I tried, but the ranking competition just ended, so I do not know if he can come immediately. At the very least, we should set up a raid plan for the dungeon. As soon as he said this, someone voiced their dissatisfaction. Come on, why are you worrying so much? You have our Haju Mask Guild. The one who spoke up was Quan Jun, president of the Haachu Mask Guild. Dewey glanced at him, coldly saying, the conversation is over. The Junuaram Mive nodded, casually responding, I know, you said you would let Su Hyan lead the raid team, but he said they do not know when you will arrive, and can't just wait forever. As soon as he said this, another person chimed in. He was right. There are many awakened ones in the guild preparing for the raid. It is not just the Haha Mask Guild. This person is Lim Trang Hun. In his opinion, the Awakener Guild and the Haha Mask Guild should form a vanguard team to go in first. Yui frowned when he heard the proposal, realizing they wanted to do it this way. This Awakener Guild was initially established on the premise of ensuring the rights of awake. Gradually, they only targeted dungeons could help them make money, and rejected the oversight of the regulatory agent. They have become a greedy organization, only caring about their own interest. Their goal this time is probably fame and lucrative finds in the green dungeon, so they came here to raid the dungeon. Thinking about this, Yui sighed a bit helpless, but that is not possible. The agency prioritizes the safety of the citizens and the city, and they want a more solid plan, because there is still no objective documentation. If the vanguard team of the Haha Mask Guild and the Awakener Guild fail, it could very well lead to an outbreak happening sooner than expected. His words made Jun grind his teeth in anger, but Yui ignored him. Just then, Trang Hun pulled out a stack of documents. Spoke up. You need objective documentation. We have it. Yui reached out to take a bit doubt, asking, what is this? Trang Hun slowly explained. We submitted a request and received it from the US agents. This is evidence that even with the chaotic guild causing trouble in the green dungeon, they still have an 80% chance of a successful raid. He asked, do you still think that the strongest forces in Korea won't succeed? Due to Yui looking down at the documents he fell into deep thought. This moment, Trang Hun felt even more pleased, thinking he had succeeded, but it was not long before Yui slammed the documents down on the table and bluntly stated, even so, for safety reasons, we still need to wait for Suyin. Furthermore, for a green dungeon, we need at least 3 levels. As soon as the words were spoken, the room was enveloped by a large amount of mana. Jun's deep voice rang out again. He said, you really talk a lot. So are you saying that the Haachu Mask Guild is unreliable? Trang Hun, sitting beside him was a bit surprised by his action. Yoongu looked at him nonchalant. He did not move either. Seeing the situation getting tense, you activated a protective mana. The group of Sung Chien shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Please retract your mana." Jun was not scared at all. He snorted cold, angrily cursed, "Don't move. I am just itching to beat someone up." Sung Chien also would not back down, shouting fierce, "Do you think you are that great? Then let us fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to jump in and start a fight. But at that moment, Yoonu spoke up to stop. Enough. He turned around, dissatisfied, saying, "Cap, do you want me to just sit here and watch?" But before he could finish his sentence, he shivered in shock. Even Jun furrowed his brow, because at that moment, Yoongu had unleashed his aura. A massive amount of mana is surging out, attacking Jun's mana. He grits his teeth and said, "I have said that is enough." In an instant, the two streams of mana collide with each other continuously. Yoonu frowned, looking at Jun with a warning, but he is being very unreasonable, allowing his mana to run rampant. Seeing this scene, Trang Hun immediately panicked. Young Gilyu is the strongest person in the management agent. In fact, he is the reason why the Awakening Association has tried to avoid the management agent they go against. They won't gain any. Thinking this, he hurriedly stands up to mediate. "What is going on with you two? Don't fight each other. That is enough. Chairman, you should apologize too." At this point, he then uses telepathy to speak to Jun. "You know the agency has the authority to raid dungeons, so confronting them won't benefit." Hearing this, Jun immediately furrows his brow, and then reluctantly withdraws his mana. Yoonu sees him back down and nods in satisfaction. He also pulls back his mana, then looks at Jun and says, "I can see your potential," but he hopes he understands that they are preparing for the worst case scenario, and only after leading their preparation will they start the raid on the dungeon. His words seemed to provoke him again. He stood up from his chair, rushed in front of Yoonu, gritting his teeth, and scolded, "So you mean we are not strong enough?" Trang Hun sighed a bit helpless. "I told you to control your temper." But being hot-headed, Jun could not hold back. He taunted Yoongu, "Let us go outside. I will show you we are strong enough to raid the dungeon." Yoonu pushed his hand away, trying to touch him. Then, he accepted the challenge. Fine, he will teach him a lesson he will never forget. However, he arrogantly said, "If I win this match, I want the right to raid the dungeon." Hearing this, Yui angrily shouted, "The leader for the raid has already been decided." However, Yoonu patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. "It is, instead of sitting here talking, let us take action. It will be fast." You stepped outside, coldly saying, "I like your but do not back down later." Yugu sneered, "That line should have been mine. Don't worry, I am not that petty." Raya Hun shot a provocative glance at him. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the door, startling him. Su-hein appeared with 3 people from Duho, smirking and saying, "Looks like there is something interesting going on here. Let me join in." He glanced at everyone, smiling confident. Seeing him, Daya Hun immediately panicked and exclaimed, "Kim-sun, the ranking competition today should be over. Why are you here?" Su-hein slowly explained, "Earlier, I got help from Loan. Back when I was in America, Loan came to find you after he heard you had to go back. He said you needed to return to Korea right away. So take this." After saying that, he handed you a hair, and you suspiciously asked what it was. He explained that this is the Heavenly World Feather, allowing the user to teleport to a location from their memory. Yoonu, after hearing your explanation, nodded and understand. Realizing how it was, Thang quickly responded to the guild's mission. Su-in shook his head and smiled, saying, "Thank you for giving it. Anyway, what is going on? I want to hear the situation." Daya Hun frowned thoughtfully for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Not much. North Yeon-gu and I were just arguing over the right to raid the double dungeon." As soon as he finished, Su-han said in a serious tone, "That is strange." He narrowed his eyes at you, waiting for the next line. You coldly replied, "That right to raid the dungeon was mine from the start. So why is the guild and the association deciding who has the right to it now?" As soon as those words left your mouth, D-Hun's expression immediately turned up, stammering, unsure how to explain. Trang Hun was also extremely flustered at this point, cursing silently that it was all over. Although the guild president had acted strictly before, that was a good opportunity to seize the right. However, the opponent is the strongest awakener in the world, Su-yin. Then it would be even harder for them to win. Su-hein was also narrowing his eyes at them at this moment. "This guild was very troublesome in your previous life." This moment, Yoongu finally spoke up, "I am ashamed of you, Su-yin, but the issues of the guild and the association started long ago." Saying that, he drew his sword. He said he would handle it himself. Su-hein silently shook his head. "The guild is really troublesome. It is best to resolve them." Thinking about it, you nodded in agreement. "Alright, since I am sure both the group and the association have their reasons, let us fight for the right to raid the double dungeon." As soon as this was said, the expressions of Jun and Trang Hun immediately turned sour. Jun gritted his teeth, spoke up, "Isn't that just telling us to go home empty-handed? Isn't this threatening?" Indifferently shrugging, Su-hein calmly replied, "Who said I would be the one participating? You will fight this guy." As soon as he finished, pointed to Hekiran next to him, leaving the guy stunned for a moment. When he finally reacted, he could not believe he was looking at Su-hun, but in the end, they still decided to gather at the training ground of the Awakening Association. Zone spoke first, "We will start in 5 minutes, so get ready by then." Zung glanced at him and asked Su-yin, "Why are you suddenly doing this to me?" He chuckled softly and replied, "Sorry, I just acted without thinking at that moment." Yoonu also walked over to him and apologetically said, "Su-hein, everything escalated because of..." He smiled gently and shook his head. "It is, the association will definitely continue to pick fight guild, even if this incident did not happen. Above all, the situation would be worse if they chose to act cold and not cooperate during the raid. Your judgment might be the only way to control the guild, and if it is you, there is no way you will lose to a slacker like him." Yoonu confidently nodded. "Of course, that does not mean Jahan is an easy opponent. He is not in S-rank for no reason. He could probably defeat Hazon, who just became in S-rank." However, Zone remained very calm and reassured him, "Don't worry, king of capability. The Zone is the best among the awakened ones you have ever met." Over here, Trang Hun walked up to Jae-hun and said, "Chairman, this is really nonsense, but in the end, you must have a wise decision." Jae-hun nodded slightly and replied, "I am not sure about Kim-sun or Park-yeon, but that punk is nothing. He is very confident. The double dungeon will belong." This moment, Su-yin spoke up to remind, "Alright, you are ready. I will explain the rule. For safety, you two will fight unarmed. You can use your skill. If one of you gives up or can't fight anymore, the other will be the winner." And now, the match between Evzun and Jun officially begins. The two quickly took up a defensive stand. In the blink of an eye, Jun rushed towards Evzun. His fist was now right in front of him, quickly raised his hand to block, feeling a sense of admiration inside. That guy is very agile. Jun's speed is really impressive. He continuously forced Hun into a defensive position. But so what if he was fast? That is not the issue. That thought, Azun reached out to block Jun's punch. He just needed to land one hit. Right after that, threw a counterpunch, but he could not see him anywhere in front. Hun instinctively flinched. He had disappeared. By the time he appeared again, he was behind a takes Jun. He grabbed one side of his face tightly, and then forcefully slammed him to the ground. Seeing this scene, Duho immediately panicked and shouted loud. Han Sung-Chien nervously spoke, "Is it already over? Do we also side help?" helpless. Maybe this is really too much for someone who just ranked up to S. People from the Awakening Guild were very pleased. Trang Hun wore a smug smile. Jun's teleportation skill is exactly why he became an S rank. He believed they had already won this battle. Jun pinned Black Run to the ground and smirked, saying, that raid power now belongs to us. But at that moment, he realized something was off, because Azone had grabbed his arm. He spoke in a low voice. You are just fat. Besides that, he does not have anything else. This made Jae Hun instantly furious, shouting, you bastard. What kind of strength is this? Just as he was still in doubt, he felt his body shift. Hun lifted him off the ground with one hand, then without hesitation threw him away, like throwing a ball. His body crashed down hard on the ground. The situation changed in an instant. Duho's group was overjoyed, while Trang Hun was shocked into silence. There was no doubt. Azone was the victor of this battle. X-Han outside smirked slightly, just as he had predicted. After a moment, D. Hun's subordinates reacted, rushing to his side, urgently shouting, Trang Hun, please check the guild leader's condition. Trang Hun hurried over to check and after a while, breathed a sigh of relief, saying, fortunately, he is not seriously injured, just unconscious. That being said, he did not believe Jun would lose so easily. Isn't it true that Azone just leveled up to recently? He did not expect things to turn out like this. At this rate, they won't be able to fight for the raid anymore. Over here, Azone blaming Suyin. Do you know how afraid I am that everything will fall apart because of me? Please consult me first. Suyin reached out to rub his head, smiling as he said, sorry, but you said you know F-Zone won't lose. As soon as he said this, Azone froze. After a moment, firmly replied, of course, there will come a day when I defeat. Suhan was a bit speechless. This moment, he glanced over at the group over there, slowly moving toward. He coldly said, do you understand now? Why has not the association assigned the raid to you? No matter how many awakened ones they have, the strongest force is their president. But he lost to Hazon, who just leveled up to recent. Of course, Azon's rapid development is thanks to that insane ability. Better than what you had in your past life. But you did not say that. You looked at them, continuing in a low voice. You want to raid the green dungeon with just those skills. Are you planning to commit suicide? Consider this competition a lesson. Think about your precious life. However, those words did not reach him. He still wanted to enter the green dungeon. After thinking, he hesitated and looked at you, saying, I understand what you are trying to say, so let us join the raid team. We work together. It will definitely be more complete. Su Hyan looked at him angrily. Just participating in the green dungeon was already a huge experience, considering the benefits he would gain afterward. Sharing a bit of the profit was acceptable, so he proposed to give up 70% of the collected benefit. Su Hyan scoffed and said, let me ask you this. Trang Hun's expression changed slightly, and then he heard you coldly say, for all of you, is the green dungeon just an opportunity, or is it just fame and money? Ahutjan saw you angry and quickly wanted to intervene, but you continued to question. I just want to know if you ever thought about it. Are the dungeons that appear in the world just normal? Is there anything other than dungeon? What if one day those dungeons swallow the whole world? You narrowed your eyes and asked Trang Hun, have you ever thought about that? You stepped closer to him coldly. Listen carefully. As long as I want to, getting rid of your little group would be as easy as breathing. I am just putting it on hold because I have more urgent matters to deal with. As soon as those words came out, Trang Hun's face instantly changed. He trembled so much he could barely stand. He would die. Of course, he did not want to die, so he quickly begged, spare me. Moment. Su Hyan in front of him looked like a demon, capable of taking his life at any moment. Without realizing it, he scoffed lightly and coldly warned, this is your last chance. There won't be a next time. After a commotion, Su Hyan and Yunu returned to the meeting room. After learning your plan, Yunu asked, are you serious, Su Hyan? Do you want to raid the green dungeon by yourself? Su Hyan casually took a sip of water and then nodded, saying, yeah, I will handle one. As Hama, and the association will take care of the rest. Yunu frowned at him, worried, and said, that is too reckless. I think it is better if we all go together and tackle each dungeon. But Su Hyan was very determined. I need to do it myself. Then he made a suggestion that shocked Young Gu. Trust, I will raid one of the green dungeons alone. 2 hours later, the competition of Avzon. A car was leaving. It was Jun's group. After hearing Trang Hun's account, Dia Hun gritted his teeth and asked, really? Did Kim Su Hun really say that? Remembering the earlier scene, Trang Hun had promised him that he and the main association would withdraw from this. Dia Hun frowned and stared out the window for a long time, as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he finally spoke, calling out, Jongku, the one I call. Respond immediately. Chairman, Jun said in a low voice, call the other guilds and gather 20 talented. Jongke was startled. Then he heard Jun gritting his teeth say, damn it, Kim Su Hun messed with the wrong person. He must stop. A few days later, the day of the raid finally arrived. The reporters had gathered on the bridge, blocking Su Hyan's group, continuously firing questions at. However, Su Hyan did not care, not answering a single one. Yui still has to handle this. We will take questions after the raid is over. At that time, the association will contact everyone. So for now, please head home. Over here, Duho was very worried and warned, if you feel danger, do not push yourself too hard. Just leave. We will finish fast, so we will meet with you as soon as we are done. With a slight chuckle, Son nodded and replied, got it, I will head out first. As soon as he finished, he disappeared without a trace. This moment, Yoongo looked towards Duho and said it is time to start. Duho nodded and replied, you are right. Shortly after, they also left. The raid on the green dungeon began that night, when no one was on the bridge anymore. Strange black holes suddenly. Before long, they saw a group of people emerging. Jun shouted an order. All right, hunt the Kim Su Hun hunt. Immediately after, they also entered the green dungeons and at the same time, someone in the distance quietly observing everything, as if this had been anticipated. Returning to the time in the meeting room, when Suyin and Yunu were discussing plans, Suyin said in a serious tone, I will do it myself. That way, the association will come to you and cause disruption. Yunu was a bit surprised and asked, did you predict what would happen by then? Because of the competition between the guilds or revenge. In the past, the High Mask Guild and the association used this method to handle dungeons that had not been successfully raided and received praise, preventing outbreak. Those shameless bastards. This time things won't go their way. That is why you suggested to Yunu to leak news about me raiding the green dungeon to the press. The meeting will definitely follow and gather evidence when they do. The one quietly collecting evidence is you. He looked towards the dungeon and spoke up. The rest is up to you. Suyin. Inside the dungeon, Suyin had just entered and was dealing with a group of monsters. Your sword is covered in black blood, but you show no signs of backing down. A moment later, right there, Jae Hun's group also appeared. Jun made a round to check the blood stain, quickly realized that the monster had been dead for a while. He then turned to his men and spoke up. Kim Su Hun has gone deep. Maintain the formation and follow this. As soon as he finished, the group immediately received the order to leave. Just before leaving, Jun could not help but mutter, the sandworm is considered a boss in the gold dungeon, but it is just a regular monster. Is that how the green dungeon is? Thinking of this, he turned around to give orders. Alright, let us begin. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice who said you could go. He immediately turned around and yelled, "It is Kim." Their group immediately became alert, prepared for battle. Dae-hun looked to the sky and shouted, "Where are you? Kim, come out now." As soon as he finished, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Moment. Ground shook violently, and a massive amount of mana was released, startling him, accompanied by a deep voice. "Stop." Jae-hun glanced back and saw Sun standing there. "It is just this moment. Death energy surrounding you, making everyone else scared. You coldly warn, if you move, I will kill you." At the same time, in a forest, Sung Chien and his group are rushing forward. Behind them is a horde of monsters. Chien's vehicle is still taunting them. "Follow me, Bug." Someone has warned him not to go too far, but he does not listen, speaking in a mocking tone without joking about the monster. "You want to eat, then chase." His words genuinely infuriated the monster behind, its eyes immediately turning bloodshot, and someone shouted loud, "Sung Chien, you idiot, has gone crazy. Why do you have to act up?" But Sung Chien just laughed and said, "This makes it more fun, and this way, we will finish up sooner." Right after, they all started to run. Just then, Yunu appeared. He did not say a word and swung his sword down. His eyes were extremely determined at that moment. With a single strike, a powerful sword light was unleashed, killing many of the monsters behind. The leading monster was now very angry, but Yunu's sword continued to dance in the air, unleashing another series of sword light. Corpses of the monsters lay scattered on the ground. At this moment, Sung Chien shouted from the cliff, "Cap, there are no more left." Yungu shook his head, responding, "There is no time to rest. Prepare for the next plan." Hearing this, Sung Chien nodded in acknowledgement, and then noticed something in the distance. Clicking his tongue, he realized that the noise meant they were coming. It is discussed below the cliff. There were indeed many monsters appearing right now. Immediately after, he shouted loud, "It is time to implement the next." Not only him, but also Azun and Thomas were beside him. They were also part of this plan. Back at the Green Dungeon, Jun and his group were currently locked up in a very dark. Behind Jun, cries for help were incessantly ringing out. His face was extremely grim at this moment, and he could not help plead. "We were wrong." However, the giant snake's eyes, filled with death, were still staring at, making him scream in fear. "Stop." Just then, the body of the giant snake suddenly vanished. Thanks to a glimmer of light shining down, he saw a figure standing over there. He immediately frowned, his face filled with disbelief. The person standing in front of him was Xu Haiyan, and he was so furious that he laughed. So that snake was an illusion. But what is this? A cave? While he was in doubt, cries for help echoed from behind again. When he turned to look, he saw a giant centipede devouring Hanning. But right after that, a lot of dark energy appeared around him. He was surrounded by a group of monsters. He screamed in fear. These monsters, he could not keep his composure anymore. There were too many of them. "This is the worst." Gritted his teeth and questioned, "Where the hell are you taking us?" Xu Haiyan chuckled softly and said cold, "No need to be so scared. Thanks to my skill, they have not attacked yet. This is the deepest part of the dungeon. If he was not stupid, he would know how dangerous the blue dungeon is. Yet he still chased after wealth and fame out of greed. He is a pest threatening the world, so it would be better for the world if he disappeared." Hearing this, the body of Dae-hun could not help but tremble. He gritted his teeth and said, "Help." Came close to you just because I had not finished speaking. But Suyin coldly interrupted, "Help you? What will you say to the lives you have destroyed?" Dae-hun flinched slightly, trembling as he sat down. "That is right. Many have died because of it." They would question him about why he did this moment. Xu Haiyan was floating in the air thanks to the holy fire phoenix. Coldly glanced at him, saying, "That is my answer. Now it is your turn to experience." As he spoke, the monsters below slowly advanced toward Jun. He was so scared that he shouted, "Don't come here. Do not come near me. You bastard." Pain and suffering of those he has killed. He must taste it himself. Looking at the giant monster opening its mouth close, Dae-hun's face changed, his forehead covered in cold sweat. X-Hun just hung in the air, staring at Shen Jing below. It was not until all of D-Hun's people were wiped out that he landed. He stood on the cliff, frowning at the monsters staring at him. Their malicious eyes looked at him like prey in the dark. He scoffed, pouting, "You ate a bunch already, and you are still hungry." They had surrounded him by now. His tongue, "Looks like you can't eat anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, divine fire appeared in his hand, ready to burn them. On another side, in that forest, Song Qian had just taken down a monster, sitting down to rest. He could not help but sigh in relief. "I thought we were done for, but we have done enough, right?" Saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Duho beside him. Duho nodded slightly, sighed, looking at the people in front of him, unable to hold back a curse. "Damn it, who even are the monsters anymore?" At the same time, Yoongilu was quietly observing Zun and Thomas. Both of them left a strong impression. One person has a fighting instinct and impressive mana to freely use various skills. The other person enhances their body with mana and focuses solely on destructive power. The latter is more like, but in terms of development, he will soon surpass. Thinking about this, he could not help but sigh. Then he spoke up, "Today I will take a break to fix this name. No monster should come anymore. Just to be safe, let us gather a night watch." Shortly after, they began to rest. Night gradually fell in the forest. Their group split up for the night watch. While some people went to sleep, Yoongu leaned against the trunk of an ancient, quietly listening to the noisy chat. "Is this really the night watch group I just heard about?" It was not a very pleasant experience. Then he heard Duho's mocking laugh. At least he could feel lucky not to be the last one left behind. But even heroes can't escape the night watch. Jun flinched slightly and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean? What hero?" And those reporters earlier were really annoying. Duho asked him why, and he pouted, saying, "It was just too extravagant. I did not do anything." Jun suddenly hesitated, then said in a serious tone, "The title of hero is like Lohan or Suyin. While for you, the expectation, cheer, and encouragement from everyone are just a bird." Hearing this, Duho glanced at him, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Hun suddenly chuckled soft. "Probably should not say any. Just a little venting. Do not worry." Duho furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before. "I was reminded of someone who said the exact same words as you." Hun jumped, asked, "What is wrong?" Duho slowly explained, "Last year when Soyan and I faced the Kraken at the Green Prison, that time, someone said that looking at Suyin made him feel so small, and that light was too dazzling, burning everything around, warning him to be careful." Although he was aware of, he did not want to admit it, so he immediately increased the test level 5 to 6. Hearing this, Azun nodded in understanding. "That is why he disappeared last year, and I also felt he suddenly became stronger." Duho let out a faint laugh and continued, "But I nearly died because of the slight difference in strength." And Jun looked a bit confused. He slowly added, "It is a matter of talent. That is my limit. If Son had not stopped, you would have died." "You have thought a lot about what Su Hayan said." At that moment, you realized your limit. You thought that someone like you could not exist in the same space as them. Hun frowned slightly, unsure how to react, but Duho said, "But I realized that after hearing Son's word, until now, he has never fought himself. He always moves forward. It is just for everyone. Prevent destruction. He is so bright and radiant." Saying this, Duho looked up at the bright moon above. After a long moment of contemplation, finally said seriously, "I have decided that no matter how much that bright light burns, I must follow it." He asked Azun if he ever thought of himself as a pillar for others to lean on, just like Son was for him. Azun was a bit taken aback, then laughed. laughed. It was not fair at all. If he said that, then Edzun had no choice but to run away. Two of them shared their thoughts in the darkness until morning. At the same time, in the green dungeon, Suin had ventured deep inside, taking down many monsters. He was now standing in front of a large door. He guessed this might be the boss's room. He reached out to the door, seemingly wanting to push it open, but hesitated a bit because the signs of the green dungeon appeared too. With this situation, the Lania would soon appear too. This time, he would defeat it, and then he pushed the door open. Just at that moment, something suddenly pulled him back. Suhain was a bit surprised and quickly turned around. Are there still other living creatures here? But when he looked close, his eyes widened because standing in front of him was a familiar. It was the little Maya who had not shown up for a long time. Maya was very happy to see him, so she kept licking his face. Before long, his face was covered in saliva. He awkwardly spoke up. I know you are really happy to see me, but can you stop for a moment? Maya immediately stopped. He wiped his face and sighed internally. He was covered in drool now. It has become bigger, so there is also more drool. Thinks. Suhin glanced at Mia and asked May, is the development process done? Maya happily nodded. At that moment, he realized she was starting to understand more of what he was saying, but it still felt a bit off. Did not. He looked up at Mia for a long time, then hesitantly said, you are smaller than I expect. As soon as those words left his mouth, Maya immediately looked down, clearly very sad. Seeing this, Du Hai-unen could not help but panic. Are you hurt? Clarify. I mean, Maya is at the perfect size. Instant. Maya perked up again and pointed towards the door. Suhin furrowed his brow and asked, open the door. How strong does she want to show she is? Is she going to show me? Hearing this, she aggressively nodded, affirming exactly what he said. He slowly walked towards the door, secretly calculating that size is not the important thing. Rather, let us see how much it has developed. Thinking this, pushed the door and entered. Immediately, he saw a huge monster in front of him, many red eyes on its head. Without hesitation, it attacked Giant with its tentacle. He quickly shouted, show it your breath. As soon as he finished, Maya took a deep breath and then unleashed a powerful breath flame. A tearing sound of the wind echoed, and Xue-hun frowned, thinking that this power was beyond imagination. In front of him, a brilliant flame appeared, engulfing the monster in a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Suhain's expression showed shock. With just one move from Maya, he had effortlessly taken down the boss of the green dungeon. Extremely pleased, turned to look at Xue-hun, her eyes clearly wanting praise. Seeing the devastation before him, Suhain was truly at a loss for words. Can Maya really do that? Just one flame from her had burned the boss to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of Yunu's group, they searched for a long time, finally found the teleportation gate. Yunu sighed in relief upon seeing it. It is over now. They took 3.5 days to conquer the green dungeon, with 5 lightly injured and 1 seriously injured. No casual, largely thanks to Thomas and Hazen. He realizes at this moment that he also needs to improve himself more. Thinking about it, he turned to the others and said, well done, everyone. The other stones from the dungeon will be delivered to you later. After everyone left one by one, Yunu slowly stepped outside. As he stepped out, he encountered Yui waiting there. As soon as Yui saw him coming, he exclaimed, you have completed the dungeon conquest safe. It was tough. Manager Yungu shook his head and said, it is not over yet. We need to assist Sui. However, Yui shook his head and smiled, saying, no need. He is. Upon hearing this, Yunu's face showed disbelief. At Diho's small house deep in the woods, Son had just returned and sought him out, looking at the orb in his hand. Diho exclaimed, oh my, is this really adamant? Son nodded slightly and explained, it is a reward for me for winning in the ranked game. I just wanted to show it to you because I have urgent work to take care of. Diho seemed to be quite uninterested, just focused on observing the adamant. After a moment, he excitedly spoke up, not expecting to see it with his own eyes. Just as he said this, he seemed to sense something. He reached out to Suhain and said, give me the sword. Suhain was a bit startled but still handed him his sword. Du held the sword and glanced at it for a moment, then finally spoke up, the blade is a bit damaged, and he frowned, calculating the time it could be repaired. He seemed to have some time, but only said half of it before pause, then smirked and said, oh no, in half a year, I will create the greatest masterpiece for you. Suhain was a bit surprised to hear him say that, but he did not ask, just said he would wait. The next, Korea was in an uproar. The shock that Suyin caused in the green dungeon came the top discussion on many websites, as well as news notifications from the association about the plan to seize the dungeon by the Ha-Chu Mask Association, citing that the actions of the Ha-Chu Mask Association were vile and illegal. The association expelled and took disciplinary measures. In the meeting room, Yungu showed everyone the document, then slowly said, looking at the pile of documents, it was clear. In short, the times are changing. The rate of dungeon appearances is increasing rapid. The role of the awakened is to ensure the safety of citizens and the nation. Soon glanced through everything, then spoke, dungeons are appearing much faster than before. That is why the regulatory agency avoids the Awakened Association. Yungilu nodded slightly and explained, that is right. Although the association's forces are larger than the regulatory agent, the agency plays a more important role, whether it is providing information and items to others for smooth conquest, or granting the awakened the authority to conquer the dungeon. And as we know, an unregulated organization is extremely dangerous, so he wants to disband them. It is just that he was talking until now. Duho suddenly interrupted, we really need the strength of unity. Son looked at him in surprise, while Yugu spoke up in a deep, but we have no other way. However, Duho smirked and said, there is, just leave this one to me. Moment. Duho's face was filled with calm. In a small house in the city, a man was sitting curled up on a chair. His phone, which was on the table, suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Suhain. He wanted to meet him. As soon as he saw it, he immediately panicked. He trembled and mumbled, I did not do anything. I am so scared. That night at the high-rise building of the provincial association, the sound of cursing echoed in the office. That jerk, that bastard. He only knows how to cause trouble and die. So what do we do now? In the meeting room, everyone started talking loud. What do we do now? The association and Suin won't leave us alone. Wait, that only applies to the jerks who helped. That is right. The rest of us did not even participate. Will they really gather us all? One guy yelled angrily, you jerk. Do you think they are only doing this because of this incident? They will definitely dig up all the incidents that have happened so far. That is why Jiang Hung called a meeting. There are only a few people hitting the glass here. Right, Junho, the one this guy specifically meant, is the vice president of the top 10 rank guild, also known as the department store. He sighed and replied, I only agree with the president's decision. Receiving this answer, he thought to himself, top 10 guild also relied on Jihun, so he had planned to ask him to cooperate. It is really stupid to rely on him, since it has come to this. He spoke up, everyone listen, if we want to survive, we have to kill Sun, not we will all die. This statement shocked the whole group. They all nodded in agreement. Right, he is right. If we work together, we can defeat Suhi. They did not know that Suyin was outside listening to all of. Jiang Hun was so scared that his face turned pale. Sui Hun, I did not tell them to do that. Please believe believe me. I followed your instructions, so he ran away. I have to go first. People inside were still discussing. Is that really the only way? Forget the association. Suyin, it is clear we have an enemy. The one leading the plan wants to kill Suhan, so let us decide on that. He incited the crowd to kill X-Hane. You appeared right behind him. Coldly asked, who are you planning to kill? Everyone was startled to see you, and Suhin said in a low voice, you can. Your expression was calm as you continued. You think you can kill me? He jumped up from his chair in panic. Is it? You said sarcastic. Quite the heated debate. Keep going. Or have you decided to kill me? After saying that, you waved your hand to beckon them over. Then come here. The two guys from the guild were eager to punish Xui Haiyan. That arrogant jerk has gone too far. The leader reassured, don't be afraid. He is just a human too. We will finish him off here. Saying that, they unleashed their killing intent straight at Sun. As the energy blast, your gaze turned cold and sharp. A flash of light gleamed in your eyes as Su Haiyan activated the third eye, rendering their attack ineffective. The two eager ones were stunned. What the hell? My skill just disappeared. Jun Ho was equally shocked. He suddenly broke into a calculating smile, then abruptly stood up and stepped towards Su Hun. You remained alert, thinking it would take the store a little time to defeat Manhwa. The leader was smug, thinking to himself that he finally had some help. That is right. With only this many, there might not be a chance. But if Jun Ho helps out, and yet he raises both hands, admitting, I surrender. This attitude left everyone else stunned. What are you talking about? Jun Ho wore a very confident expression, as if he was certain he had chosen the right civilization. Suyin gave him a signal. Good, you can go. Before leaving, Jun Ho left a remark. You guys are mistaken. I never agreed to help. I do not want to fight monsters like Su Han, with only the ones who deserve to be dealt with left. Su Han began to settle the score. Alright, now let us continue, shall we? You activate the third eye. The hunter, an invisible pressure bore down on their body, and they could only helplessly shout for help. Su Han began to draw his sword. His voice like, even though you all know you are corrupt, you do not change at all. You all know the wrongs you have done. Choose to stay silent. Organizations like that have no reason to exist. All of you should disappear today. Duho behind him patted his shoulder to stop Su Han. He turned back to look at him, waiting for him to continue. Leave the rest to me. Su Han paused in silence. Consider. You give the stage to Duho and say, thank you. Su Han calmly said, if it were not for you, I would have killed them all. Everyone who heard this was so tense they started to sweat. It was Duho's turn to lighten the atmosphere. Now, let us end this scary atmosphere here. We do not intend to cause any more chaos. When Duho brought the strength of Suyin and the administrative power of the social organization, he was able to easily control the situation. Duho brought the documents and announced that we had gathered information about the crime and corruption of the association. The biggest issue is that these attacks are the result of the leadership of the Hamasic Union. Therefore, the association has laid out a few conditions for the social organization continued, resulting in additional rules and regulations within the social organization. The leader interrupted. Wait, whose authority do you have to order us around? Duho raised his fist with power, then slammed it down on the table, causing the stack of papers to scatter everywhere. This attitude made everyone fear. Some opposed, but they were all persuaded. Duho said coldly, you all are just trapped. You, the man right in front of the stage has been set. He threw the documents up in the air, irritably continuing, I wish I could let Suhan kill all of you, but in the rapidly changing situation, I need your strength. The wolf behind you. You want money and power, right? There will be more than you desire provided for you, so keep your mouth shut and follow me. A bunch of trash. Fox rules the mount. The next morning, outside the park, people were strolling, and a little girl was humming happily on the street. Soon sat quietly on the bench. Duho brought him a cup of coffee, and he quickly asked about things. Duho's, looks like everything's settled. He replied, of course, especially after the fuss earlier. Think I could not handle that little issue, and now I have become the president of the association. Suhan was taken aback. Really? You never said you would go that far. He replied in frustration, I do not have any other choice. Otherwise, the association will fall apart soon. Forcing them to obey is just delaying an inevitable explosion. It is best to become the president of the association and prevent trouble from arising in the first. Besides, fake awakenings in the association are different from you. They only act when there is a benefit. Plan to control them by offering suitable rewards. Soon suggests, I think it does not require that much effort to maintain the association. Duho firmly chose this. We need them. Suhian could not persuade him anymore. Duho expressed his feelings. Didn't you say that before? This world is truly normal. Then why do we always have to live in fear that one day the dungeon will go out of control and slaughter us all? If that moment comes, we will need an organized force. Honestly, I have never understood what you were thinking. I do not know anything. I just admire your strength. Even though I have always tried to keep up you, I finally understand why you steadfastly move forward. I may never be able to stand side by side with you, but I will catch up to you. So do not wait for me. I will definitely support you from below. Do you understand now? Just share some of your responsibilities. Me. I am on your side. Suhan was silent when hearing these heartfelt words. You secretly think just that one thought. So Suhan calls Duho, knowing that, but now you feel that no matter what difficult and challenges we face in the future, we can overcome them together. So the bright smile returned to the face of the young teenage. Du said, thank brother. Seeing the familiar smiling face of Duho, he felt happy too. Thanks to him, Min can comfortably smile. On Johnny's side, he frowned in thought. A deep voice rang out. So they did not show up this time either. He confirmed. It seems that is how it is. Moreover, in the past when searching for Kim Sung-in, I established a system but only found Suin and Lohan. And although I always kept an eye on Lohan, nothing else appeared. According to my speculation, Suyin is likely a fragment of the deity. Fanny exclaimed in frustration. It can't be like that. My regression is evidence of that. Forget it. He has definitely returned. Moreover, I need time to restore my strength. Until then, I leave everything happening in this dimension to you. Joni agreed. Just let me handle it. Half a year has passed since then. Thanks to Duho, Suyin can slowly climb up the challenge tower. A notification appears to remind you have completed the challenge of level 31. You have completed the challenge of level 34. You have completed the challenge of level 39. He feels very relieved. Now, with Duho leading the awakened group, the national authorities have gradually cleared out the dungeon, and he is managing everything better than expected. So he has been highly regarded as a reliable person in a skyscraper in the city center. Inside the meeting room, Yungu analyzes according to the statistics. Although the number of awakened ones has significantly increased over the past 6 months, the number of dungeons has also rapidly increased. Duho continued, we have more awakened ones of B rank and lower, so we can handle most of the gold dungeons. But Son knows the problem lies with the dungeons from a rank and above. Yoongu replied, exact. To find more awakened ones of A's rank, we will need more time. This continued. The number of awakened ones appearing will not up the number of dungeons, and the number of dungeons that have been resolved will decrease, leading to a dungeon outbreak. For now, we will send this information to the governments of all countries. It is best that everyone knows about the potential incident. Suyun agrees. Just go ahead with it. Duho speaks up. If we are done, can I go outside? It seems there has been an issue with the new green dungeon near Soon. Yunu agreed. I understand now. My report ends here. If we receive any I will reach out to you. He turned to remind Suhai. You head home now. I can give you a ride for a bit. You declined, saying no thanks. I appreciate it. Yunu was curious. Are you planning to go back to the challenge tower? You immediately denied it. I need to stop by somewhere first. The place you are stopping by is a fort. Diho greeted. You are here. Suhan looked at him in surprise. Hey there. Seeing the tired look on his face, you expressed concern. Are you okay? Diho replied. No need to worry. I am almost done with the forging. I got so excited that I forgot to take a break. Carefully reminded. You do not need to rush. You have to take care of your health. He did not want to hear it. So you stop nagging. Let us skip that. Come look at this sword. You said its name is Ban Monk. Right. I heard it is a legendary sword. You should have given it a new name. Suhin tightly grasped the hilt, drawing the blade from its sheath to observe it, thinking to himself, it has been a long time since I held the Ban Monk sword. It still feels just right. I guess I can use that skill now. Diho knew you were eager to try it out, right? You shyly retorted. I am not a kid. Clearly understood Suhain's intention. Keep bringing it up. Are you planning to go to the challenge tower? You honestly admit it. Well, at least you are not being teased by others. Diho ordered the guests out. Alright, go on. This old man needs to take a nap. Suhan is very grateful to Kalmar. Thank you so much. This made him pause. He smiled and reminded, I know. You be careful. At the training tower in front of the 40th floor. Sun slowly stepped inside. The gatekeeper of the 40th floor, Namchan, had been waiting for a long time. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Big ears and a big face have arrived. So you are curious about what is going on. How much do you already know? Suhian got straight to the point. Please tell me the difficulty level of this training first. Calmly stated a number. 600,001. You were stunned after hearing it. Then handed him the item. Here, the system reminds you have spent 600,000 achievement point. Namchan assessed. That is quite a heft, but he did not care at all. Alright, thanks. Starting from the 40th floor, the difficulty of the training will begin to level up from easy to very hard. Speaking of which, he stood up. It seems like you have made your decision beforehand. Namchun suggested looking for Long Chu. That is all I can say. Sun was stunned when he heard this term. Long Chiju. Does this training relate to the Long clan? Namchun even added another. And here's a little extra reward. Think carefully about why you received this training, and do not forget that many people are looking forward to you achieving great things. Suhan was stunned when he heard. He could not believe it. They expect me to accomplish something great. Other people are keeping an eye on me. Forget it. That does not matter now. Suyin has been transported into the trial space. Reminder notification. You want to start the trial on level 40. Please select a level. You choose level 10. Please select a challenging item. Look at the options in front of Suyin. The important thing now is that he exclaimed it is very hard to get through the trial ahead and become strong. Notification updated. You selected a very hard. Starting the trial on level 40. This moment, Son has been transported to a lush prairie. He is on high alert. Sensing something strange, Son's expression gradually becomes tense. It turns out right behind it, a dragon is asleep. Are you shocked by the dragon? Your mission this time is to save the world of the dragon clan. The dragon in front of you will guide you. Sujin is shocked. Save the world of the dragon clan. Looking at this peaceful place and being told to save it, he immediately calls for Maya to appear, then relies on it. It is your kind. Can you try talk? The dragon is still asleep, and Maya carefully observes its kind. It approaches its oversized friend and calls out. Finally, the dragon has woken up. The dragon's claws slammed down on the ground, creating a loud thud. The dragon named Blong stared at them and exclaimed, is that the red dragon? Is the one beside you a human? Exian thought to himself, can I really hear its voice in my head? Is this the divine concept of telepathy? It seems like it can speak the human language too. It looks like a baby dragon from Hyung, but I can clearly tell they exist in two different. I have heard that the longer a dragon lives, the stronger the energy it emits is truly impressive. Loon asked coldly, why is the red dragon with human? And how did humans get here? Suhan was surprised by Maya's fearful attitude. He reached out to touch her barrier, then conveyed, Maya hatched from an egg I accidentally dumped, and we have been together for about 2 years now. It is my family. Asking back, it hatched from an egg. Are you sure? He nodded in confirmation. Maya stood beside him and affirmed again, I hatched from an egg. Belong finally understood. Suhayan noticed that the other party seemed uncomfortable earlier, but now it was calmer. Now I can probably talk. I heard that Bo Maya is a being more advanced than a baby dragon, and according to Hung, just like classify dungeons by color, a dragon's rank is determined from the moment it is born. I should be able to learn something about Maya from it. Thinking that, Suhin spoke up. I am probably being rude but I do not know much about Maya. Can you tell me more about such long? Dome was stunned after hearing this. It laughed. You raised it and do not know what it is. That is pretty dumb. Suhan was still waiting for an answer. It just got to the point. Good. Let me teach you. That is the symbolic color of dragon. The symbol of the Dragon King. It signifies being a descendant Dragon King. Suhan listened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Could not believe it. Dragon King. Mia and her four-eyed kin looked at each other, and finally, Maya's face showed that she discovered something very interesting. Suhan exclaimed, the king of the dragon clan. You mean Maya is the child of the dragon? Confirmed. Not expecting such a dragon to be tamed by a human. That is why I was surprised. He gently pinched Maya's cheek, thinking he knew she was a special dragon. But this cute little thing is the king of the dragon clan. She is a bit too big for me to call her a little one now. Mia enjoyed Suhian's cheek. He asked further, so Maya's family is also in this world? Don fell silent after this question, looking hesitant. For a moment, he revealed that Maya was the last remaining dragon of her clan. Suhan was extremely shocked to hear this news. Don continued, just watch and you will see. A deep green aura envelopes his entire body. Suhian screamed in shock. Wait, you can't be serious. What are you doing? In a place where smoke and fire were overwhelming. Blang had brought him here. He recounted, a battle once took place here. Enemies suddenly appeared in our world and waged war. Countless warriors rose up against them to protect protect this world. At this point, he hesitated to continue, but on that day, the enemy was too strong, and many of our kind sacrificed themselves. The mournful scene unfolded before his eyes, as he sadly recounted. We shed a lot of blood in that battle. Suhan listened silently to that painful past. He felt it was so similar to back then. Suhyun suddenly exclaimed as he saw something familiar appear before his eye. He was shocked to realize it was you. The figure of the opponent became clear. It was Fania. Suhyun clenched his fists, trying to suppress the rage within, his eyes filled with anger. Long advised, there is no need to be so angry. This is just a memory. You know that, so try to control your emotions. Suhyun agiled. He is right. Emotions only weaken my fighting ability. Actually, I am really happy. Now that I see Fania again, I can control my emotion. You are praising yourself. You are calming down pretty quick. Have you gotten used to controlling your emotions? Soon confirmed. A little bit, it replied. That is good. It is not easy, especially for human. But how do you know him? This mentioned his expression dark. Suhyun revealed. That is the monster that destroyed my world. Don't ask suspicious. Your world. Through investigation, it knew he was not lying. The night sky in the memory turned a gloomy color. At this moment, Fania was being attacked, and he was surprised to see the opponent fighting a red dragon. The red dragon was gathering fire, then it charged straight at Fania. Pondered. They were fighting each other. Just as he could see this far, Suhyun was pulled back. He had returned to the lush green prairie. Suhyun's expression was a bit dazed. Dong apologetically said, but that is all I can show you. I only have memories up until my brother died in that battle. Suhyun realized through this journey that not only was his world destroyed by Fan, this world could also exist in reality. Let us not over. Dong suggests. He spoke while walking. Dong told Suhyun about the post-war world, and thanks to that, he understood the trial better. It recounted the end. In the end, all the red dragons died and the world was destroyed. But the dragon race was not extinct. There are still other dragons like us that survived by hibernating during the war. When we woke up, we began to restore our world and bring life back. The war was not over. The leader of the monsters had disappeared, but there were still many monsters in this world, so we could only reclaim a portion of the territory. Dong said this just as he was taking them to his kingdom. We are here. This is our new home. It landed on the ground, and then the dragon's body began to transform into a human form. Blang comfortably exclaimed, it is better now. He was surprised. He had seen transformations before but had never seen anyone turn into a human. San curiously asked, is it comfortable in human form? Dong rubbed his sore shoulders and said, being a dragon is heavy, except when hibernating. This form is still better, even though it consumes more mana. He reported to the higher up. We have guests. Quickly open the gate. The city gate slowly opened. He warned us carefully. I am giving you a heads up. You are not well. Suhyun replied. It is not every day that a human comes into the dragon. Dong repeated, not you. His gaze briefly glanced at Maya before continuing. But it is the red dragon. Suhyun was stunned. What? Because of Maya. Dong left a remark and stepped through the city gate. You will find out. Person and a dragon exchanged glance, and he gathered his spirits to invite Maya. Inside the dragon village, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. The dragon tribes here walked the streets in human form, with happy families enjoying themselves. He assessed that instead of calling it a dragon village, it looked more like a human settlement. Blang explained, it is because they realized that living in human form is more comfortable. So they started living like this. Suhyun wondered, I understand, but there are not many of us. I mean dragons. He replies, after the war, only about 50 dragons survived, and since then, the number has only increased by about 500. Just then, someone in the distance noticed. He exclaimed in surprise, Elder Bang, it has been a while. Cypher was happy to see him. Is it really you? Elder Blang, you have not been gone that long. Did you sleep well? He replied, I woke up in the middle of the night because of this man. Sai turned to assess, is he human? His expression suddenly changed, becoming uncomfortable as he saw Maya. Sai free stammered, traitor, the descendant of the red dragon. Why are you in this city? Dong casually said, what is the problem? This is a place anyone can enter as long as they are family. As for this human, I can vouch for him myself. Sai replied, I have no problem with human, but the descendants of the Dragon King have abandoned us. I know you want to deny that truth. His fists trembled with anger. Yet the descendants of the red dragon are traitors. Siri's face was full of resentment as he locked eyes. Siri coldly asked, what is the matter? Do you have a problem with my human? Exian grimly exclaimed, you insult my child. Why should I hold back? His hand reached out, and Siri's eyes showed surprise as he was pushed back by an invisible force. He could not believe he was stepping back. Sui looked down on, I just raised my hand, and you wanted to run away. You are more cowardly than you think. Sai stubbornly replied, who is scared? I am scared of that person. He concentrated his power in his palm, his voice low. Ridiculous. Suhan calmly raised his hand, letting his energy radiate out. It was blazing with strength. Sai also erupted, shouting, get lost. As he finished speaking, a surge of power shot towards him. Suhan nonchalantly waved his hand to push it back. He said in a deep voice, all for you. Force from his hand shot straight at the target. The two powerful forces clashed, then tore through Siri's power straight towards him. He could not believe my breath pierced through. Could he? It was not until the force hit him that Siri realized. He understood now. He recalled the feeling from earlier, realizing it was too late. Fear. Suhyun's power struck directly down on Sig. He tried to resist, but it did not last long. Sig began to weaken. Fortunately, Lang stepped in to help. He called out in shock, Elder. Lang coldly replied, that is enough. I will overlook your rudeness in front of my guest. So just reluctant. Still could not accept it and coldly said, fear. You know there are those waiting for the descendants of the Dragon King. Right, dragons like me. Can you handle them? Sig gritted his teeth. And during this frustration, he declared, I will report today's events to Lord Connie. Lang was not afraid. Just do as you wish. With that, Sif immediately disappeared. He and Maya approached. Suhyun spoke up, I want to ask you something. Lang replied, agreeing. Go ahead. Do you want to know why Maya is called the descendant of traitors? Lone does not want to hide it anymore. He recounted that nowadays, the red dragons are labeled as traitors by our dragon clan. The ancient red dragons have the ability to traverse dimensions. However, according to the testimony of the orange dragon participated in that war, they abandoned their kind and went to another world. There are those who, like me, do not believe their testimony, but most dragons, especially the younger ones, see the red dragons as traitors, hate them. Son asked directly if there was any evidence proving they were traitors. He replied, just testimony. Moment. Someone spoke up, you still do not believe? He immediately turned to see who it was, and it was Kanny, followed by the guy who just went to spy. Dong warily looked at the newcomer and called out, Kanny. Kan shifted from his previous position and instantly appeared in front of Sun. Blang looked a bit worried. You being here means that the space where they stand has suddenly changed. Kenny's followers have been transported, and the two of them are surrounded. He thought in surprise. Instant teleportation. Are there really that many people with this valuable skill? And if you count the dragons standing near Bang, it seems those people are not just allies of Connie, perhaps because they are gold dragons, but their abilities are very different from the green dragons earlier. Two of them spoke up. Is that a human who came with the descendants descendant of the dragon. The descendant of the Dragon King is quite funny. He is just a relative of a few traitors. They argued with each other. Do not say those unverified words, and you have no reason to get angry. Just waving your hand is enough. You thought to yourself, that is right. No matter how prominent the energy of the golden dragons is, Canny, listen to me. You still think he is the strongest? Yeah. Why are you here? Ooh, descendant of those traitors. You cried out a few times in response, and C smiled. He seemed interested. It turns out the esteemed descendant of the Dragon King is an idiot who does not even know how to speak. It is quite sad to hear that. He kept attacking it. All you can do is cry to earn others' pity. Pathetic. Unable to listen any longer, you said, Canny, you know that the descendant of the Dragon King developed lower than other dragons. This child is clearly still very young. Do you really have to talk to him in that tone? Suhyun saw Mia crying and angrily shouted, first the green dragon, now it is you guys. A palm strike from you shot out. Suhan growled, why do you keep making Maya cry? The others felt an invisible pressure weighing down on. Canny was stunned. He could not feel comfort. Here, seeing Duhun erupt, he could not believe it. Is this the strength of a human? You growl. How can you determine that the red dragons have betrayed your kind? Canny replied, I witnessed the red dragons abandon us myself, which means you can prove any, but it is okay. Can interfere in dragon matters. So I just want to say one thing. You should go and let your anger out. The red dragons have abandoned you. He was stunned by this. What? He pointed at poor Maya and said, this kid is not the one who abandoned you. Yet you isolate and bully her just because she is related to you. You should feel ashamed. He spoke with a tone of suspicion. What connection do you have with that little dragon that makes you so angry? Can't understand. Placed a hand on Maya, then asserted once more, this kid and I are family. This left Sai in shock. He suddenly laughed and asked, family interest. It really has nothing to do with what happened in the past. But hatred is not so easily erased. Hien replied cautiously. What do you mean? He answered, I will give her a chance to make amends. Brang must have told you already. Our clan is currently engulfed in war. Back the Long Chu forest. That way she can make amends, and you and that dragon can earn the recognition of the entire dragon clan. Blang was shaken upon hearing this demand. He shouted angrily, Canny, how is that any different from telling them to go die? He replied nonchalantly, I am not forcing them. The choice is up to that human and that red dragon. So what will you do? Duhun agreed. Alright, I accept your condition. Dong shouted anxiously. You idiot. Do you even know what that fort is like? It is a gathering place for the strongest monsters. We have tried to take it back several times, but have failed each time. If a human like you goes there, you will die immediately. He denied it. No way. This level of difficulty is perfect, so I can crush their pride. The three moved into a forest, and by the time they arrived, it was already dusk.